those spots, it is going to be a bloodbath here at the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm Dratnos, joined by
유튜브
Nura
온
and Zyronic right now. And we have got some matches of dungeons ahead of us today. We are starting
오늘
off with
드디어
a
이제
big series.
본카
We
경기
have the
두 경기 볼 수 있는
upper
날.
bracket semifinals here. This one right off the bat we have a ticket.
사실 어제 막 기대했던 것만큼 새로운 건 없었어요.
Right at the beginning of the day, it is Monka versus Cheese. Zyro, Monka came into this weekend as kind of the
전에 한번 얘기했었는데 이번 던전들은 그러니까 맵에 있는 병력들을 다 찍었을 때 이게 퍼센트가 뭐 높아봐야 뭐 한 120% 요 정도라서 어떤 몹을 잡을 수 있는 그런 셀렉션이 그렇게 크지 않아요. 던전들이 그냥 한 번 잡으면 끝, 한 번 잡으면 끝 이런 식이라서 뭐 루비에서 조합의 새로움 뭐 그 정도는 있었는데 루트에 대한 새로움 이런 거는 사실 크게 계속 없었어가지고 그나마 이제 용맹의 전당이 그나마 이제 못 잡는 순서라든지 이런 게 좀 변동이 있을 수 있으니까.
We still kind of have yet to see a perfectly clean Ruby life pools kind of from anybody.
첫 경기 용맹의 전당 조금 재밌을 것 같고 파이널에서 이제
I'm not sure if we have that in our bracket today though. I don't know. Was there anything from this series yesterday that jumped out?
5판 3선 하니까 이제 그때 조금
Yeah, I mean this game was actually closer than I thought, especially this Ruby here, the very first
순위 결정전에서 이제 좀 다양한 맵들을 볼 수 있으니까 그때 아마 좀 재밌게 보면 되지 않을까.
But then because they wiped on that second boss later on, Monka did take it pretty easily, also in a record time of 15 minutes, the fastest of this weekend so far. So yeah, and then of course we also saw that no-code offensive where Monka also does have the fastest time. Monka in fact has 3 of the fastest times this weekend, while Cheese only has 2, but Cheese only played 2 dungeons. So
이게 대회를 주최하는 입장에서는
of course Cheese didn't have to play on day 1.
아무래도 한 팀이 계속 독주하는 것보다는 다른 팀이 좀 치고 올라오는 게 더 흥미로울 수 있으니까. 제 측에서도 아마 몽카의 선전을 좀 많이 기대하고 있을 거예요.
In several of these other dungeons as well. Thunderstruck, of course, that's the Dr. J team that you can see. This is some footage of their Algathar from that series.
Thunderstruck, Dr. J team 뭐 이런 얘기 하네요.
In these games against Cheese, right? This was a team that I think has a plan of getting there through the lower bracket, and I think has the ability to do it as well if they can play up to their
진짜 이
potential.
팀이 네임 밸류는 되게 높거든요. 각각의 그런 땀밥이 있는 플레이어들.
A lot nastier. You have to play back-to-back matches. You have to prepare for so many more maps.
Yeah, but you can't talk about Cheese without talking about the off-meta comps that they are running here. Yes, we've seen Warlock in a certain number of scenarios from particular players.
치즈 대학이 좀 재밌었죠, 진짜. 자기들 하고 싶어서 나온 조합인 줄 알았더니 생각보다 빨랐어가지고.
But we haven't seen it in the MDI yet. It looked like a solid option for that.
보호계 악사 진짜 보기 힘든 조합이죠, MDI에서.
For us to see some more off-meta picks that might shake up the gameplay in the first match of the day here. Again, a team that we haven't seen a lot of, and we've only seen them in 2 dungeons, so they could
약간
play a lot
프레그넌스.
of other things. But Thunderstruck, yeah, they just
프레그넌스가 자기가 왜 악사를 들고 나왔는지 보여주는.
We're not showing it just yet, but they had more problems in their low bracket matchups.
Looking at their names as well here. I just quickly wanted to ask you, do you guys prefer ricotta cheese or feta cheese?
Okay. Those are 2 very close cheeses for me. I think I'm going to have to go with feta, but it's really close.
Well, then I have to go with the ricotta cheese.
Okay.
Good decider, Cyro.
Oh no.
어제 그 잔여 경기들 그냥 슬쩍슬쩍 돌려서 보기만 했는데 브레이커스가 첫날은 진짜 확실히 무슨 사정이 있었었나 봐요. 어제는 경기를 했더라고요. 뭐 특별한 거 없이 패배하긴 했는데.
So this was some of our lower bracket that we got into. We got into yesterday with the 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
본인들도 굉장히 아쉬웠을 거예요.
It was a brutal end to the Saturday for a lot of these teams. Dismissed and Bone Buds ended up being the first two to compete, and Dismissed ended up being the first team to go home. We saw that Algathar coming out again. No more Affliction Warlocks, nobody else copying Cheese in this dungeon, although I agree with you, Zyro. That was a really cool pick for this dungeon, and it wasn't the only new spec that we saw yesterday as well. We saw a little bit of Mistweaver, we saw a little bit of Elisham, and I think we'll probably have some clips of some of those choices as well in the future. So it's an exciting time if you're an enjoyer of seeing some different specs in the MDI. You know, this MDI is the one where I think we've seen most of the tank specs, we've seen most of the healer specs. I think at this point we've seen most of the DPS specs as well. Kind of wild.
I think this is one of the first MDIs in a long time where we've actually seen every single class represented so far. We haven't quite gotten every single spec, but I doubt we'll actually end up getting every single spec. There are certain things that people
우리나라도 MD에 나갈 수는 있어요.
wouldn't want to play even if it's their main. Things like, I think we talked about it yesterday, things like a Ret Paladin that, you know, are due for a buff soon, but aren't quite in the meta yet. But again, this Ruby life pools, this has been a talking point throughout the entire weekend. Bolstering Ruby life pools on one of the higher key levels we have in the competition has been a problem for every team, not just the lower seeded teams. Monka has run this dungeon twice this weekend, and neither of their runs have been a clean run so far. One of them they end up pulling Thunderhead on accident, cost them a ton of time. One of them they have 4 deaths at extremely inopportune moments, and it's just, again, in the lower bracket yesterday, this dungeon was claiming lives left and right. Nobody was able to get through this dungeon cleanly.
근데 우리나라가 왜 안 나갈까 생각을 해봤는데 이게 사실 중계를 한번 해보면 알거든요. 금토일 새벽 3시부터 길면은 거의 아침 11시까지 대기를 타야 돼요. 몽커처럼 뭐 아예 몽커나 에코처럼 예선 때 아예 막 이렇게 1위 할 수 있는 거 아니면은 둘째 날 일정이 진짜 말도 안 돼서 셋째 날도 마찬가지고. 그러니까 월요일 새벽 3시부터 아침 8시까지 대기를 탈 수 있는 그런 시간이 되는 1급, 그러니까 S급 플레이어 5명? 아마 우리나라 타임에 맞는 대회 시간이었으면은 그래도 관심을 갖는 사람이 조금은 있었을 수도 있는데.
I think Monka have got the edge on this one as well. Zyro, I know you agree with me. Nagura,
시간대, 결과에 대한 부담감.
Is a Monka favorite series, and if so, by how much?
그런 요인들이 있겠죠.
I think it's going to be really close, especially because we have a Halls of Valor at the very start, which is a dungeon that we
아,
haven't
루비
seen
벤이다.
yet. So
몽카 루비 벤해준 거 너무 고맙네요. 몽카 계속 루비만 해가지고 좀 이거 보기 싫었는데 이거 약간 진짜 이거 시청자들 배려다. 팬들 배려. 너무 고마워요 이거.
mentioned they had mistakes both of those times, so they just decided to completely ban it. But we also haven't seen Monka in SPG or in Algathar.
3경기까지 가면은 가능성이 있죠. 3경기까지 가면은 시즈에서는 고우가고 악사 꺼낼 수도 있어요. 저는 진짜 질겜픽인 줄 알았는데 결과가 보니까 노크도 밴도 고맙죠. 의왕님 안녕하세요. 아 진짜 루비 밴된 거. 노쿠드는 어차피 좀 후반에 있어갖고 안 나올 것 같긴 했는데. 몬카 입장에서는 그 세 가지 맵 전부 다 그거죠.
Yeah, it's a 22 Sanguine Volcanic halls as well. Sanguine Volcanic Fortified. Volcanic
세 가지 맵 전부 다 그 몬카 입장에선 처음 플레이하는 맵.
on one of those posts or on that rock. You get a lot of volcanic there, and also those wolves. You know, if you're doing them tightly stacked, sanguine healing is going to.
일단 뭐 1번 풀링은 별로 볼 게 없어요. 1번이야 뭐 다 갖다 붙여서 1렘까지.
Is one of the most intense MDI affixes because the difference between 10 seconds time lost on a pack.
이제 2번부터 갈리거든요, 풀링이.
is huge. So
제가 봤을 때는 이번 플링은 에코가 하는 에코 플링이 제일 좀 깔끔하긴 해요. 그 다음에 이제 도비터를 쓰느냐, 그러니까 그 다음물을 패스하고 바로 솔스텐을 잡느냐, 아니면은 나머지 무리들을 처리하고 그 솔스텐을 가느냐, 뭐 그 정도 차이가 있었는데.
And some teams even pulled some of the wolves on top of Fenrir too. So just don't do that at all this time around. Or if they just really try to handle the sanguine affix well. Most of the bosses are
감사합니다.
movable pretty easily, except Hersha,
잘
of course,
달합니다.
standing still for the Eye of the Stormcast. So that would be tragic. But there we go. The game has started, and we already see a difference in comp.
확실히 근데 이게 초장에 후원이 있으면은 되게 기운나서 보는 게 있기는 해요. 아, 이거 또 팝업의 수사거든요? 용맹에서? 그러니까 용맹에서 복수를 꺼내는 이유가 차단이 조금 있어요. 그리고 어픽스가 경화하면은 몹에 대한 차단 부담이 좀 있거든요? 뭐 수사가 대무 때문에 첫 플링에서 좀 유리한 건 있겠지만
But we'll get that in a second here.
Hello.
Both teams opting for the massive pull onto the first boss here, but look at the damage coming out from Monka here and how stacked their trash is actually. This is looking much
MDD는 확실히 빨라요.
All the trash is extra for the storm.
네, 수사는 차단이 없죠.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy for Monk. I mean, this is where the Fire Mage shines, right?
치즈도 체급이 떨어지는 팀이 아니거든요. 근데 일단 램드딜은 확실히 마주받은 화법이 압살하고 있죠. 15% 차이면은 압살하고 있어요.
Yeah, looking at the boss's HP, Monka being quite a bit ahead because of the difference in
오.
composition.
Yeah, of course the Fire Mage just pumping the majority.
이거 피웅 살짝 조심해야 돼요. 피웅 살짝 조심해야 돼요. 피웅? 피웅? 아, 피웅 안 밟았죠.
You don't really lose any uptime, right? Because your ignite's going to tick for the next 10 seconds or so, right? So you don't have to worry about him being
아, 몽카
the entire time. So that's a very
약간
nice
조합
difference in the
메인
very first goal. It's
조합은
going really, really well for
화법의 수사가 아닌가라고 얘기를 계속 하고 있어요.
About a 20-second
루비부터.
advantage just off the first pull alone. Let's see where they progress from here. These affixes are pretty nice in terms of how big.
그러니까 MDI 플링 특성상 빅풀 한번 쪼개서 가고 빅풀 한번 쪼개서 가고.
Go from here. Mind soothing past these first two trash packs. Are they going to be back pulling them or not? I don't see them tagging anything behind them. So it looks like.
그러니까 몽카가 지금 에코 플링을 안 하는 이유는, 그러니까 에코는 지금 가는, 그러니까 몽카가 가는 무리에서 두 팩을 더 붙여서 가거든요.
Do we keep going though, Skylark? What's on the table? Are we going to the aspirant? We are. This is a ton of trash, Nagura.
근데 몽카 제가 뭐 두 팩을 뭐 그런 얘기를 했는데 그 두 팩을 뒤에서 붙였어요. 몽카.
Let's see if they can handle this. As you said, the affix is not too bad here, but they do have to worry about Sanguine a lot. Volcanic shouldn't be an issue necessarily. You can see all of their offensives are being used here.
사고? 이건 짤이 샜거든요. 짤이 새면서 사제한테 그 점프 그 도약이 박히면서 죽었어요. 이거는 약간 미스네요. 고억이 두 개나 있는데 고억이 2스택이네요. 사실 고억이 2스택인 건 처음 알았네. 여기서 아마 몹이 조금 정리되면은 몽카도 아마 비슷하게 그 신성화 쪽을 붙이지 않을까 싶은데.
So we'll see if Cheese now also does a big pull following this initial trash pull that they did.
붙어야 돼요. 몽카라면 이거는 붙여야 돼요.
That aspirant was casting a blast of light in one of those sanguine puddles, healing for it by about 2 million HP, and then a little bit of residual healing went out on some of the shield maidens. But it is being
아, 이거 피웅 사고 아니 350만이면 그렇게 큰 사고라고 보긴 힘들죠. 아, 이거 정리를 하고 가네요. 정리, 그러니까 이거 사제가 죽어서 그랬던 건지 아니면은 피웅에 대한 부담이었는지는 모르겠는데 어픽스가 달랐으면은 켰을 것 같긴 하거든요. 붙이는 타이밍이 조금 늦죠. 이렇게 조금 쪼개서 갈 거면은
Yeah,
차라리 조합
definitely.
바꾸는
They
편이
might
낫지
be pulling the
않았나.
aspirant pack into one of the mini bosses, possibly the right one. We'll see what they do, so they could make up some time there. But it is 22:45, so these mini bosses are actually incredibly dangerous. Especially the Eye of the Storm mini boss, the left one, can be doing so much damage to a group. But yeah, it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. They are mind soothing the aspirant pack here for now, and then they're pulling the mini boss. So maybe they're actually pulling the aspirant pack on the boss, or they skip it completely. That is also an option. You don't necessarily
지금
have to pull this
속도가
aspirant pack if you don't want to.
몬카가 빨라 보이는데
Oh, that was like the typical Legion strat, right? Nobody ever
이게
put
남아있는
aspirant into
쫄들을
Achievement
치즈
except
팀에서는 아마 냄드에 좀
only
붙일
after
거예요.
the
그래서 막
updates to how the
엄청나게
dungeon
격차가
worked.
난다?
This
그렇게 보긴
expansion, people
힘들어요.
decided that that's
몬카
something
같은
that's actually
경우는 앞에
doable.
있는 쫄들을 나눠서
So,
갔기
yeah, that
때문에
is a pretty typical strategy that people have been used to.
아마
again, going back to
냄드전에서
Legion.
그
So,
쫄을
if
붙여
you definitely should
잡으면서
not pull it at
시간이
all, I think you're
조금
probably right, though.
격차가
At some point,
줄어들긴 할
you're gonna
거예요.
end up pulling on top of boss for a little bit of extra funnel damage, as Monka has here with this Thundercaller. A little bit of extra funnel damage here.
아, 드디어
Looks like Monka was going for that.
역버프 나왔어요.
Did they
역버프.
actually end up getting the no, I don't think they did. They've got the lightning they've got the lightning shield.
아, 역버프 아니네.
Lightning
영도
tether
뛰길래
for
역버프인 줄
Eye of the
알았더니
Storm, so
역버프
they didn't
아니네요.
actually get the crossover that they were trying to get
아쉽다.
there. Unfortunate for them, but it should be manageable. Just a little extra healing that mode has to deal with.
나는 진짜
Yeah, it should be
이게
fine. It did cost them a little bit of time, like the back and forth there with the boss. And
요즘
then
의견들이
getting
많이 갈리긴
to
하더라고요.
now,
저는
boss fight is the
아무리
same
봐도
as,
역버프가 좀
usual.
좋은 것
It looks like
같은데
Cheese, on the other hand, is also trying
실제로
the same
고단
thing.
유저들
He
말을
decided to pull version to
들어보면은
the light side and moved
역버프를
over
안
to
하는
the
게 맞다 이런
lightning
얘기도
side.
많이
It looks like
해서
they also did not manage. The After Storm is being casted on the right instead of orbs, the sanctify that you would want to achieve with the strategy. There we go. Cheese actually not pulling the aspirant pack just now, so that means they might actually just completely skip it. Very interesting. Looking at the trash percentage, Cheese is a little bit ahead even without this aspirant pack, but they're still pretty far behind in the dungeon just because they pulled Hersha so much later, and the 2% on the enemy force is not going to be that big of a difference, I believe.
They could not be pulling it at all. They could also just be pulling it later to make sure they don't accidentally
Maybe.
sanguine heal the boss. We'll have to keep an eye on them and see
그러니까
what Cheese
치즈도
does.
근데
Crims does go
아,
down at the
히리아-
very
아,
last
크리스-
second from Bunka here. They're going to spend time rezzing him up. I mean, at
그러니까
least he has
히리아
the
막틱
boss
신성화에
dice,
주는
so
것
it shouldn't
같은데
cause any boss damage, but
그거
that is,
같은데.
you know, an extra 5 seconds of death timer that they'll have to worry about.
그러니까 치즈가 히리아에 좀 많은 쫄들을 붙일 줄 알았는데 확실히 희용이 좀 부담이 됐는지 많이 붙이진 않네요. 몬카는 단 실수가 조금 있기는 해요, 사실.
Let's see what kind of trash pull they've got cooked up.
Interesting. It looks like Crims was walking through some of the mobs there. Huh. Alright, so now
A
they're
bit of
gathering up a
invisibility.
bunch of trash. They're they're gathering it outside using that ring of frost to make sure it's easier to
몬카는 풀링할 때 서고를 굉장히 많이 활용을
and
해주네요.
especially with Sanguine, right? Ring of Frost actually really nice for Sanguine because
확실히 좀 한
mobs
점에
come into the
모아놓고
pool in a staggered way. So if you have a Ring of Frost, you kind of make sure that they all stack up immediately without DPSing some of them early and the other ones late, so they all die simultaneously, which is really good for Sanguine. And there we go.
몬카
She's now
지금
also done
한
with
팩,
their
두
pool,
팩,
and
세
it looks like
팩인 것
they
같거든요.
immediately walk to the Fenrir area. They're not even bothering with any trash on that side. So this is actually an interesting difference in their strategy now. Looking at the trash percentage, of course, Cheese being slightly ahead, but Monka is going to be ahead again as soon as they're done with this trash. But if Cheese manages to pull trash differently and pulls it on top of bosses, it might still mean that Cheese has an advantage here.
Oh man, I'm trying to do like the math in my head.
뭔가 이렇게 PVP가 다 일정한 쫄들이 많을 때는 화법이 조금 불리해 보이긴 해요. 제가 알기로 화법이 지금 약간 저가 때처럼 물작발화를 많이 쓰는 걸로 알고 있거든요. 방칠 때도. 메인 타겟이 없으면은 화법은 조금 몬카가 지금 병력이 앞서고 있기는 한데 용맹 같은 경우도 어쨌든 냄드를 잡으면서 붙일 수 있는 쫄들이 많아가지고
One of the beer is at, right? So, because the reason why some of the trash in the hallway is pretty important to clear is because you want to pick up the beer to make sure you can play the quadra mini boss.
약간 MDI 국룰처럼 되고 있는 덧사냥꾼 풀링인데 덧사냥꾼에 지금 덧사냥꾼만 붙인 것 같지?
So even if you have shadow melt, you cannot pick up the beer.
방금 첫 도약은 야드가 광포커 타이밍이라 은신으로 씹어준 것
Having
같고
trash mobs around there can be pretty difficult. We'll see what Cheese does as they're now done with that first phase of Fenrir. Monk on the other hand also doing that same pull where they pull Fenrir on
네임드 딜 자체는 뭐 22단 경화라서 그렇게 부담스럽지 않으니까 덫이 조금 변수긴 하거든요. 근데 뭐 이 팬리르 풀링에서 웬만큼 상위 팀들에서는 사고가 거의 안 나더라고요. 쉬운 사고 없이 깔끔하게 마무리해줬고 치즈팀이 네임드를 확실히 앞서고 있는데 치즈팀 그 팬리드 두 번째 페이지 풀링이 특별히 없었어가지고 몽카가 지금 따라갈 여지가 있어요.
volcanoes, right? Like Dratnos mentioned earlier. If the ranged are standing on a rock spot or on the fence or wherever, you get so many volcanoes spawning, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem since they still have two.
헨리를 낸데 붙이면서 원딜들 둘은 저기에 올라갔어요. 이러면은 이거 죽이는데요? 이거 너무 죽이는데요? 이게 데미지가 어떻게 될지 모르겠네.
Pull the boss away as the wargs die, and they don't get any leaps up to where the ranged are. Look at that. All of the wargs dying at the exact same time to make one nice little sanguine puddle for the group to not have to worry about.
짭졸들이 정리가 되면서 원딜들은 내려왔고 와 이거 약간 응용의 응용 같은 느낌이죠. 한 번에 따라갔어요. 팬리르 2페이지 풀링 한 번에 따라갔어요. 치즈도 하네요 이거.
I don't think so either. That was really well done by Monka, making sure they get. I mean, this was just so efficient, right? They finish up the boss with the Fire Mage. Fire Mage again, just being such a great pick for exactly pulls like these, where you need to a lot of single target damage, but you.
아 치즈는 근데 그거죠. 네임드는 따로 간 거죠 이거. 지금 몽카는 봄에 황소 붙이는 거? 봄에 황소 붙이는 풀링은 많이 나왔어가지고. 그쵸. 에코도 지금 그러니까 저 자리가 있으니까 네임드 붙어도 상관이 없거든요 사실. 근데 제가 궁금한 거는 발톱 타이밍에 저 그 언덕 위에 있는 사람들도 데미지가 같이 들어갔는지 그게 궁금하네요. 22단 경화여서 사실 뭐 생존기 주면 3명이서 맞아도 상관이 없는데 도약은 그냥 그 뭐 나엘이나 도적이 좀 멀리 가서 씹어주면 되거든요.
Now the question is, we know that Monka is a little behind in trash count coming into this section of the dungeon. So where are they going to be getting? Actually, sorry, it was Cheese that was behind a little bit in trash count. Where are they going to be getting their extra trash count? Because Monka should be just about done here when this trash count is dead. Let's see. Remember, 83%.
치즈도 마지막 풀링이 용까지 다 붙여서 용 붙이는 건 처음이죠 이게. 네 맞아요. 방금 그 몽카 팬리를 잡을 때 쫄 다 죽을 때까지 광된 패턴이 안 왔던 것 같아요. 저도 계속 그게 궁금해서 광된 패턴을 계속 보고 있었거든요.
has to start kiting, running out of defensives, but some of the mobs don't want to move. You have to Storm Drake, and they want to make sure that Sanguine is not healing anything. This can be really difficult on Sanguine because these bulls like to stand still and cast. You can see some of the bulls already healing. 4 million Sanguine healing coming out at some of these bears and bulls. It's taking them some time to finish this off here.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's definitely looking about the same as what Monka's pull looked like. Maybe a little.
몽카는 이제 뭐 특별히 다른 게 없죠. 단수도 22단 경화고 뭐 특별히 사고 날 게 없어 보여요. 아 팬리르의 한 점 위치를 이용해서 늑대를 싹 붙여서 냄드까지 같이 간다? 이거 조금.
for Monka here, probably in the realm of like 30 seconds or so once you consider the two death timers on the board. So we'll see. Does Cheese have the capabilities of catching up on time based purely off of damage and merit? I don't know if that's going to be possible. I think they're going to need a little bit of a mistake coming out from Monka here. They're going to need one of these kings to heal from one of the ancestral walkers, or
자, 몽카는 지금 뭐 쫄 4마리?
Monka's done a great job to keep themselves ahead here.
Yeah, Monka definitely looking very clean.
이 택틱에 대한 설명은 뭐 여러 번 했었는데
strategies ended up being somewhat similar at the end.
아니에요. 83.7%면은 딱 퍼요, 딱 퍼.
If Cheese would have pulled their
저 4마리가 4점 몇 프로거든요.
even be ahead at this point. But yeah, Monka just having such an efficient pool with the
그쵸? 6.07이면은
just really playing around their comp choice. Really working out for Monka here as well.
1428.
Cheese now also made it to those
약간의
kings.
뭐 반올림 같은 게
Yeah, just a little
있으니까
bit behind.
병력이.
I would say between 30 and 1 minute at this point, because it also took Cheese quite a bit of time to pick up all of the beer. They had to wait for the patrol, for the sentinel to walk past. Then they had to use Mind Soothe to make sure Satsu can walk past there as well. So it definitely took them a little while.
막내막 중보 4마리 풀링은 치즈는 그 와중에 4마리도 실패했네요. 두 마리도 지금 실패했어, 말 거는 거. 야, 저게 술을 던지고 순회 공연을 한 다음에 그 뭐야 갈색으로 변했던 네임플레이트, 그러니까 몹의 네임플레이트가 그 초록색으로 변하면서 자기 자리로 돌아가기 전에 말을 걸어야 되거든요. 그래서 그러니까 술을 2명한테만 던져도 4마리 팝업이 가능해요. 그러니까 돌아가는 동안 2마리한테 말을 걸 수 있고, 그 풀리는 타이밍에 그러니까 애초에 술을 안 던졌던 애한테 말을 그냥 바로 걸 수 있거든요. 뭐 그런 식으로 뭐 술을 3개 가져가면은 더 편하게 4마리 팝업을 할 수 있고. 그래서 혹시나 술을 한 명밖에 안 들고 가는 그런 경우가 있잖아요. 그럴 때는 그냥 녹색 몹 중에 아무한테나 앞에서 대기 타고 말 거는 거 연타하고 있으면 돼요. 그리고 돌아가는 쫄한테 한 명만 말을 걸면은 어쨌든 3마리인 상태로 시작을 할 수 있으니까 3마리 중에서 1마리만 잡혀도 나머지는 1마리 팝업이 가능하거든요. 혹시나 막 그 용맹에서 시간이 빡빡하고 그럴 때 이건 몽카가 뭐 이겼다고 봐야죠. 거기에 이제 막내매 화법의 수사면은 이거 룬나긴 한 번에 좀 마무리하는 그림 보고 싶긴 하거든요. 화법이 용맹 막내면서 굉장히 강한 딜러예요. 오딘 룬나긴 한 번에 좀 보자마자 거의 마무리되는 그런 거 한번 보여줬으면 좋겠는데.
Yeah, with their comp, they should be able to burst it to essentially as close as they need to a one phase, right? They might get like a couple extra shatter spears, but I don't see that being too much of an issue for them. It is a fortified dungeon, so the bosses aren't necessarily the most dangerous section of the dungeon for them to deal with. And as a matter of fact, I don't think Odin even scales with tyrannical or fortified anyways.
시즈너픽스가 확실히 보는 맛이 없네요. 이게 플레이하면서도 약간 써먹기도 피곤하고. 그쵸, 워우 때가 진짜 보는 맛이 있었거든요. 아머 픽스가 진짜 좀 워우 달고 별짓을 다 했었는데 애들.
Definitely. Monka also utilizing all of their racials and their utility to not even get hit by those charges on God King Scovold as well. We saw mode press Shadow Melt there whenever that charge was on him, making sure that it doesn't go through.
뭔가 좀
I mean, of course, the charge wouldn't kill mode, but having to heal more instead of doing more damage is always something. So I like seeing those small things, making sure they utilize everything in their power.
오르도 뭐 써먹기 재밌었고
and there we
나름.
go, Odin now being engaged by Monka. As I said, Bloodlust is not quite going to be ready. Still a little bit too long on their cooldown there, but they should be fine. You can see all cooldowns are being available. Army should be coming back possibly because of the cooldown reaction they have on it, so that should be fine as well. And then we have PI coming up in 8 seconds too, so they should be fine with that one phase. Or as close
그쵸.
as
MDI
Silver
이후로
as
워우
they
써먹는
can
게
get.
조금 나았어요.
Even if they get a second prize,
MDI
I think they're
이전에는
pretty far ahead,
그
as she's actually
라이브
ends up
서버에서는
wiping
거의
on
Oh,
those
no.
거의
couple
우르였죠, 우르.
snowballs.
거의 100% 우르였는데
What
What happened with the
man.
shields?
Something happened with the shield for sure.
치즈
during Ragnarok, but
혹시 그거 사고
wasn't
났나요?
going to matter. Monka already on to the first set.
잠깐
of
모아드
games here.
모아드
Oh,
모아드
actually
모아드
getting stopped by one
모아드
of those
모아드
balls here.
모아드
Is he gonna be able to heal himself? This is doing a lot of damage to him. Okay, he is able to make it to his rear, and that's
모아드 그 와중에 마주는 줬어요. 그 와중에 바로한테 마주는 줬다.
Style points for eating the stun for fun. But we're on to the burn phase here. They had a little bit of thundering too, it looked like, when that came out too, so they got the little damage amp overlap. But look at Odin's HP melting. Maestian is vibing, he's payphoning in the player feed there. And Odin will go down at 80%.
아, 룬나긴 버프가 끝나기 전에 네임드가 마무리됐네요. 확실히 바로.
Extremely impressive.
Wow, that is an incredibly fast time in this dungeon, and Monka have found a way to do even more than we've
야,
seen
죽더라도 마주
before.
주고 죽어.
Really,
약간 그런
really
느낌이죠,
cool
방금.
out of them.
야, 일단 마주.
Smiles though staying on Fem's face there for the side of cheese. They are keeping their spirits high, and the day he stops smiling, that's the day we know. That's the day we know cheese is really in trouble. All right, so here's a look at some of the replay that we've got from this game. You can
뭐
see
다른
even
플링은
through the
모르겠고,
first poll,
야, 다른 플링은 뭐
just
특별한
how
거 없었죠,
well things are
사실.
going for Monka in here, just how
근데
quickly
진짜
managed to
팬리르
send his, how
두
well
번째
they
팬리르
did it.
플링은
A good job of just killing everything with that fire mage so quickly.
놀라웠어요. MDI를 그렇게 많이 보면서도.
We did have this death mode into an early battle res, which made things a little bit scarier for
아,
the
꽁쌤
rest of
안녕하세요.
the, first 10 minutes of the dungeon until they got their second res back, which could have
저는
been
달투
bad
없길래
on
이번 주 안 하는 줄
this
알았는데.
huge pull, only taking their
야,
battle
내일
res.
대기할게요.
I think it's worth. I mean, that's a lot more mobs in one pull than we usually see. This stuff out of cheese. A lot
아,
more
매주
standard
가는 거라고요? 오케이,
2 or 3 pulls towards Herja, a bunch of big pulls with a lot of enemies, including some enemies that Monka skipped.
이번 주 어픽스
But
너무
still,
어려워요.
you get there a little bit slower, you get there a little bit safer. That being said, I actually am still not sure which team is faster in,
신기 주차해야 되는데 신기 대기하고 있으면 될까요?
It's really hard to say who's getting the benefit, right? If you're getting somewhere a little bit later, but with a little bit more count, who's coming out ahead? Skipping these 3 as well, that Legion style, like you were saying, Zyro, skipping those front 3. See, it was interesting.
아니, 복수?
Out of cheese, both teams, of course, like you were saying during the cast as well, went for this Herja skip, right? You could see they bring it over to the light side first, then bring it over to the lightning side, try and trick Herja into casting the wrong stuff. It didn't work for either team.
진짜 이
So,
플링.
maybe it's been changed.
뽕수 형도
maybe it hasn't,
크림스처럼 이거 다 녹여주실 수 있나요?
Whenever you're tanking, that doesn't work.
뽕수 형 이거
Maybe they
가능?
changed it. Maybe they changed it.
이거
It
가능?
doesn't work anymore. That's what I say at least. Maybe it still works though, and we just screwed it up. This was the big pull, right? This was the one
뽕수 형 혹시
where
그 뭐야
Monka saved
영약 그거
Monka
먹으시면은
over cheese and over anything we've seen anybody else do. All of these Ebon-Claw wargs onto Fenrir, it's just so crazy.
저 플링 해주면 바로 진짜 신나겠다.
But that worked out. This is what Maestein was doing after that pull, grabbing a couple of bulls over here, casting a couple of moonfires, running away from those mobs that are trying to beat him up. And that was how they grouped up that pull. Got a nice big pull going there. Cheese also had a cool pull here.
근데 딜러는 하는 거
seen
없어.
this before. All of this onto the Storm Drake as well.
이번 주에 저거 하면 아마 파열에 전멸하긴 할 것 같아요.
This is their primary target though. Otherwise, that's something you're kind of missing in these pulls. And
근데 저거 하면 진짜
actually,
재미는
that's pretty
있겠다.
cool. I mean, the Storm Drake, it's a little bit of a lethal mob, but you're already dealing with a bunch of lethal
근데
mobs.
팬리르가 있는 상태로 저 지점까지 올라가는 게 조금 어려워.
Actually increases the danger of that pull by too much. So a cool thing there. Another thing that went a little bit wrong for old cheese here was the Kings area. You could see some of the Kings went unactivated, went unfought. They didn't get to do the 4 Kings, which is another little bit of a time loss. And then, of course, the big problem here that you can see the shields over by the actual.
방패가 없었구나.
They didn't grab that shield. You have to go grab that shield. That's one of the big.
그냥 진 거 알고 던진 건가?
Hopefully something that.
저거는 방패를 못 들었다기보다는
for next time, but.
그냥 져서
There's the end.
던진 것 같기도
You
하네요.
can see the damage meters going in for both teams. Crim's atop the meters there at 163k. Not bad for, I mean, for a 22 key, right? We see some higher numbers sometimes, but that's usually in the lower keys, right?
팬리르 도착하기 전에 올라가
He's
있었어요.
doing only that much more damage than the other classes, and he's getting every single power infusion. Dude, that class needs a buff.
Wow.
Dude, Fire
That's
Mage
true.
sucks.
그쵸? 그러니까 설마 방패 못 들었을까?
Dude, imagine
그러니까
how
제
much more
생각도
the
약간
King
그래요.
would do if he was getting PI.
아무리 그래 설마
Good
방패를
point,
놓쳤을까?
good point. Yeah, we'll have to have a talk about that for sure. You
이
can
타이밍이
see
팬리르
here,
같죠?
I mean,
팬리르.
look how many more big spikes Monka are getting than Cheese, right? You can see
아, 법사는 진짜
8-minute one, that
재밌었겠다.
big pull they do into the Herja area, and then they have the fact they do the wolves on the boss, right? And then they do the big bear pull. They just get so many more of these big spikes. That's a really good way to save time in an MDI setting, right? Is just do more big pulls.
네, 보니까 법사는 저기 올라가는 연습
Really
많이 안 한 것 같아요. 그러니까 보면은 법사들이 그 약간 겨갓대 있지 못하고 좀 건방진 게 있거든요. 법사들이.
Yeah.
That big damage spike around the 13-minute mark.
자기들이 뭐 안 하려 그러고 자기들은 진짜 딜만 하려 그래요.
Back with that Stormdrake pull, but man, it just wasn't. I mean,
아직 안
this whole
가셨네.
dungeon really came down to that Fenrir pull, right? Pulling all the works on top of it, really letting their DK and mage just abuse as much as possible.
홍세요 내일 타락 영양 먹고 하실 거 아니죠?
That was
저 타락 영양 그거 피 빠지는 거 진짜 조금이라도 보이면 저 바로 파탈합니다
every
진짜.
single team is just gonna copy it for grand finals now.
타락 영양 진짜 안 돼요 이번 주.
Maybe not, right? Because you want to play. I think he almost wants to play mage for it, right?
누가 제보하셨는데?
All die. Well, it depends on the Alex's too.
홍세형 그거 글로벌 가는데 타락 영양 먹고 한다고?
More dangerous.
아 다른 딜러로
Yeah,
먹으셨나?
volcanic as well. I mean, your mage is one of the few
Okay.
range DPS that can be up there and still be doing good damage, right? Because during their combustion, they don't care about getting volcanoed around as much. Interesting way of handling that part of the dungeon. We are moving on though to Shadow.
이번 주에 글로벌 갔는데 풍운이 그거
23.
어떤 풍운이 그거 먹고 딜하길래 진짜 딱 봐면 개마렵던데.
Here, and I'm curious. I wonder if this is also a mage dungeon for Monka. It's interesting. You think about like Dr. J really wants to play mage whenever Thunderstruck are playing. The nice thing about mage
치명주간 아니고 경화 때는 먹어도 상관없어요.
as well, which is a huge, main spec thing that
치명 때가 조금 빡센데
phenomenal at
보니까.
every healer, but Disc Priest is what he's been known for the longest, and it's something that he plays to an exceptionally high level. So pairing that with the mage, this is a dungeon where we've seen teams do it. I think
몽카가 어둠달 첫 판이거든요.
Disc Priest combo again in here. There's a lot of similar pulls. All that trash on the second boss.
아 근데 어둠달도 좀 이제 루트가 많이 정형화 돼가지고 첫 풀링에 양쪽 나눠져서 그 새끼 거미 싹 데려가고 두무리 풀링하고 한 마리 정배하고 여기서도 수사 쓰려나? 근데 여기는 진짜 짤이 중요해서 광역 스톤 있는 용일이나 아니면은 복술이 좀 괜찮거든요. 근데 모아드가 복술하는 거를 개인적으로 본 적이 없기는 해서 와 몽카 여기도 화법의 수사네요. 진짜 돌아버리겠네.
Let's see how it looks in this dungeon. We've already seen it from Thunderstruck. Let's see how it looks for Monka.
짜리도 나발이고 그냥
Played this dungeon twice, both times with the mage, and they lost
그저 맞으셨대.
times. So will Monka break that streak?
이게 딜이 센가? 이제는 약간
We can see them.
네 우무 빼고 다 나왔어요. 헤드도 한 번 나왔고 근데 헤드 같은 경우는 성능 때문에 나왔다기보다는 그냥 그 유저가 치우는 짤세면 별일 안 일어나요. 그냥 쫄 피차고 끝이에요.
Because Mason actually walked to the right side, stealthing past the packs, and then actually pulling the spider.
양팀 화면 보시면은 지금 플레이어가 한 명씩 없잖아요. 나눠져서 반대쪽 쫄을 데리고 오는 거예요.
On Cheese's side, it was actually Satsi that walked to the right. So both teams doing a pretty crazy pull here, but Cheese engaging the boss first.
램드 풀링은 치즈가 조금 더 빨라요.
You can see Fim and Skylark popping the grief torches right at the start of the pull because they know they aren't going to want to use that once they have 6 of these reanimated ritual ones wailing on them. We have to keep an eye on the tank damage here. That is the number one focus for both.
이런 풀링이 진짜 화법 신나는 풀링이죠. 메인 타겟 플러스 알파가 좀 많은 풀링.
But they're not out of the woods just yet. They've got this defiled spirit now that they have to kill off. If that
이 풀링 할 때 탱커들이 진짜 많이 죽는데
the boss and gives it a 25% damage amp. But look at that. They're just passively cleaving it down with the bloodlust in their cooldowns for both teams. It goes down incredibly easily. Now every single one of those bones is raging for both teams. Monka is the first to finish them off. Cheese does
근데
finish off
진짜
most of them. They still
네임드들이
have one of them left alive.
네임드들이 진짜 말도 안 되게 차이 난다.
Look at the boss damage for Monka, 20%
플링이
ahead
치즈가 훨씬 빨랐거든요.
just from the comp difference. That's just insane.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. So much boss damage coming out of
지금
Monka
정배
here.
풀린 거고 한
And
마리는.
it also looked like Skylark managed to hold on to the defensive cooldowns for a little bit longer, having that pain set from mode. Now, of course, time dilation also being a very good
약간
cooldown.
팝업을
Looks like they
보면서도
overlapped time
아
dilation
좋은 거
with
같긴 한데
boss
진짜
sets
좋나
of
약간 이런
Fem.
느낌이
And they ended
있었는데
up running out of all of their defensive single target cooldowns for Fem pretty early on, while the mobs were still at like 30-40%. And then Fem had to start
프린스는
diving,
확실히
while
보여주네요.
Skylark
화법
actually managed to take
좋다고.
them for almost the whole duration, using their defensives in a little bit more of a staggered way. So also working out a little bit better for Monka there, as now they're already on that next trash pool. You can see combustion, of course, being used by Crims here.
서플링에서 치유사 한 마리 정배하는 이유는 그 디버프를 걸거든요. 디버프가 다들 어둠달 가보셔서 아시겠지만 그게 한 두세 틱이면은 플레이어가 죽어요. 한 23단 정도면 아마 두 틱이면 죽을 거예요. 힐러 같은 경우 해제가 하나니까 그게 데무로 반응을 해도 죽을 수도 있거든요. 그래서 한 마리는 안전하게 정배를 하고 가는 거고. 치즈 여기를 그냥 스몰 패스 해버리네요. 치즈 플링이 여태까지 어둠달에서 나온 적이 없는 플링이거든요. 이거 이넴에 두 마리 다 잡겠다는 얘기예요. 그래야지 아마 퍼센트가 나올 거예요.
They're gonna have to make up that 10% trash somewhere else, but where's that gonna be? Are they gonna backpull it into the boss here? That's the only thing I could think of.
루트는 지금 치즈가 좀 더 좋아요.
No, you can actually skip this. They don't need this. They're gonna pull the right side pack here. That on live servers you almost never even look at that pack. But it looks like Cheese is gonna be pulling that, while Monka on the other hand doesn't need that right side pack because they've pulled this before. But technically speaking, Cheese's strategy is a lot more
몽카
efficient
조합이
because
지금
they
짤이 조금
want
부족하거든요.
less pull.
짤이
They
많이
just did
부족해요.
two
그래서
pulls
지금
now. This is the first pull into the boss, and now second pull into the boss. While Monka did one trash pull in between. So this is better for Cheese if they can execute it, because there's so many mobs here that they have to worry about. Now, after this downstairs phase, whenever your soul gets stolen, you can see some of these mobs are just like kind of AFK, not doing anything. But they're gonna start casting pretty soon again, and then it's where it's the most difficult for Cheese.
They've got the double Puzzy B coming out from the two melee classes with the damage amp from the downstairs phase.
지금 천둥에 맞춰서 바라를 털어야 될 것 같은데 지금 법사 바라가 쿨이거든요.
That trash pack is melting. It might even just die before they start getting casts off again.
법사 바라
20% HP. They only have one exhumer and one dominator.
바라가 안 들어가니까 램피가 비슷해요 지금 양팀. 바라 이제 들어갔고.
Right back into this dungeon, neck in neck with Monka. Both teams on similar trash count numbers. Both teams just now hitting the 20% mark on the boss here. Absolutely insane pull coming out from Cheese.
별 차이가 안 나네요. 약간 버프가 끝나고 들어간 바라 같은데.
Quite a bit later, and they are further on the boss HP now. It's still incredibly close, of course. But yeah, Cheese, because of the comp difference,
약간 천둥 타이밍도 이쁘게 왔어가지고 바라가 좀 제때 들어갔으면 램드 킬 타임이 많이 줄었을 것 같은데 법사가 바라쿨을 못 맞췄네요.
Another pretty big pull, I would assume. We'll see if they're gonna be pulling all of those spiders and all of those bats into the worms under bridge. That is something we've seen a lot as well. It can be a dangerous pull because
다른 쪽을 더 잡은 게 있나? 왜 퍼센트가 3%밖에 차이가 안 나지?
That you have to worry about on these spiders. If any of those diseases go through on the whole group, it can be incredibly dangerous, especially if they have raging. And another thing to note about Monka's comp is that they do not have oppressive roar.
시즌은 다음에 좀 봐야겠네요. 루트를 어떻게 갔는지. 이거는 거미 두 마리 더 잡겠다는 건데 거미 두 마리 더 잡는 게 23단이라서 조금 부담스럽거든요. 짤이 뭐 엄청 많은 조합도 아니고.
Very scary once these spiders start getting into the raging range. If they miss a kick on a single one of those bursts, that's probably just going to be a wipe. There's not really too many great ways they can deal with that. I guess they can mass dispel, but that's about it. These plague bats also are going to do a ton of damage to their team when they do end up pulling them. But dude, look at these teams neck and neck as they get to the first carrion worm. Actually, it looks like Cheese might have pulled it a little bit earlier. kind of crazy considering how far behind they looked at the end of the first boss, but bringing themselves back into it with that insane trash pull on the second boss. Ooh, this is going to be a fast one. This is going to be very, very close, I feel like.
I think so as well. Cheese now about to finish off that worm as well. Actually, Monka first. Monka did finish off the worm first. They can move on here. Now aggroing those bats. We'll see which one of their players actually does pull.
1렘에서는 법사 바라 때문에 램드 전투가 좀 빨리 끝나는데 2렘은 뭔가 조금 끌려가지고
can of course use the druid to use that disengage in the Moonkin form, but it doesn't look like they're doing it just yet. So that makes me believe they want to pull it onto the boss.
치즈 앞에서 퍼센트를 좀 덜 태우고 오는 바람에 풀링 하나가 늘었어요. 아니면 쫄이 리셋됐나?
Here we go on to the second carrion worm, the second danger noodle for Monka here. Cheese lagging a little.
이거 지금 야드가 풀링하러 가는데 사제도 저쪽 무빙하고 있죠? 아마 풀링하고 그러니까 풀링할 때 야돌로 넘어간 다음에 돌아올 때 사제가 이렇게 당겨주는. 이게 보통 암사일 때는 암사도 딜을 해야 되니까 이런 도약 활용은 안 했던 것 같은데. 저 계단 앞에 있는 쫄들이 그 3렘 전투 전에 풀링을 하면은 이렇게 새끼 거미들이 포함되어 있어요. 그래서 정력을 조금 더 먹을 수 있네.
Mode gripping may steam back to safety, making sure none of those casts do go off on the feral druid there. And now they're pulling everything on top of the boss. This is still pretty dangerous for them, especially because I mentioned they do not have oppressive roar. So whenever those bats and those spiders start raging, they need to single soothe them. But of course, if they interrupt every single cast that the bats and the spiders do, then they don't have to worry too much about raging anyway. But we can
뭐 특성이나 그 아이템 세팅을 이제 그 레이더 홈페이지나 아니면 트위치 공식 방송 가시면 확인할 수 있어요.
As a player as well, on top of it being a slow and the damage reduction, of course. But now it does look like Monka are about to finish off those last two spiders, and they're looking really clean. That quaking a bit dangerous, but it's looking good for them.
Looks like they've skipped the first potential submerge. Let's see if they can actually skip the second one too. The boss hasn't cast a second inhale yet, so they are getting great RNG here on the side of.
화법이 어둠달 3렘에서도 좀 많이 유리해 보이네요. 그러니까 딜 메커니즘상.
With bone mod 40% by the time Cheese have just essentially started.
쫄이 숨는 동안 바라쿨 벌고
Do they skip another submerge?
나와 있을 때 바라 털고.
Skipped the first one, so that's good for them.
Ooh, do you think they can kill the boss before they even get the Ed spawn? But Satsi goes down for Cheese. Unfortunately, they do have a battle rest. They have to get Satsi back up.
치즈 힐러 죽었네요.
Everyone starts dying here as everyone drops.
이거 전부 안 하고 있는 거 보니까 아무래도 그 박치기 맞고 물에 떨어진 것 같은데.
That's why we don't see a rest coming up just yet. But yeah, looking pretty dangerous.
전부 해야 되거든요.
Healer alive, while all of the Eds are there casting on them, plus the spiders. I mean, they might be.
전부 안 하고 잡기는 조금 부담스러울 것 같은데.
They've got to get him up as early as possible. No Nature's Vigil. Yep, Zatsi is in the.
아, 너무 멀리 죽었네요. 그러니까 저 정도면은 전부 사거리가 안
I
나오지.
think they might be able to reach him if they go all the way to the edge, but that would be kind of tough. Oh man, Dranako was looking for him, but I don't think there's any way they're going to.
근데 MDI가 대전이 항상 상대적이에요 보면은. 그러니까 치즈가 지금 되게 못해 보이지만 또 막상 그 썬더스트럭이랑 붙었을 때는 또 다를 수 있어요.
20 seconds until the Nature's Vigil. That can top the team on its own though. So
아 이거
Oh no, Ricky goes down too.
치즈 지금 힐러 죽는 사고 났을 때는 쫄 처리를 했어야 돼요.
Ricky. Dranako now tries to get the rest there. Oh, there we go. The wild charge around the corner. And looks like Dranako still cannot rest Satsi. There we go. Now the
썬더스트럭 말고 썬더스가 올라갈 것 같다고요?
By Dranako, but Satsi can actually have her back. And maybe Dranako can get back to with a grip, or he has to wait for the wild charge cooldown to come back up. There we go. Now they are back.
넘어가서 전부 하고 왔네요.
They don't have any issues on their side whatsoever. They're now finishing off those void spawns. And yeah, I mean, Monka looking just so clean. Only one void spawn left plus the last boss. And they even have bloodlust for the last boss too. They can commit to make that a
와,
lot
분노 방금.
HP bars dropping low for Monka here.
분노 카레즈 되게 잘 됐네요.
Just one of them alive, they should be totally fine. One final void pulse coming out before it goes into its next set of void eruptions.
아, 아프다.
and they are going to
23단이라고
have time for Mode to take a nice
진동이 상당히 아프네요.
before the last boss here. There's no way they pull the boss with him on a 20% mana bar, right? Absolutely no way. Okay, he's going to sit down and replenish that mana a little bit. But they're already ready to go here. Half mana is all he's going to need. They've got the Bloodlust available, probably waiting to sync it with some of their cooldowns. They don't have the power
아,
to
이번 주
here, but Monka in a very commanding position here in this dungeon.
이번 주 어둠달 막냄도 엄청 빡세더라고요, 힐러로.
This is huge for them,
아,
right?
진짜 이게 치명 때문에 피가 계속 빠지던데.
Automatic berth to the global finals and in that upper finals for this weekend.
어둠달 막냄 힐하는 게 보통 원딜 한 명만 집중적으로 힐하고
They're looking so good. But we have seen
나머지는 이제 그냥 짠일 주면서 완피 복구 하던데 와 이거는
Let's take a look at Monka, see if they can execute this. As you mentioned, they are saving
피가 계속 빠져가지고 너무 힘들더라고요 이번 주에.
Incarnation back in 12 seconds. Army ready. PI 15 seconds. So I assume that's when they pop everything. Of course, they also want to have that combustion ready as well by Crims. And it does look like Moat is also.
어둠달 복술로 주차하러 한번 갔다가 만화 털려가지고 진짜 힘들어 죽는 줄. 한판 해보고 바로 만화샘 찍고 다녔는데.
Looks like no issues for Monka so far. And yeah, when are those cooldowns gonna come up? I guess
지금 보면은 몽카팀 피가 전체적으로 이렇게 빠져 있는데 여기에 치명이 플러스 된다고 생각해 보면은.
They've got the combustion coming up in a few seconds here. Who are they sending the PI on? They've got the
짜잘한 데미지가 계속 들어오는 그런 네임들이 엄청 피곤하더라고요.
Can't quite see. Yeah, it's on the mage. Okay, so the PIing the mage for just pure boss damage plus cleave here. You know what? I honestly don't think it mattered who they PI'd here. They're 50% ahead on the boss. They've got 2 less deaths to worry about. Monka, with the boss below 30% now, going to be taking this series. You know, unless 2 of their players die to a debuff at the last second. But they don't have an evoker for that to happen to them. The boss now below 10%, absolutely getting shredded by Monka here. And they are going to be taking this series 2-0 against Cheese.
Wow, what a run from Monka.
그쵸, 대감기 감아놓고 그냥 손 놓고 싶은데.
1343, 0 deaths.
어둠달은 좀 뭔가 특별한 저기가 있진 않았어요. 이넴에서 크림스가 바라 못 맞춘 게 조금 아쉽네. 그러니까 영혼 강탈 이후에 그 천둥까지 너무 이쁘게 타이밍이 왔는데 그때 바라가 없었어요.
That is, we're gonna get to see some more of them later today, but wow, this is a crazy game, and right from the start, you could see how.
앞돌에서 바라를 2번 털었나?
That damage meter, right? It's not just the DK, right? You have the mage keeping up, and the mage is pumping so much single target into Sedana as well. When all those ads die, and they were like 20% ahead on boss damage as a result. It's not like Feral Druid, Shadow Priest is doing bad damage here or anything like that. It's just the mage just doing something else to the boss that. The Unholy DK is doing a lot of boss damage, but that's also a lot of
개인적으로 수사 딜이 좀 궁금하네요.
But it's a lot of boss damage that's being brought there. You get to see on the second boss as well, right? Look at the overall damage here. That ignite just spreading to all of those other mobs.
이 타이밍에 영혼 먹고 나와서 바라가 딱 있었어야 되는데 30초잖아요.
Where Cheese were kind of able to pull it back with their incredibly impressive.
그때 마주도 풀이고.
Onto this boss, right? That was a huge thing that Cheese were up to as well. But things went quite badly for Cheese in this boss. It went badly for Cheese before this boss as well. One of the bats like reset.
그때 공격력 증가 40%인데 40% 버프가 20초 동안 지속되고 선중이 15초니까.
Ended up being quite bad for them. They had to go back and re-pull what they had wanted to all be pulled at once. So here Zatsi died and actually got knocked.
풀 좀만 밀었으면 저기서 아마 한 15초 정도 그릴 수 있긴 했을 듯.
Almost anywhere you get knocked to, you can get within range of a B-res from the rest of your group, but this is one of those places. It's a little too far away. You don't have line of sight from the closest spot in the room as well.
어둠달 3렘이 진짜 지루한 네임드긴 한데 한 번 바닥 맞고 날아가면은 죽을 때 시체가 너무 멀리 떨어져서. 요즘 던전들은 보통 저렇게 죽으면은 시체 위치를 변경시켜준다거나 뭐 그런 식으로 조치를 해주잖아요. 옛날 던전이라 그런 게 없네. 화재딜 39K, 화법딜 155K. 그러니까 화법이 1렘에서는 되게 좋아 보였는데 2렘에서 풀기 못 맞춘 게 조금 아쉬웠다.
that on that whole pool, so definitely gonna lower his effective DPS overall in the dungeon. But yeah, still 40k DPS on a disc. I think like the main reason why we've seen the shamans and the evokers, of course, they bring bloodlust, which is definitely a big reason. But another reason was
이
the
용일이 짤을 8번
So
봤는데
seeing them
암사는 짤
displace
6번밖에 안 봤대.
up to 40k in the SVG is really cool to see.
Especially because they're bringing power infusion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't even show up.
용일 쪽은 좀 사고가 있고 그러긴
adding
했으니까.
damage to somebody else, so that's crazy.
So the Disc Priest is actually doing like 100k DPS, beating the tank. That's really impressive.
Yeah, when you just have to factor in the power infusion and not be very good at math, and it's insane. So here's a look at that damage spike that you have. Yeah, you can see just the Monka spike a little bit bigger at the start of the dungeon. Cheese though.
그러니까 수사가 뭔가 좀 좋아 보이게 만드는 그런 게 조금 있네요.
This double pull onto boss is really big, you know. That's maybe the biggest gap between teams. I guess the 3-minute spike for Monka is also quite a big gap. But yeah, then we had the two medium-sized problems that Cheese ran into towards Bone Ma and on Bone Ma. Ended up really closing the door on them on this one, so that's unfortunate for Cheese, but a deserved victory by Monka. This was such a flawless run out of them, and wow, that's going to be a scary team, and that is the Monka that we've seen beat Echo before, right? That's the Monka we've seen take maps off of Echo.
수사로 39K면은
I think they could beat anybody.
젤리아 용일만큼 센 거예요.
Right. So
yeah, those
2-0.
39K 플러스 마주니까 딜적으로 그러니까 딴 거 없이 딜만 봤을 때는 수사가 더 세다 볼 수 있죠.
Most anticipated matchup of the weekend coming up, the Thunderdome. Thunderstruck versus Thunder, and the winner of that will be taking on Cheese for that final spot for the weekend that will send to the global finals. But this matchup between Thunderstruck and Thundered, this is a spicy one.
딜만 봤을 때 수사 우위.
Right? Our predictions for wildcards this weekend, I think we had 3 for Thundered, 2 for Thunderstruck. What did you guys pick? Because I picked Thundered, but I thought I was
델리아가 잘하긴 해요. 이거 보고 델리아도 나도 수사할까 약간 그런 생각 들 수도 있어요.
Yeah, I picked Thunderstruck. I'm sticking with it. I like Thunderstruck. I think both teams are.
그건 있죠. 이제 용일이 빠지면 블러드가 없으니까. MDI에서는 고수를 쓰는 게 아니라.
And I think losing that first SVG, I mean, if it happens, obviously, then I'm just gonna give it to Thundered. You know, I'm a Thundered fan now. I changed my mind.
Okay, yeah.
You can't change your mind?
Well, Zyro, maybe you could change your mind too, though, because you mentioned.
그리고 법사 같은 경우는 꼭 마주가 아니더라도
their names, some would argue, are quite similar, and
그냥 킬러가 블러드 크리면은 개인 블러드 한 번 더 쓸 수 있어서.
That's what the matchup we've got coming in the lower bracket. Winner there gets to fight Cheese, and then
사실 다른 힐러가 들어와도 상관없거든요. 법사 입장에서는.
Or potentially, if you're Thunderstruck, the first match ever against Monka of this bracket. Although both Thundered and Cheese are in the lower bracket because of Monka, so if either of those teams makes it to the finals, that's going to be a grudge match, a little bit of revenge that they're hoping to take there.
그러니까 꼭 수사를 써야 된다 그런 건 아니에요. 그러니까 바라의 마주를 위해서 수사가 반드시 필요하다.
SBG starting off the series and Thunderstruck has had issues there, but also don't you think that they would have
그러니까
practiced
10분에 한 번 개인 블러드냐, 2분에 한 번 마주냐. 뭐 마주 쪽이 좀 더 유리하긴 하겠지만.
They probably also practiced it a lot before they failed twice, right? So like maybe the practice, maybe it's just not their dungeon, you know? Sometimes you just have a dungeon where things work out in practice, and then on a tournament, things just go wrong, you know?
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can break the curse of the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, if that can be the start of their Thunderdome victory, or if it's going to go the other way for Thunderstruck. We'll find out, but first, we'll go to a quick break.
썬더드랑 썬더스트럭이 약간 박빙일 것 같긴 하거든요. 시즌은 뭔가 좀 보여주는 게 없긴 해서 지금. 번개 더비. 1경기 하이라이트는 그냥 팬리르. 아, 이거는 옆버프를 하려고 했는데 실패한 거네요. 옆버프를 하려고 했는데 실패했어. 아까 몽카도 옆버프를 하려고 했었던 것 같거든요. 몸풀을 저렇게 해왔네, 야드가. 아니요, 대회 서브 3차 스탯이 없을 텐데. 대회 서브는 이제 뭐 쐐기 포함해서 421, 424 풀파밍인 대신에 3차 스탯이 없어요. 저도 뭔가 대회 서브를 플레이 해본 적이 없어가지고. 그러니까 스코발드 끝나고 나서 아마 잘못되어 있지 않을까요? 전탱어리에 이속이 혹시 있으면 이속 보석을 박았을 수도 있어요. 뭐 스피드 5%인가요 혹시? 스피드 5% 보석이면은 그 격아 시즌에 그런 보석이 있었거든요. 격아 보석, 그러니까 격아 이속 보석을 받고 플레이하는 걸 수도 있어요. 플러스 200 스피드가 돼 있다고요? 그거는 모르겠네. 봐야겠네. 어느 팀이죠?
Welcome back to the MDI, and what happens next will shock you, because we have been brewing up a storm for you guys. We have the Thunderstruck versus Thunderdome coming up. We're all going to be enlightened after this series, Stratnos. You've been rooting for this event to happen ever since we saw the team names the first time come around. Who do you think is going to steal the other team's thunder?
Well, I think that it's gonna go to Thunderstruck, but I do think that
손목이에요?
it's going to be
손목이면
a very
마부겠네.
close series between the two teams. Of course, we're starting off in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. A
맞네.
map that
수치로 200이면 마부네.
have played twice and have yet to win in, so that's a little bit of a downer for them. But I don't know, this team, both teams are so good. I have been rooting for this matchup since the start of the bracket. Production at the start were like, oh, there's no way we're ever gonna get to this. It's good, we can avoid this fate. But I was like, oh no, hang on. This can happen in the lower
Gotta make
bracket.
it happen.
No, wait a second.
Yeah. And
See, the
indeed
thing
it
is,
is. So.
Dratnos does a lot of the Dratnos routes for some of the teams, and so he just, manipulated a little bit of the script, made sure that the Thunderdome. No, of course I'm joking. But Tettles, you're one of the few people that's on my side. You think Thundered is going to take this one? Tell me a little bit about why you chose that team.
여기도 그냥 썬더 그러네. 이거 지금 부금으로 천둥 소리 깔려 있는 거지.
Especially like long-standing MDI veterans and stuff like that. And on top of that, their seeding, they look like a team that should be favored.
얘네 중계진도 보면 확실히 유쾌해요.
Sense that Dratnos would favor them a little bit, but from what we've seen, I kind of reaffirm.
천둥 더비라고 부금으로 천둥 소리 깔아주고.
And I think that is going to haunt them a little bit. We've seen them like lose matchups and like be upset in rounds that they probably should have 2-0'd, right? Where it's like they have a wipe on Ner'zhul. These are things that don't happen to the absolute best teams in the world, but for some reason Thunderstruck's consistency.
썬더스트럭이 이게 네임 밸류를 보면은
times, but if it seems like things go wrong for them also a lot, and that makes me think that Thundered is more likely to take
나쁘지
this,
않은데.
Thunderstruck is kind of like self-sabotage a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with the self-sabotage necessarily, but definitely consistency has to be a factor, and that also plays into having a new team constellation, right? It was the same for Cheese in the previous round. But
와 여기는 진짜 맵.
bands here coming in. We will have the Shadow Moon Burial
아 여기는 진짜 맵이 별로네요.
The offensive stays open. Dratnos, how do you feel about that?
Interesting.
루비 좀 그만 보고
23
싶다.
not good with Sanguine and Explosive.
노프드도
Exciting that we get
약간
two teams in there. There's a lot that can go wrong in that dungeon.
Interesting to
see the Halls of Valor
Thunderstruck
banned as
win.
Well.
Well, it doesn't say ban. That says win. Wait a second.
Oh, it does say win. Hang on.
Hang on.
So wait.
Wow.
What is production trying to tell us?
Oh, they changed it. Okay, they're so quick.
There we go.
Wait.
There we
so
go.
fast, actually.
All right.
Gotta stay grounded in this matchup here.
It's curious though. It's curious to see the Halls of Valor go.
윈 안 보이는데 다 벤이거든요, 그냥 벤. 윈이 아니고 벤인데.
So that does mean as well if we get a game 3, it gets to be that Ruby life pools that we've seen be so tough for teams to have consistency in. So wow, this is going to be a banger of a series. I was pretty sure that the Knockgood was going to go, but no, we're going to get to see that too. So yeah, perfect setting for our Thunderdome.
Just talking about ban theory a little bit more. Thunder has banned Algothar Academy 3 times prior to this, so I think it makes perfect sense that they're looking to slam it another time.
윈이었어요?
I get 4 bans into this Algothar Academy. I think
제가 노안이 온
if
걸로.
you run into it that often and it's always bannable, we may as well just ban it every single time. Seems good to me.
I mean, that's what the ban is for. Sometimes you want to map out your way through the dungeons, and if there is one dungeon you really don't feel confident in, or you
자막 실수가 되게 많아요, 보면.
reason, then you can use that ban in that way, and we've seen teams do that again and again. But
얘네들도 이게 그 일정이 기니까 하면서 막 깜빡깜빡 하나 봐요. 자막 실수가 엄청 많아가지고 보면은 멤버들 막 바뀌어 있고.
And I hope they can really bring it.
Yeah, this is such a good dungeon to see these teams in as well. I'm curious how big Thundered are planning to go onto like the second boss as well. I also wonder what comp they're gonna run here too.
Would you say that we're gonna have to send one of these teams Thundered home?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think that comp in this dungeon is actually pretty fluid. I think that mage is something that absolutely could see play. It seems like it's very, very powerful in this dungeon. I think that you could also play like a standard composition and not be too upset about it. Thunderdrip running that restoration shot.
이게 진짜 맵 배치가 이렇게 2경기 연속 같은 거 나오고 그러면은 조금 그래요.
That fire mage is nothing surprising.
Yeah, a couple different teams have played the fire mage in here. Their combo
이번 시즌 쐐기로 돌기 재밌는 맵은
as well, which is an interesting difference too. So that's cool out of Thunderstruck. Thundered also running a cool comp here using that Shaman instead of the Evoker that we see a lot of teams using. So another
조합 특이하네. 부죽이 없네요.
control as well with the stuns and stuff.
용일의 법사면 블러드도 2번 쓰고 마주도 자기가 받고
sending their druids to the side to go and gather the extra skitterlings and this extra pack. Since both teams have a priest, they will.
어둠달은 확실히 용일이 해줄 수 있는 특임들이 좀 있거든요.
Onto the caster here. Get it on their side and only have one of them put.
근데 왜 법사 블러드가 올라갔지?
Safer than if you have two, right?
Bro.
저럴 거면은 용일 왜 썼대? 그 특성을 안 쓰나?
Just by getting this first boss pulled faster. Not even anything to do with damage or anything else. It's literally just pathing. They just ran faster to the first boss.
법사 같은 경우는 블러드클이 있으면은 자기 블러드를 한 번 더 쓸 수 있거든요. 특성이.
Like you have to wait for that feral druid to get in a good position before you and that 4-person group start running. But I think that Thunderstruck has just timed it out perfectly to where they're able to get the first boss pulled a bit quicker.
Yeah, this should be an advantage as well to be the Fire Mage comp, right, against this boss.
전전 중에 자기 블러드를 3번 더 쓸 수 있는 건데 특성 찍는 게 이득 아닌가?
About 7% ahead or Thunderstruck. Actually, Thundered are doing some kind of insane boss dam here, though. Thunderstruck still have Trash alive as well. Lamike is having to kite here. Not able to actually keep full uptime up on the boss.
안 찍을 이유가 없는데.
This Whispers of the Darkstar are really hurting. It looks like they're going to be able to survive it. They are going to get one more ad here probably.
이번 시즌은 법사랑 쐐기 돌릴 일이 없어서 그러니까 별로 없어서 그렇긴 한데 뽕사형하고도 가끔씩 쐐기 돌 때 보면은
Yeah.
I don't know. So the boss has a chance to consume the ad with 3 seconds left on the cast. Is this about to eat this ad?
제가 블러드 켰을 때 똘 먹었네요. 썬더스트럭. 아, 넷밀 실패.
So that's a big time loss compared to if they'd managed to kill it before. Now it also does
넷밀 실패
as well. So this is going to be quite a nasty situation for Thunderstruck to be in. But they
아, 분노였을 것 같네요. 분노 한 80% 나갔으면 분노 한 틱인 것 같아요.
Cost them quite a bit of time. And as a result, Thundered are only a little bit behind on the boss. And actually, Yoda is going to go down for Thunderstruck as well. That's really bad here because you're not out of combat. Yeah, it's
it was the debuff from the Bone Mender. I was so confused as to what he died to because it didn't look like anything happened. Okay, but yeah, now they have to res him, and I think that this gives the slight advantage to Thundered here. Now Thundered able to finish off that Bone Mender. Thunderstruck are still resing Yoda.
참고로 어둠달 1렘 쫄을 처치하지 못하면은 램드 피만 차는 게 아니고 램드 공격력이 영구적으로 20% 증가해요. 그래서 다음 쫄을 한 번 더 먹으면 40%가 되고 뭐 40%, 60%, 80% 이렇게 되거든요. 그래서 쫄이 처리가 안 되면은 잡을 수가 없는 보스예요. 근데 뭐 한 번 정도는 20% 정도 막을 수 있는데 이게 뭐 한 2번 정도 돼서 40% 되면은 아, 맞아요. 그 원의 동그란 부분만 그 댐감이 되는 게 아니고 그 원 전체가 댐감이 되거든요. 전율이나 천둥 타이밍에 무빙을 살짝 해주는 게 좋아요.
And that's because they had to do a lot more damage because they didn't interrupt that domination cast. So that's the trade-off that you're offered when dealing with that pull. I'm not sure what the right answer is. The two teams had different answers.
Look at the cycle on both of these teams. Thundered was a little bit faster on that trash pack, but because of the cycle,
저도 누군가한테 배웠어요. 쐐기는
Exhumer patrol to get into a good spot before they're able to walk.
쐐기는 진짜 영원히 뭐가 있어요 보면.
So I think with this composition for Thunderstruck,
이제 다 안다고 생각하는 순간 또 모르는 게 나와요.
Faster than Thundered. Just looking at damage profile of their composition. Now I think that Thundered on the trash that is going to be following this boss. Should be able to catch back up a little bit.
닥터 제이는 발화 맞췄거든요. 발화하고 마주 둘 다 있어요. 아까 크림스랑 다른 상황. 이러면은 아마 램드 피가 좀 유의미하게 빨리 빠질 거예요.
Out of the intermission is just insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, absolutely true here. You can see even on the damage meters, although Velo also doing something insane here to this boss on that Evoker. Unethical healer DPS coming out of Thunderstruck.
I actually kind of like the Resto Shaman pick. So the Resto Shaman allows you to have a very short interrupt in Wind Shear. On top of that, it gives you a little bit more just like single target boss damage. That's one of the advantages of that Resto Shaman. I think it makes sense
선두까지 들어왔어?
in this instance, but I mean, obviously the Evoker is cracked in a lot of situations, and so I think that anytime you take somebody off that Preservation Evoker, you better have a very good reason.
Both healers are also using the Desperate Invoker's Codex
근데
ticket.
Okay.
바라 별로 안 센가?
As a result, getting a nice single target DPS button that they can press off of that trinket does hurt them a little bit, but especially in this dungeon, a lot of times when you're safe to press that, you know you're not.
내가 너무 바라에 큰
Very cool little tech
환상을 갖고 있나?
choice from both healers. We've seen that become more and more popular over the past few weekends for healers in different places.
그니까요.
Dude, we've seen this a couple of times. Thunderstruck run this dungeon a couple of times. And every single time they reach this boss, they've always had a significant amount more single target boss damage than the other teams. But Thundered are somehow able to keep up with their boss damage. Look at Baby on the side of Thundered on that Unholy Death Knight. I wonder how much boss damage he's able to apply here. And it looks like both Thunderstruck and Thundered are going to be getting that last Soul Steal. And Thundered are using it to skip that Exhumer, I think.
Yeah, the Exhumer.
Maybe it's already been
okay.
Pulled. There's a chance it's already been pulled. Yeah, it's already been pulled.
Yeah, there's a patrol
아니
Exhumer
뭐
there,
아무리
but it does
투블러도
often
바라가
patrol, so you can
아니더라도
pull it
마주까지
into
받았는데
boss. You can also skip it afterwards though if you're in that soul phase.
그냥
Okay,
부족이
wow, so our
있는데?
two teams are neck and neck here. Both are now starting up this pull. It looks like both teams are planning to move forward as well. Landing their first few kicks are Thunder.
이게 근데 그게 있어요. 격아 때 와우를 하셨던 분들은 그러니까 법사 바라에 대한 환상이 있단 말이에요. 그러니까 바라 있으면 법사가 다 해주겠지 그런 거. 약간 해줘 메타. 법사님 바라 터신다 이런 느낌 있거든요. 닥터제이님이 바라를 터시는데 그렇게 확 딜이 없네요.
Slow chain versus the full sprint. I feel like the full sprint is definitely a little bit more dangerous, but it should be significantly faster for being able to get this worm killed off. The worm, in most instances, is going to be the limiting factor on whether or not you're able to.
그러니까 쟤도 제인데.
Progress through the dungeon, and so Thunderstruck able to get that carrying worm to 20%. It burrows underground, and then they finish off the last remaining trash. Where on the right side of your screen, you see Thundered here.
네, 일단 MDI 플링, 그러니까 이런 다수 타겟 광에서는 부족이 일단 압도적이고.
This definitely does look like it went better for Thunderstruck. It's a pull where you'd imagine it's a good Fire Mage pull as well. Although it's also a good Unholy DK pull. That's the thing, right? Like Thunderstruck, their comp is Fire Mage, no Unholy DK. There are ways
MDI 플링에 용일이 딜하기가 좋아요. 그러니까 저런 다수 타겟 광에서 깁숨이 확실히 좀 타겟 제한이 없는 딜이니까. 양조가 딜은 센데 그냥 탱킹력이 너무 차이가 많이 나요. 이런 플링을 양조가 했으면은 힐러들이 저만큼 안 나올 거예요. 일단 주반도 크고.
Now we've seen Thunderstruck have some issues on Bone Maw, but it seems like it's something that would definitely be inconsistent. I expect Thunderstruck to be able to.
일단 전투 해침. 근데 전투 해침은 뭐 양조 5% 시너지랑 비빌 수 있으니까.
Couple of seconds of one another. Who's gonna pull the trash into the boss for Thundered? Is it Subchris? Oh my god, he's in the water.
Uh-oh. That is not what
That's hate water.
Yeah, that is very
저거 풀링 썼던 지금 풀링 실패했는데 이거 풀링 실패하면은 야돌쿨을 기다려야 돼서 끌리는 시간이 커요. 이거 떨어진 것 때문에 썬더드가 질 수도 있겠는데요. 여기서 야돌쿨이 몇 초죠? 야돌쿨만큼 지금 손해봤거든요.
So maybe Thunder can pull this back here, but they are behind now by 20% of a boss's health. That is a lot to be behind this late in the dungeon.
It's just a bit confusing to me too, because like the last time we've seen them, like in every single time we've seen Thunderstruck.
야돌쿨 15초예요. 지금 썬더드 그냥 잔실수로 15초 손해봤어요.
It seemed to me like their comp was just like better damage.
이거 만약에 15초 차이로 진다? 그리고 야드 때문에 진 거예요.
Look at this. They're catching up on the boss a little bit too.
지금 썬더스트럭이 데스 페널티도 5초 있어갖고 막 그렇게 여유 있는 상황은 아닌데.
It's 10% now between the teams. At this rate, they're actually going to kill Bone Maw first. Now they are going to run out of damage here in a bit.
Yeah.
야드가 또.
Their cooldowns are all out now. Although, you know, they do have a lot of consistent damage outside of cooldowns, right? I guess so does Dr. J though. Dr. J's combustion is almost back. But yeah, look at the boss health now difference. It's only 4%. Thundered almost caught up here. Dr. J is about to catch fire. And that's gonna help
냄드들도 거의
speed up Thunderstruck a
비슷한데.
little bit. He walks his way into that puddle and then hits that combustion. Starts blasting into Bone Maw. Although they're actually going to get a submerge during his combustion, if I'm not mistaken, which it's always a bad feel.
Ignite ticks during it. It's probably fine.
근데 이번엔 또 바라가 세네요. 방금 바라 들어갔는데 냄드들이 거의 비슷했는데 확 격차를 벌렸거든요. 이런 거 보면은 또 바라. 법사 지금 무빙하면서 불작 캐스팅한 게 얼음발인가요? 아니면 불작을 무빙하면서 쓸 수 있는 그런 특성이 있나? 얼음발 맞죠?
I think Thunderstruck might be getting a 2% submerge here as well on the boss, and that, yeah, there's the boss submerging there at 6%.
네,
Whereas I think Thundered can probably kill before the next one, and they are by the exit.
진짜 화스라이팅 미치겠네.
So that might be the
요즘 얼음발 써요?
equalizer here. The inhale cast. Oh, it's actually going to be so close for Thundered.
잠깐
Right after the
또
inhale, the
냄새들이
boss
비슷한.
generally submerges. 3%, 2%, please.
거의 비슷해. 이러면 진짜 야드 대역적인데.
Neck and neck here, and there's actually one death on the board for Thunderstruck as well. When you
데스
factor in that
페널티.
one death, it's actually
데스 페널티냐 야돌 미스냐.
2 seconds ahead right now. Both teams now getting started on this blueberry pull. Lamike dumps the grief torch into Skull. Alex heroic leaps into the middle, grabs both sides there. For Thundered, no grief torch available for them, and this is
몽카가 13분대였죠.
much damage as they can
기록이.
while not dying during this. Thundering procs for Thunderstruck. They clear fairly early on. Dr. J and
르마이크.
Lamike goes down.
르마이크 다 딱 밟았어. 미친놈 진짜.
They have a battle res.
썬더스트럭.
As well here for Thunderstruck, and now there is a raging void spawn and
달리기.
They do have a soothe. Yoda is there with a soothe. They also have overall talented by
그래도 사고 작게 막았어요 일단. 작게 막았어. 썬더드도 아직 안 끝났거든요 지금.
Spirit Link Totem comes down to equalize the health of everybody on Team Thundered. And that's going to be enough to help keep them alive through these last couple of void pulses. And off of the back of that,
근데 썬더드가 풀링 마무리가 안 됐어요.
still ahead here and have actually gained time compared to Thundered.
So slow? Why are they so
What
slow?
has
in these
happened?
왜 이렇게 오래
blueberries,
걸린?
man?
Why so slow?
I don't. Also, look at the count here. Thundered were already at 100% and are now killing that blueberry. So okay, Thundered
지금
are
약간
behind
서로 양팀
progression,
서로 니네가
but
이겨라
they
이러고
have
있는데.
15 seconds of boss timer. So actually, I think the teams are tied right now. I couldn't
비슷해요.
tell you which
15초.
team is ahead.
지금
This is gonna
15초
be
있어요.
so close
15초.
right at the end. Those 15 seconds of death timer might be decisive here for Thunderstruck. They need to kill this
지금
boss
썬더스트럭
so
법사
efficiently
소작이
if they
빠져갖고
want to
살짝
win, because we know
불안하거든요.
the Thundered have so
이게
much
얼음발이면은
boss damage. They have an unholy DK here. I guess the fire
막내면서 조금
this is one of the best fire
불리해요.
mage bosses
일렁임에
as well,
비해서.
because you're
일렁임이
shooting
막내면서
rituals
확실히
with your
좋거든요.
ignite. That being said, Ner'zhul now only 5%.
이거 닥터지 혹시 캐스팅 욕심내다가 저거에 원빵 나면은 사고 날 수 있어요.
Both of the teams have Bloodlust available to them. Army is available for Baby. He's been holding it for a little bit. I think that we're going to be using our Lust whenever.
이거 3% 차이면은 15초 좀 걸리거든요.
Without Subchris's Encarn. Hopefully this is on a thundering timing for
So,
Thundered. I think that
it
would
doesn't
make
need
the
to be
most sense
like
if you-
they have so much damage that they have here, right? They have
썬더드
this
냄새들
army that they
역전했어요.
saved. They could have used it to maybe kill those blueberries a little bit faster. Maybe that's how they lost a little bit of time there. But look what they're doing
블러드
with this boss.
올라갔고
It's
법사
actually
바라
not.
들어가고.
The blueberries was a sandbag. It was intentional. It was, you know what? We're holding our cooldowns. We're saving everything for Lust. We're gonna have this army, and now it's actually Thundered who are ahead on boss percent as a result, saving those cooldowns.
근데
is meaning that
15초.
Ner'zhul is dying, and Thunderstruck
15초 데스
line up
페널티
their
15초가
Lust
좀
and they're
크네요
thundering
지금.
with a grief torch. They try and catch up on Ner'zhul, but catching up isn't enough. They have to get 15 seconds ahead, and Thundered, if they can avoid getting pushed into the wall by
법사
this
바라 다 들어가면서 냄드들은 역전하긴 했는데
they're dropping a bad omen though. That
문제는 저 데스 페널티
a lot of
15초.
damage to their team. Defensives being used here. You can see Icebound
Thunderstruck's killing
Fortitude
the
by
boss
Baby.
first. Thunderstruck is going to kill the boss first.
썬더스트럭 일단 네임드 3% 2% 1%
to be killing it.
컷.
Okay, 15:34.
15초? 15초?
15:35-ish. You know,
23, 24, 25, 26,
6% on the boss,
27,
10 seconds for
28,
Thunder to get this
29,
kill.
30,
5,
31.
4, and they're gonna
Ah.
do it. They're actually gonna overcome that death, or they're gonna
Death
get it because of
penalty.
the death timer, rather. Thunder
이거
actually gonna be
르마이크가 말아
faster
먹었어요.
here because of the 3 deaths of death timer. Heartbreaker for Thunderstruck, third time in a
와,
row.
야드가 야돌비스로 입에 떠먹여줬는데 르마이크가 조카 나 안 먹어 이러고 뱉었어.
Yeah, and Thunder actually takes the first map here in our Thunderdome, and I think we didn't promise too much with teasing
고양이의
this
보온이
series
될
for the
뻔했는데
entire weekend. I mean,
르마이크는
we went right to the wire between
고양이 안
these
키우나
two.
봐요.
Sit down.
Something that I thought was really interesting and
고양이가
we've seen
주는 거
this
안
with
먹어.
Thunderstruck before is that they keep this Bone Mander dominate mind controlled until like the very end to make sure it
르마이크는
doesn't cause
개파였던
any
걸로.
additional problems. But then, unfortunately, it does cause some problems. Yoda going down there for them, causing them the first.
여기서도
5
고양이가
seconds
죽었네.
that go against
근데
the
저기서
boss.
요다가 죽은 거는
And on Nalish, both teams
미스라기보다는
are able to pull that
저거는
last
진짜
second.
카레제가
On
됐어야
that
되는 것
damage
같아요.
meter, you
그러니까
can
자세히
see
보진
all this damage.
자세히 보진
That
않았는데
is actually so
아마 정배 풀린
crazy.
치유사가
That
바로
additional
디버프를 건 것
damage,
같아요.
on the Provoker. But then on the other side,
저거는
you
진짜
have
거의
Master
0.5초
Shaman
내에 해제를 안
who
하면은
helps you keep big
디버프
pulls
데미지가
a
한 틱
little bit more under
들어오거든요.
control. And we know that
램드
with
마지막
Warm
패턴이 피가
Crash,
빠지면서
it has those worms, it
피버프가
has
안 된
spiders, it has
상황에
bats.
쫄
There's
정배가
just so many
풀리면서
interrupts that can make your run
디버프
a lot
받고
safer.
급사한 것
And
같아요.
if your DPS are not busy trying to do other stuff, then that also sometimes can save you time. Then on this pull was actually where Thunderstruck pulled ahead. So up until then, it was kind of like a small back and forth, but Thunderstruck really rolling ahead here with this worm pull and the insane fire mage damage. But also look at Yoda, like, oh, pumping. Very crazy, very fast in this area. And then additionally, Thunder lost some time.
아까 몬카 기록이 몇
with the stick
초였지?
here that didn't work out for Subchris, unfortunately. Fell into the water, then had to go back, had to go over again. You know, you had to wait for a cooldown to be ready. It was a lot, and they lost roughly like 15 seconds doing this on top. So I was even more shocked that they were able
여기서
to
15초
claw back
줬거든요.
that time
여기서
during Bone Maw.
15초를
Now, Bone Maw is
줬는데
not just any boss, and even though it is a fortified key, you're going to spend quite amount of time on this boss. It just has so much HP, but still, I felt like that was very impressive to see that DK really shine here on this boss, do that damage, making sure that they're going to get out. Wasn't even spec'd into Gargoyle, so not even like more prioritizing single target. I'm sure it was also the other two DPS.
아, 르마이크.
and that Resto Shaman maybe? And then more tragedy for Thunderstruck, which in the
고양이가
end cost
떠먹여
them the
줬는데
key.
생선 물어다
We had
줬는데
Ulamite and Soda die here, giving them another 10 seconds. And in the end, Thunder was able to win on the back of that. And you know, I think that was really
거기서
interesting
1데스만
result
덜
once
했어도
you go a little bit riskier, and then having them cost just a little bit more, and Thunder playing it down cleanly, even holding all of their cooldowns for this boss here, making sure that they have everything ready. Really nice series, and I am so excited to see that knockout.
15분
between the two
30초네요.
teams.
아까 몬카가 13분대였거든요. 13분 40초.
I don't know if we've had a dungeon run that close.
확실히 좀 몬카가
my goodness.
한 수 이긴 한 것 같아요.
Yeah, 5 seconds, and if it hadn't been the deaths, it would have been that skip. It would have been the wild charge skip as well for Thunder.
약간
So-
이렇게 되면은
Wow, look at that
닥터제이가
damage.
오프닝에 바로 그 블러드를 지각했거든요.
50K on a healer. That's more than some DPS do.
오프닝에 블러드만 용일이 켰어도 10초
Well,
I mean, no need to call me out
줄일 수
like that,
있다고
Dramas,
보거든요.
but
제
alright.
생각에는. 그러니까 법사 개인 블러드 한 번이면은
Yeah, wow.
10초 더
Yeah.
줄일 수 있었다고 보는데 1렘에서.
Teams as well. I mean, you're absolutely right, Makes. We're going to be in for an amazing knockout, I think, between these two teams. I think it's going to be one of those dungeons where we're just not sure who's even ahead throughout most of it, probably. Or maybe
진짜
there'll be
거의
something big early in
비슷했는데.
the dungeon. But look at the graph up until that 6
Yeah.
이보다 비슷할 수가 없거든요.
That
풀링도
looks like
양 팀이
the same
동일했어가지고.
two different runs, right? That looks like two different attempts at the same dungeon. crazy how
And that's
well
not
matched
even
these
the
teams
same
are.
classes. Like,
Yeah,
that's, I
no.
think, the bigger kicker for me. They're playing different classes, and they're still managing to have this similar of spikes. Is really cool.
그러니까 블러드가 두 개 동시에 키진 못해요. 제가 알기로.
It was so interesting that
두 개 동시에 받을 수가 있나요? 두 개 동시에 받을 수는 없을 거고 이제 용일 블러드가 끝난 다음에 이제 법사가 개인 블러드를 켜야 되는 걸로 알고 있어요.
Push the first boss so much faster. They were able to skip killing an ad over Thunder. I felt like that was going to be like a pretty big deal. You know, that seemed like a 15-second time save. But then the death to Yoda, they had to
그게 법사가 먼저 블러드를 킨 다음에 용일이 켜줘도 그게 블러드가 들어가요, 법사한테? 그게 앞뒤가 순서가 없구나. 그러면은 제가 잘못 알고 있었대.
Is Thunderstruck going to be able to be consistent enough to kind of win this series versus Thunder because they finished the dungeon first?
그러니까 그게 순서가 바뀌어서 법사가 먼저 킨 다음에 용일이 켜도, 그러니까 그 타클래스가 블러드를 켜줘도 법사가 블러드를 두 개를 받는 거예요?
And that's not just any knockout. If you remember knockout from last weekend, that's not comparable. We're in a 20.
그게 항상 궁금했거든요, 저도. 그러니까 순서가 앞뒤가 바뀌어도 상관없는 건지.
Out for the teams. It's really crazy. Fastest time so far in that
그쵸. 그러면은 제 말이 맞네요. 그러니까 용일이 먼저 켰어야 돼요. 그래야지 법사 블러드를 켰을 때 투블러드인 거죠. 근데 방금 블러드가 법사가 먼저 올라왔거든요.
Here actually between the mage and the DK. That's interesting because I would assume that both got PI here, but because it's more of a single target-ish fight, the army just
디버프 주는 블러드는 쿨이 안 돌아요? 아하.
Yeah. DK did 18.78 million damage to the boss there. That is a wild amount of damage to that boss.
법사가 바로 두 번을 킬 수 있다고.
Wild indeed.
Alex, look at how much damage Alex did to the boss too. Wait, the prot warrior diff.
This can't be just damage to bosses, right? This has got to be overall as well, right?
Is that
or is this?
Oh, it's not to the boss.
Yeah, this is the ads as well.
Apparently.
Okay.
법사 사기네요.
That would be crazy.
결론 법사 개사기.
Would be something else. That is interesting though to see. I mean, the rest of Shaman DPS on this poll as well. Being so significant compared, I guess it's kind of the same overall damage as the evoker, but being able to keep up with an evoker that's really big.
I was hoping we could actually see just the damage to the boss. I think it'd be interesting to see like what the breakdown of just to the boss would be.
이게 이넴딜 보여주네요.
A lot of damage just.
확실히 단일만 이렇게 치면은
I assume a lot of it is.
목소리 세.
It's going to be the Desperate Invokers Codex is used on that.
이게 용일 지팡이까지 생각하면은 목소리 단일들이 진짜 세요. 힐러 중에는.
Same with Vela, right? The flame breath hitting all the ads too. So we'll maybe see if we can pull that up in a bit, but either way, very impressive.
복술도 지금은 약간 쿨기 개념이 있어가지고.
Although I have to say, I think the Monka innovation
내부 들어갔다 나와서 그 폭수 키면은 그 폭수들이 좀 유의미하게 세서.
It doesn't need to be an or, right? That can be an and. I think that was a really cool thing out of Monka and really a winning strategy, I think.
But I mean, Jay's the person who plays Unholy for their comp, right? Unless Yoda can play Unholy. I guess it's not impossible. It's just it comes down to practice.
So here is boss damage just to Nalish. And you can see again, it's
looking
actually
a
the
little
DK
bit more tame.
Yeah, DK single to, I mean those Festermite stacks, right? You got it so much
사님
damage out of
안녕하세요.
those.
그러니까 법사 바로 와.
You have to keep in mind it's an army that with a PI
법사
is
바로 와.
going into that boss, and even though you have a lot of ads, that's not going to really change your rotation on to like your.
진짜 법사 알다가도 모르겠다.
cooldowns. It just allows you to rather than death code press some epidemics, but still that's a lot of damage that's just going to be added on to DK. I think like not necessarily in the talent build that Baby was running. But PI can have as much as 10k value, like 10k DPS value on a single target skilled Unholy. It's really good for that spec. So that definitely each other.
That's true. Nerf Shadow Priest is the conclusion you're coming
닥터지 그냥 부족해야겠는데요, 부족.
Wait a second. We look at Baby and we say, oh yeah, he's doing around 30% of the damage here. And we go, yeah, that's the Shadow Priest actually.
It is. It's the Shadow Priest. Unholy is totally fine.
Yeah. Oh word.
Unholy DK is actually fine. Stop saying that. But, yeah, I'm really excited to stop. It is fine. It's literally so good for polls like this, but it has a lot of caveats. So please don't put me. I'm going to advocate for my class. But next up we have yes. Ooh. Wait,
4 graphics.
Oh, that's both of them. Okay, so that's
both.
with
That's
ads
all at
and
once.
without ads. Production
Okay.
is giving us a treat, I can see. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. I think teams are getting ready for that knockout as we speak. Like I said,
노쿠드는 약간
tyrannical, sanguine,
이게
explosive. Now we saw that
좀 어려운데?
yesterday
노쿠드
already
보는 거.
out of Monka and Thundered, and then Thunder went in there again against Mythic Meme Dream Team. So we know that Thundered has a time of 25 minutes 40, roughly.
노쿠드 뭔가 특별한 게
We
있을까요?
haven't really seen Thunderstruck in there, so we don't know what they're planning. But the fastest time came out of Monka, and they were like 3 minutes fast.
그냥 대형 사고 나서 그냥 양 팀 다 개판 치는 거는 보고
The
싶다.
time to look for, the time that is possible, I guess, within the realms of key running. Dratnos, do you think we're going to see some more innovative class choices here?
In Knockout, I don't think there's anything. I mean, at this point, nothing would surprise me.
그러니까 첫 주차에 일단 다 보여줬을 거고요. 이제 다른 팀들이 보여주는 새로운 플링들이 있잖아요. 에코보다 더 그러니까 에코를 뛰어넘는 플링들이 응용돼서 많이 나왔거든요. 이제 에코는 그거를 보고 또 다시 응용을 하겠죠.
The sanguine mechanic, preservation really has an easy time dealing with explosive orbs as well. So I would say Unholy, Feral, and Preservation. I would be surprised if in each team at least 2 of those 3 specs weren't. Like, if you didn't see at least 2 of those 3 specs,
노쿠드는 뭔가 좀 MDI 그러니까 대회에는 좀 안 맞는 던전인 것 같아요.
What the teams have decided to go with, yeah, it is going to be the most standard of comps that we have in this MDI, which, you know, we don't see it in all that many series compared to some other MDIs, but it is the Shadow Priest joining those ones along with, of course, the Protection Warrior. This is a dungeon you can play Blood Decay maybe in, but nobody's yet done that in here.
Ooh, this Thunderstruck first pull is really interesting with how they have the patrol walking.
이번 판은 스퍼지 다시 부족이네요.
On the right side, you see Thunder doing something a little.
네, 노쿠드 같은 경우는 이 어픽스에는 부족을 쓸 수밖에 없는 게 어픽스가 피웅이다 보니까 복손이나 흉물 사지가 너무 유리해요. 여기서 부족을 안 쓰는 건 좀 미친 짓이죠. 이번 주 에코는 안 나와요. 근데 몬카라는 팀이 거의 에코와 동급 팀이기 때문에 몬카 경기 보시면 돼요. 마지막 경기 몬카가 이제 5판 3선 경기를 한 번 더 하거든요.
Gotta keep our eye on that. The thing is, this is a long dungeon, right? It's gonna be a marathon, not a sprint.
이번 주 노쿠드 나왔을 때 얘기를 했었지만 이제 폭탄 주간에는 용일이 아무래도 폭탄 깨면서 광역딜이 들어가기 때문에 확실히 유리해요. 아, 이게 폭군 주간에 그 첩플링 두 무리 가는 거는 많이들 해요. 그러니까 꼭 MDI 뿐 아니고 MDI 전에도 많이 했던 택틱이에요. 짧을 게 별로 없기 때문에. 그러니까 사격병이 부담스러운 거지. 그러니까 사격병 이렇게 붙이는 거나 아니면은 파열 이런 게 조금 부담스럽긴 한데 플링 자체가 막 엄청 난이도 있는 건 아니에요.
Velo could be the farthest out person instead and taking those bleeds, but it's going to be Soda doing it, and then Velo can just pump heals into Soda, and Soda can use defensives on Velo's call there. But Velo's actually going to hit him with the
약간 힐러워든 짜증나죠. 이 파열이 부팩 붙이면은 피 맞춰서 잡으면 거의 막 10몇 줄까지 올라가니까.
And yeah, that's one of the reasons you don't have the Evoker do it, right? Is because the Evokers don't have Stone Form. Although Thundered are actually having their Evoker do it.
Yeah, Bazooka's just doing it perma. It's fine. Like, I think the big deal
결국 원딜 다
is
죽었어요.
close to the pack to make sure those war spears aren't just dashing out as far as.
화살, 그러니까 피할 바닥이 많으니까 원딜 입장에선 좀 부담스럽죠.
Looking to get Granite pulled here in just a couple of seconds, right as it spawns, and they have somewhere in the order of maybe 5 seconds advantage.
그러니까 피웅인데도 이제 가운데 쪽 로머를 미리 처리 안 하고 냄드에 붙여주는 건 이제 많이 나왔던 그 깔때기들이죠.
They're definitely out of the hard part though. Sanguine was very difficult the first 2-ish pulls of this dungeon.
Now I want to highlight a Feral Druid talent difference that we have between the two teams. Yoda has taken Ursul's Vortex, whereas Subchris has taken Mass Root. Mass Root is really nice for this boss in particular, because it's an extra way to CC one.
노쿠드 1렘 같은 경우는 뭐 요새는 뭐 다들 잘 하고 계시니까 첫 화살 전에만 광역 데미지가 2번 들어오고 그 다음부터는 이제 화살 한 번에 광역 데미지 한 번 이런 식이기 때문에 실험을 굉장히 천천히 해도 되는 편이에요.
Build your own mass grip as well, which can be pretty nice for getting mobs stacked up. Although on the Sanguine Affix, that part of the package is a little bit scarier because you often want to save the Typhoon for an anti-Sanguine.
1렘 구간에서는 피웅은 뭐 거의 없는 어픽스처럼 대처를 잘 하네요.
So it's going to be an interesting thing to track. I'm going to be looking to see if Yoda
보면은 묘하게 썬더드 쪽이 딜이 계속 빠르거든요.
Otherwise, I think that mass route out of Thundered for this boss in particular might be a benefit.
I think that they only need to leave like one of the saboteurs rooted or permanently CC'd, right? Because I think they're only going to get 4 shots.
지금 쫄 퍼센트가
before the boss realistically dies, and so it's maybe a situation where
썬더스트럭 쪽이 3% 많은데 저 3%가 굉장히 유의미해서 노쿠드는
just like dismantle that ballista, and then we can like go dominant mind into like root on the second round.
첫 화살 때 한 번만 맞고 쏴지는 거는 아마 그 랜드가 화살 쪽에 많이 붙었을 거예요. 예, 화살, 그러니까 투사체가 날아가는 시간이 있잖아요. 진짜 화살을 칼클릭하고 랜드를 화살 쪽에 많이 붙여주면은 한 번만 볼 수도 있을 것 같아요.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those bosses where
뭐 보통 그렇게까지 안 하니까.
5% health difference actually doesn't matter because you were just getting to that last ballista shot anyways that does 5% of the boss's health, right? We'll see how it actually lines up here. It does look like Thundered are going to be able to kill the boss off with a click here, but Thunderstruck have actually been accelerating in damage too. And they have this boss almost dead. Are they going to get to the next ballista cast? It looks like they may have a ballista that is not available for them. They need to kill before. Wow, okay. A little bit sketchy there. They were doing a lot of single target though. Yoda has another interesting, back to my Feral Druid talent.
일단 1렘 구간은 10초 빠른 썬더드가 10초가 빠른데 퍼센트가 3.3%?
Yoda has a point at the very bottom of the tree in Ashamane's Guidance, which is your melee attacks have a chance to activate Incarnation for 6 seconds.
3.3%가
stealth. So he's getting Incarn procs. That can be a nice
풀링 한 번 차이가 날지 안 날지 그게 조금 중요해요.
His Tiger's Fury damage bonus. So gonna lose a little bit of AoE as a result. Be an interesting thing to track. Maybe means that they can do a little bit more.
노쿠드 같은 경우는 쫄 퍼센트들이 되게 짜잘해가지고 3% 때문에 잘못하면 풀링 한 번 늘어날 수도 있거든요.
Yeah, well, apparently it's one of the ones that like the Simcraft implementation is cursed, and so people don't really know how much damage it does, and its behavior is weird, and everybody's still trying to figure out exactly how much it does. So
okay.
썬더스트럭 스톱풀링 너무 심플한데?
I think it's a single target choice, but I'm not 100% sure exactly how much single target gain or AoE loss it represents, and I could be wrong about which of those it's even better in.
Well, it's definitely better single target. It's definitely worse AoE because the Tiger's Fury damage one, Carnivorous Instinct.
일단 퍼센트는 썬더드가 첫 풀링에서 좀 많이 붙이면서 따라가긴 따라간 것 같은데.
With resets and stuff. All right, Thunderstruck are I think getting a little bit of an advantage coming into this trash area. This trash pull here. I think this is their second pull of the area, where Thunder is also going to be starting their second pull.
그러니까 피움을 조금 먹는 거는 상관이 없어요. 이제 메인 타겟.
Not Thunder. Yeah, because Stormcaller.
그러니까 매 무리마다 쫄이, 그러니까 피통이 제일 큰 타겟만 피움을 안 먹으면 되거든요.
Yeah, slightly different direction.
이를테면 이넴 구간에서 메인 중보들.
They're tackling these pulls in a little bit of a
그러니까 메인 타겟만 피움을 안 먹으면은 오히려 피움을 조금 먹는 게 깔때기들을 오래 할 수 있어서 유리할 수 있어요.
Yeah, Thunderstruck also hitting their army.
야, 썬더스트럭이 그냥 심플하게 사고 났어요.
Thundered have Bazook going down. Bazook looks
이거는
like
짤이 센 것 같은데.
on him as well, if I'm not mistaken. Ends up going down there.
He's a big corrupting rage enjoyer.
Yeah,
짤이 좀 많이 세네요.
Oh,
이게 짤이 세면서
look at that.
토템 데미지
Stunned there
들어오면서
for
죽은 것
Thunderstruck
같거든요.
By the Sanguine Affix, if I'm not, or not by the Thundering Affix, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Maybe not.
God. Do you think that was maybe just the damage buff from the orb, from the totem? Or do you think it was like...
썬더드 1데스. 이 양팀 경기는
I
보니까
saw the debuff and I
데스
saw that's
페널티가
what that was,
굉장히
but-
중요해요.
Yeah, okay, no, that's you're right. He just grabbed an orb. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Dude, I'm just like, wait, what?
I was trying to figure out who else was affected because it could have been like JAMZing his, but then there would have still been at least one more person stunned. So yeah, you're right. It was definitely just the Storm Surge totem orbs. Which if you don't know, you can grab the orbs that the Storm Surge totem
양팀 다
puts
마지막
out,
물이 쿨링할
and
수
they give you that
쿨링
damage
나왔고.
healing buff just like the boss ones
Yeah.
do. So can be a valuable thing.
아니요.
A lot of people
이
when they first
일단
started
그 지금
doing it,
예선
they would just
경기,
focus on totem,
그러니까
right?
본선 경기 하고
Oh,
있잖아요.
totem
본선
was the
끝나면은
But
아마
actually,
한 달
you know,
정도
they got
텀이
the
있는 걸로
not
알고 있어요.
necessarily the most dangerous thing in this poll.
It depends on your composition. and
MDI에서
if you get
흑마가
all-
종종 그 알게타르 대학이라든지 공룡사라든지 좀 기용이 됐어요. 기용이 됐고 실제로 좀 성과가 좋았어요.
They're never going to be in a position where they're getting shot by a Stormbolt or whatever, and so they can just leave that totem for as long as possible. Thunderstruck here, about to pull the Raging Tempest, where Thunder, they've already killed that Kodo, and they're getting a bit more. They actually have a bit more trash, but I don't know if I think I take the.
이넴 구간 지나고 나서 썬더스트럭이 지금 병력이 조금 낮아졌죠.
1% trash gain because that's.
약간 가운데로 뭐 잡고 안 잡고 차이가 나는 것 같아요. 썬더스트럭은 지금 랜드 주변 3마리 로머를 안 잡았거든요.
Yeah, interesting choices here by the teams. It does mean the bosses pulled at basically the same time.
지금
in 24, and I wonder if they're just gonna click it.
그 썬더스트럭 보시면 사이패 때 바짝 저렇게 붙어주죠. 이넴 사이패 저렇게 바짝 붙으면은 마지막 구슬을 최대한 늦게 먹으면서 버프 유지 시간을 최대한 길게 가져갈 수 있어요. 방금 마지막에 사제가 구슬 마지막에 먹었는데 이러면은 사이패 끝나고 벼락 뒤에 오는 구슬을 바로 먹으면서 보시면 소닥스 지금 8중첩인데 중첩을 다 이어갔죠. 썬더스트럭 지금 4명 다 중첩 이었어요. 반면에 썬더도 지금 중첩이 좀 끊겼죠. 부죽 중첩 끊겼고 나머지 야드도 중첩이 끊겼어요. 이러면 램드들 차이가 나요.
Maybe just waiting for this next electrical storm, and yeah, or maybe with the thundering affix as well.
Could absolutely be with that. Just looking at times, the fastest knockout offensive over the course of the whole weekend is 22-27.
근데
Yeah, it's a
왜
situation.
썬더드가 램드들이 빠른 거지? 나 미치겠네 진짜.
Maybe if the dungeon
이거
was
다
optimized or
설명했더니.
something like that, you could see some reasoning, or maybe if it was even like 20 minutes even, you could see a reasoning of not pressing it.
지금 묘하게
on CD here, but I think it makes sense for
썬더스트럭이
both
중첩을 다
teams to
이어갔는데
slamming
중첩을 다
it.
이어가서 그치
We're dead
그치.
even. This is a very,
딜이
very
빠르죠.
close map so far between these two
여기 약간
teams.
쿨기 때문에 피가 엎치락
Yeah, the
뒤치락 하네.
damage meters here looking identical between the two teams as well.
보시면
Really
사이패 최대한 램드에
impressive,
붙어서
damage
마지막
numbers
구슬을
coming
최대한
out from
늦게.
both DKs, of course, getting that PI on their army with Lust are just doing absurd amounts of damage
Soda.
here.
Soda is doing
What is
infinite. Do you get I think it may just be like a refresh difference, right? Like if
Could be.
like if you don't get a refresh, it's like very difficult to maintain.
이번에는 야드
Yeah,
빼고는 중첩이
Thunderstruck
다
actually dropped
끊겼는데
their stacks here, except
그냥 네임드
for Yoda.
마무리하는
Yoda was able to
게
keep his 10
딱히
stacks.
신경 쓰지 않고
Thunder,
네임드
are they
마무리하는 게
gonna
더
be able to
이득이라고
keep?
생각한
No,
것
they are
같아요.
not. Everybody's dropping stacks here. So Thunder also having their damage peter out a little bit towards the end.
This is the one where it's almost impossible for you to get a refresh on. Like there
Yeah.
can sometimes be one player that gets a refresh.
아, 시간 주고 던전 그 무제한으로 달리는 데는 그레이트 푸시.
Alright, so the clock is
근데
gonna
그게
stop on the
대회로
boss 2
보기에는
split.
그레이트 푸시가 좀 더 지루한 면이 있어요.
And they've gained quite a bit of time, plus they didn't have a death on this split. They were a little bit slower
그래도
on
이거는
boss
약간
1,
뭔가
but boss 2 has really gone their way. as they
약간
make their way
컴퍼티션
now
느낌이
towards
제대로
the
나는데
end.
MDI 같은 경우는 그레이트 푸시는
Yeah, look at the splits at the bottom.
한번 할 때까지 해봐라 이런 느낌이잖아요.
Nearly 30 seconds fast in split 2, 25 seconds or so fast in split 2.
그레이트 푸시는 하이라이트로 봐야 재밌죠. 그러니까 최고 단수 어떻게 뚫었나 이런 거.
Not bad at all. Now they enter this area. This is one of the areas where Preservation Evoker is at its best. Preservation Evoker with Overawe talented, you can see right there, it's going to use Oppressive Roar and soothe all of those mobs in AoE. When they stand in that green swirly, they get a damage done and damage taken buff, right? They take less damage, they do more damage, but you can use Overawe.
약간 그런 느낌이죠. 그 월퍼킬 레이스 같은 느낌. 그레이트 푸시는.
As urgently, so really nice choice made by both of the Preservation Evokers that we have here.
Sanguine management is going to be very difficult here.
근데 실제로 고단 유저들은 그레이트 푸시를 많이 보긴 하죠. 그레이트 푸시에서 나오는 택틱은 실제 라이브 서버에서 할 수 있는 택틱들이니까 전부 다.
They could just be sitting there for 8 seconds inside of it, and so you need to be super diligent with your kiting with.
던전별로 어떤 조합이 베스트인지 그런 것도 확인할 수 있고.
In the sense of your melee uptime is going to be a bit reduced with how
그래
much.
그레이트 푸시에서는 라이브 서버랑 조합이 조금 갈려요.
Is that a shadow bolt volley that went off for the side of Thunder? Everybody drops.
지금 뭐 라이브 서버에서 도적 고술 도드 뭐 이런 식으로 쓰고 있다면은 그레이트 푸시에서는 뭐 특정 던전에 따라서 캐릭터들이 수합이 많이 되죠.
Sanguine Ichor on the healing meters for both teams. Only 3 mil for Thunderstruck, 1.5 for Thundered.
그리고 이번 시즌 같은 경우는 그러니까 딜러들 딜이 다들 비슷하기 때문에 그러니까 약간 이번 시즌처럼 그러니까 딜러들 편차가 적은 적이 잘 없었거든요. 그래서 그레이트 푸시에서는 진짜 조합이 다양할 것 같긴 해요.
That's so interesting. So, yeah. By the way, there's actually a pretty big difference in routing from what we just saw from the two teams. Thunder played the double mound pull together, where Thunderstruck played it in 2 separate segments, and now Thunder are able to kind of move on a little bit faster.
Look at Alex.
And they're
he's dead.
Alex
던더 탱다이. 전부 빨리 전부.
He had 2 stacks of the Mortal Strike debuff on him. He was just at low health.
탱힐 죽었고 힐러 한 명 죽었고 전부는 없고 아 지금 죽기랑 힐러 뛰거든요. 탱은 버틸 수 있을 거예요. 근데 이거 아 폭탄 때문에 아 죽었네요.
Now this is a poll. If you're doing this poll on live servers, you can
왜
actually
죽었지? 얘 죽을 그게 아닌데.
entire Onaran plains at your disposal to kite. And I have used most of it before on polls in this area when
아 끝났네요 이거는.
But it's not good.
It's like double Mortal Strike, and then if they have
왜
Corruptor
죽었지?
bolts going off as well at the exact same time, like those Corruptor bolts, if they don't get spell reflected,
네 1대1이네요
or
이건.
they don't get interrupted, are very dangerous for your tank.
갑자기 훅 갔네.
Normally that's like a fortified thing that they can become a problem, but like Prowler not necessarily known for being able to take a lot of magic damage quite well.
Yeah, spell block was up, but it was just not enough. I mean, the low health, the lack of healing.
아 맞아. 그리고 노쿠드에서는 죽기가 무조건 있으면 좋은 게 그 돌풍이라는 스킬이 있거든요. 쪼리 쓰는 스킬 중에 어떤 몹이었는지 기억은 안 나는데 그 몹을 정배해서 데리고 다니면은 계속 가속 버프를 받을 수가 있어요. 지속적으로.
Well, this opens up Thunderstruck to be able to kind of take this map down if they don't have a wipe in this area. Thunder, I thought with their routing was actually going to kind of come out on top. Their routing in this area should have saved them somewhere in the order of 20 to 25 seconds, I think. Just merging the double mount pull. Ooh, Jay down.
잠깐, 닥터 제이.
Thunderstruck, they're going to commit a battle res here. I think that this makes sense to just commit a B-res on Jay.
Yeah. They are fine here.
아 근데 이거 죽은 건 너무 아쉽다. 이거 23단 폭군이라 쫄 하나도 안 아픈데. 그러니까 바닥을 뭐 여러 개를 연속적으로 맞았거나.
They can even have like another death and then just have to like solo like master as somebody or something like that. They can have more deaths. That's okay-ish. It's not great, but it's okay-ish. Mike needs to make sure that he is staying alive.
썬더 탱커 알렉스 왜 이렇게 아파하죠? 이 정도 아닌데. 어활이 좀 많이 됐나 보네.
He's not using the whole Onaran Plains yet. We'll see if they decide to go. There's so much of this dungeon you can go to that there's just no mobs in. You can kite forever if you need to.
아 썬더도 전멸 사고라서
일단
데스 페널티 30초에
Oh no. And that's the worst mob to Sanguine Heal as well. That's the mini.
이거는 썬더스트럭이 뭐 전멸사, 그러니까 네임드 전멸사고 아니면은
nothing on the scale of the time that Thundered have lost.
역전 안 당하겠네요.
So far behind now, and these two teams are so closely matched at this point. For Thunder to get back into this, they probably need a big mistake from Thunderstruck.
Yeah, I think it has to be a wipe, right?
Yeah, unless they can do the rest of this like in one pull. Because right now, look what Thunderstruck are doing. They're fighting a Beast Caller and 4 Ghosts. That's not very efficient, right?
Do you remember the Perplex versus Donut?
네임드 팝업이 아직 안 됐나? 썬더스트럭 지금 풀링한 저 한 마리 잡으면은 퍼센트 끝나거든요.
To Donuts through this area where Thunderstruck are playing actually kind of a similar route to Perplexed. Now Thundered wiped, and so that's why you're not seeing like a difference here. Oh my gosh, look at that Death Speaker sitting in the Sanguine. Please get him out of there, man. He's casting Chant of the Dead.
That's the exact case that you were talking about earlier. They're going to start this pull into the Beast Caller, but Tira and Maruk have been pulled by Thunderstruck. Sanguine Healing, though, lands on the bosses. Tira and Maruk, they are full HP. So, Tira is 100%.
테라 만피.
Okay, yeah, Tira is 100%.
아, 피움 진짜.
3%. Hang on.
아, 근데 저거는 행잘못도 있긴 한데 저건 죽기가 좀 빼줬으면 좋았을 것 같아요.
Does that end the boss fight still?
아, 테라 만피. 2,300만이 했죠 지금. 피움. 야, 저게 뭐 100% 램드 힐은 아니겠지만.
Do you have to kill Tira solo?
Yeah, I also don't know.
야, 마루크 피는 70%인데 테라 피가 86%에.
From makes and from production that maybe it enrages and kills you.
네, 피 차는 건 피고기가 아니네요. 저도 처음 봤어요 지금. 저기서 뭐 피용 매길 일이 없으니까 라이브 서버에서는.
The other would just start gaining stacks the ancestral bond. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's what happens.
That sounds very bad for Thunderstruck. I mean, okay, well the thing is, it would just be Maruk that would get the buff, so that's just tank damage, right? Maruk only does tank damage.
No.
Oh no, it would be Tira. Okay, yeah.
Tira's going to be getting the buff.
한 명만 죽으면은 시체에도 멀어지면서 그 공격력 버프를 받을래나?
Okay.
궁금하네요.
I'm still not convinced. I don't know.
I'm also not convinced. I mean, I haven't
뭐
seen
시체에
this before.
붙어 주기는 하겠죠. 티라가 뛰는 애니까 마루크는 붙어줄 수 있겠네요.
Okay, I mean, we'll have to see it. At least Thunderstruck don't think that's how it happens yet as well, because otherwise they would have just wiped and gone again, right? They would have just gone and reset boss. So they think that
just take Maruk in the Sanguine.
They think. Oh yeah, you could do that. You could pull a mob, Sanguine Maruk up 20% and equalize the bosses. Hang on. If you knew for sure that that's what happened here, that's what you would do, right? That would actually be the play.
썬더도 약간 유의미하게 따라오긴 했거든요.
Not a good one, but it is a play.
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
이거 약간 잔실수 하나까지 따라왔어요. 그러니까 아직도 썬더스트럭이 앞서고 있긴 한데 잔실수 하나 추가되면은 썬더스가 이 역전 각은 나왔어요. 역전 각은 보여요. 막nem에서 사고가 좀 날 수 있어요. 막nem에서.
And this is about to be extremely interesting.
그래도 램드 전투는 썬더스트럭이 조금 빨리 끝나지 않을까 싶은데. 궁금하네요. 이타 계실 때 먼저 끝나는지.
Well, we're gonna find out. 4% on Maruk. What happens right now? Gale Arrow. Oh, the Gale Arrow is just coming out.
지금 해설진도 궁금해요. 지금 무슨 일이 일어날지 모르거든요. 해설진도.
If Tira does start gaining the enrage. Okay. So
아, 티라가 저렇게 남아 있네요. 점프? 중첩?
Quick shots are starting to come out, and she is gaining stacks of the ancestral bond.
Oh
but if we kill her before the next Gale Arrow, we're fine, right? That's got to be the idea here. Yeah, every shot is now going to start to be super hurty. You can see those shots, but
아, 죽었네요.
it looks like the boss may have reset for Thunderstruck.
No.
썬더드가 먼저 날라갔어요, 일단. 잠깐만. 램드 리셋?
What? Was it too far out of the arena? Oh no.
램드 리셋?
I don't think it was too far out of the arena. I think it was an issue of Maruk. Maybe it was too far out of the arena.
아, 이거는 약간
What just happened? What did we just watch?
Oh God. Okay, so Thunderstruck, they have to sit here and wait for this boss.
아,
to
냄새
respawn.
저기서 오고
And
있...
yeah, you can see that boss is
이거는
respawning now.
아, 글쎄요. 이거는 약간
no.
버그
Okay, I mean, now it's all about Thunder, right? Thunder can get back into are way ahead at this point. Way ahead. They just have to cleanly kill
썬더스트럭 탈락이? 아, 탈락은 아니에요. 탈락은 아니에요, 그래도.
But this is just the biggest disaster I've ever seen for Thunderstruck.
아, 탈락인가?
Are they supposed to
아,
reset
탈락이네요,
the boss?
탈락. 탈락이에요,
what was their
그러면.
play there? I don't even know what they were supposed to do. Are they supposed
I mean,
to
it
take
seems
Maruk
like a
out of the
good
arena?
plan. It seemed like a good plan to just to push right after a Gale Arrow. I think they were gonna kill it. I don't know why the boss reset. It may have just they had it too close to the edge.
아, 이거는 어떻게 될지 궁금하네요. 처리를 어떻게 할지. 이거는 명백히 버그긴 하거든요.
I don't know. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess that's you just have to be really.
So
the lesson we've learned is it is very bad to say.
아, 근데 이거는 재경기 하기에는 또
not something that you can do.
We would never see a remake in this situation as well, right?
그러니까 퓨 먹인 거 자체가 미스긴 했었기
Even
때문에
if it's something like that, right? Like it's because the sanguine healing happened on the boss, right? That's
Correct.
That's the main cause, and that's something that's under the.
이거는 명백히 게임상에서 버그긴 한데
the dungeon's not completable, and this dungeon certainly is.
퓨 미스가 있었긴 해서.
Yeah, so it would never be a remake. I mean, for Thunder, this is great for them. If you're a fan of the people on Thunder, they need to be downing these mini.
그러니까 썬더스트럭이 살짝 앞서기는 했어요. 살짝 앞서긴 했는데.
on Balakar Khan, but they just have 60% of
지금 그게 문제가 아니고 지금 썬더스트럭 용일 만화 없어요. 만화 없어요. 이거 파열 좀 빨아야 돼요.
We have Lust available as well.
교감 10초 남았는데 교감 10초 남아서 괜찮겠네요, 이거는.
Wow, very scary moments here for Thunder. Everybody dropping super low.
I'm really worried now. Wait a second. These mobs are getting spread.
Zephyr is being popped. This is really good.
와, 썬더도 지금 사고? 썬더 사고 났어요. 이거 타입에 들어가기 전에 쫄이 안 죽은 상태라서 지금 짤 한 마리 계속 세거든요. 지금 전부 하나? 전부 하나? 이거 사고 났어요. 사고 났어요.
We just have Alex and Bazooka alive. We reset the boss and
잠깐만요, 이거 다시 가야 돼요. 이거 다시 가야 돼. 딜러가 없어. 전부가 하나뿐이야. 이거 따라갈 수 있나?
I mean, the boss is 60%. You're gonna have a third of your DPS.
잡을 순 있는데.
DPS if you count spell reflect is gonna be in here.
Okay.
But you're gonna have to do this fight for so long. It is quite lethal. I guess with only 3 players alive, the AoE.
잘 해야 돼요. 잘 해야 돼요, 이거.
Laura is still alive, man. Is this a throw? This feels like a throw.
이게 사이페 들어가기 전에 중보가 다 죽었어야 되는데.
They might be in trouble here. Actually, Thunder might be giving Thunderstruck the opportunity to get.
약간 자기 체급에 맞지 않는 플레이를 했다고 해야 되나?
So even if Thunder can limp over the finish
제가
line
봤을
here,
때 뭐 우측 경기 보진 않았는데 중보가 퓨 조금 먹은 것 같아요.
They are just going to have to deal with 23 tyrannical Balakar Khan with only 1 DPS alive.
그러니까 블리자드는 지금 썬더드 전멸을 엄청 바라고 있을 거예요. 썬더드 혹시 여기서 전멸을 하면은 썬더스트럭이 무조건 이기거든요. 그러면 뭐 재경기고 뭐고 그냥 속은 편해져요. 주최 측 입장에서는 이거 전멸 응원할 수 있어요. 이게 데스 페널티 45초라서 이 딜러 2명이 없는 상태라 램드 킬타임 엄청 길어질 수 있거든요, 이거. 45초예요. 아직 45초, 그러니까 45초에 지금 페널티 갖고 있어요.
They have 100% of the boss's health to do. Thunder only have 25, but Thunder only have.
I think Thunder wins this, right? I think the 3 players in the spell reflect wins, but
3 players in the spell reflect.
Look at this differential. Wait, we forgot about this.
Yeah. Exactly, 45 seconds of death timer.
썬더 지금 램드가 너무 안 죽어요.
Have a whole intermission that they have to deal with, right? That is the downside for Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
But I think if Thunder can hold firm, I think if they can keep on reflecting most of.
이거 힐러가 바닥 욕심 조금이라도 내다가 바닥 맞으면은.
Alex is executing.
아 근데 확실히 탱커가 전사라서 주반 때문에 조금 MDP가 그래도 빠지긴 하네요.
This one gets reflected.
Yep, good reflect.
Balakarkon now 9% as the next crackling upheaval comes out.
8%?
They're running out of room
Lost
here.
eyes
Blood
in,
draw
like,
procs for baby.
15 seconds maybe? Maybe 20 seconds or so, should I?
Yeah, and
No
Thunderstruck have a
reflect
whole
here.
intermission to do. They do have Lust available. Okay.
아
They can
이거는
hit the Lust.
썬더스트럭이 그래도
try and melt
따라가기는
this boss down.
그
If they
막판까지
don't win
좀
by the time their Lust expires,
짜릿하긴
they're gonna lose.
했는데.
That is going to be how this
Yeah.
works out for Thundered, or for Thunderstruck. Thundered are about to stop the clock.
썬더드 2%?
It's going to be 28-50,
네.
28-49 when they land
동료.
this kill.
40%
Thunderstruck, there's no
남았어요.
way, right? There's just no way.
No, there's no way.
60%? I don't. Yeah, they have to do the whole intermission and then kill the boss from here. I don't think it's possible. Thunder
피웅
are
조심,
gonna
피웅
stand
조심.
here. They are gonna wait with bated breath to see if they've somehow managed to win after that.
아무리 뭐 블러도 있고 그래도 램들 29초 안에 잡긴 힘들겠죠.
Against a one death run from Thunderstruck, but the Thunderstruck sanguine heal into boss reset.
아 근데 이러면은 정말 재경기 얘기가 나올 수도 있는 게 썬더드 이 정도 사보면은
at 58% on Balakarkon.
이거는 피용 미스보다 더 큰 미스거든요. 이거는 정상적으로 진행됐으면은 썬더스트럭이 이기긴 했을 거예요.
What a game.
일단 썬더드 빅토리이긴 한데 와 램드리셋 저거는 좀
You do say thunder never strikes twice, right?
이거는 만약에 한국팀이 이랬으면은
Thunder actually
약간 청와대 청원각이
score between these two teams. And
이거
there was so much in
청와대
that
청원각
dungeon. I think
아닌가요?
we're gonna be here for a while, but let me try and get us through it. So we started here where everything still seemed fine.
청원
and
20만이면
our
재경기
life
가나요?
and okay, just us and the prairie of Granith. Now, I really like this first poll from the side of Thunderstruck. They actually finished it so quickly that they could take that Bloodlust over into the second
약간
poll and
이슈에
still
이슈가
have it
있었던
actually be
경기.
active there for like 5 to 10 seconds, which I thought was really good. Both teams equaling out on Granith. There was like 10 seconds that Thunder actually was in the lead, but then
그래도
over
이번
in the
시즌
Tempest
인게임
area,
버그는
we
없었는데
saw
버그
something
전망
that
게임
happened for
시전했네요.
Thundered. That also happened for them against the Monka team, which is 1, a lot of sanguine healing, and 2, an oopsie. So that's where their first battle res was used. They didn't have that then available anymore. Niche little DK tech here on that boss. You can see Jay actually using his AMS here to avoid this eruption that is going to allow you to have a little bit more orbs that come through, which I think is really, really cool tech, especially on this kind of higher key level where players really need to try and get the most out of those orbs. But yeah, that's where it all went wrong, right? We had such a good old jolly time, and then the Ohuna area.
뭐 특별히 맞은 게 없어 보였는데 그냥 짤 세면서 저 중첩에 죽었나?
It was a line of sight to the healer. We were on Bazook's POV in the replay, and it looked like his cast got interrupted. So I'm not sure if that was maybe a little bit of miscommunication or what happened there. But on the side of Thunderstruck, there was even worse.
썬더스트럭도 약간 저런
Took this beast caller into the boss, and when they did, I was like, oh, that's not good. And it indeed, it wasn't not just not good. It was absolutely terrible. It was one of the worst things I've probably seen in the MDI. And I don't
야 썬더드도 저런 전멸 사고에도 이 정도 속도로 진행했으면은 확실히 못하는 팀은 아닌데 아 그래도 막냄 사고는 좀 크긴 컸거든요.
I don't know how they kept their mental about that. I would have altered forward.
Very
that
carefully.
Would have not been me.
Very carefully.
So
it was just crazy. So she leaps out and she doesn't reset instantly. She doesn't.
아 이거는
I assume next up is the ability which she
뭐지?
usually shares with Maroon.
죽지도 않았는데 외곽으로 나가면서 리셋이 된 거라고 해야 되나?
That's what happened.
이거는 약간 그러니까 몹이 죽으면서 리셋이 된 게 아니고
I think that's what happened.
외곽으로 나가면서 리셋이 된 거 같은 느낌이거든요. 방금.
Maybe we can ask a team. But then you thought Thunder had this one in the tank, right? And then you look over and this happens. So they have 3 dead DPS. They have Balara still alive. They're killing the Stormcaster. And in my head, this was okay, we're just going to reset. You know, Balara isn't much of a problem. But then you kind of need to get everybody back up, and they already had 50 seconds against them. So they decided in that moment, no, use the battle res we have. we pick up the DK. The DK has great single target. We still have Bloodlust available, which is going to buff the DK up. And we
뭐
just
그런 건
said that, and
없는
that's
것
what they
같네요,
did with
그냥.
that
그러니까
Warrior
썬더즈
4
승리로
even though they had 45
이게
seconds against them. If
그러니까
you're looking at that
승자조
Sanguine
경기였으면
here,
괜찮은데 이게
I
패자조
actually thought it was
경기라서
gonna go the
썬더스트로
other
이렇게
way
되면
around, but
탈락이거든요.
of course, with the boss being healed up as much as it did,
아, 다음 주였나? 아, 그게 한 번 더 있긴 해요. 맞아. 그 약간 패종, 그러니까 패자부활전? 그런 경기가, 그런 주간이 있긴 해요. 맞아. 패자부활전 한 번 하긴 하는데.
Oh wait,
that's
over,
the end, right? Yeah, there was Thunder that won Thunder won the Shadow Moon. Yeah, so that's
a 2-0.
The
That's
names are too similar.
썬더스트로는 거기서 한번 기대를 해야겠네.
Oh my
패자부활전.
goodness, yes, I was so excited. I got carried away. Oh no.
I was also excited to see that game 3 as well. And tragic for Thunderstruck. They're going to be out of this.
썬더스트 28분 49면 엄청 오래 걸렸는데.
Last Stand though, which is very exciting. We've got the Last Stand that's coming up next weekend, so we will potentially see Thunderstruck competing in that if the Tira and Maruk reset didn't sap their desire to compete, which I'm sure it didn't. Those are players that have overcome adversity in the past,
Dude.
and I'm sure we'll see them playing in that Last Stand.
Last Stand is going to be sick. So I think we're going to see some really cool teams in Last Stand. I think it's going to be very, very competitive.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that didn't even play in groups that are coming.
3렙 메커니즘이 그런 게 있나 봐요. 그러니까 티라가 외곽으로 뛰더라도 그 바루크가 그 내부에 남아 있으면서 리셋이 안 되는 뭐 그런 메커니즘이 있는 것 같은데 한 마리가 사라지면서 티라가 외곽으로 나가버리니까 리셋이 되지 않았나 그런 생각이 드네요.
You can hit him with a no. In the MDI, it's a healer's job. So there you go. We got that ready for you guys.
That's good. That's gonna help.
You can just take this as you should invite Bazook to all of your keys on live, especially even on his alts and everything else, because you know that.
아, 폭탄 깬 개수 보여주네. 폭탄 개수. 이걸 드디어 보여주네. 썬더도 180개, 썬더스트럭은 140개. 각각 킬러가 깬 개수가 이것저것 많이 보여주네요.
It's actually crazy as well that Thunderstruck would have won if they had more Sanguine healing and they dragged
피용 3천만.
Sanguine puddle as well, right? That's
yes. The boss.
I really like that idea.
네, 다들 웃고 있는 거 보니까 뭐 특별히 심각한 일 아니다. 늘상 있는 일이다.
That was gonna be it. No, but now I mean I think we all learned something.
네, 뭐 특별히 그렇게 뭐 심각해하지
We
않네요.
do not pull anything into Maruk and Tira. That's not
그냥
that's
끝.
not good. But yeah, with that, I think that ends the Thunderdome. Very sad. I would
버그도
have liked
실력.
another game. I think that would have been really fun. But we have another exciting series coming up for you guys, and that is something we can all look forward to. Of course, earlier in the day we had a matchup between Cheese and
이러면 다음
Monka,
경기
and out of that,
썬더드
Cheese
대
lost, and they
치즈.
moved down into the lower finals. So with those lower finals, we have Cheese coming up against Thundered. And we're all very excited to see who wins between those two teams. So we're gonna go into a short break and we'll see you guys right after.
썬더드는 이제 2경기 연속하는 거라 약간 체력적으로 힘들 수 있고. 확실히 이 텀을 그래도 좀 길게 주네요. 이거 보통 한 2분 정도 줬던 것 같은데 4분인 거 보니까. 재밌게 보고 계시면 후원, 구독, 좋아요, 팔로우까지 부탁드립니다. 저도 조금 쉬었다가 올게요. 이제 한 경기만 더 기다리시면 몬카의 5세트 경기 보실 수 있거든요. 패자조에서 다이얼부즈 볼 수 있을 거예요 아마. 네, 패자조에서 다이얼부즈 아쉬워하셨던 분들이 많으니까.
Thunderdome is over, and only one of the Thundered teams remained. Thundered will be taking on Cheese in our lower bracket finals, and the winner of this match goes on to the global finals later this year, and that's the most important thing of this weekend, which two teams we're going to be sending there. So,
두 썬더 팀 중에 한 팀이
let's
올라갔다.
talk
뭐
about these two
그런
teams a
얘기.
little bit here. Thundered, just saw them go up against Thunderstruck, barely getting across the line. But Cheese looked a little shaky against Monk earlier today. Nagura, what are your thoughts on this matchup? What do we think we're going to see here?
So I do think that Cheese are definitely the favorites coming into this, but as you said, they have been looking a little bit shaky, and Thunder surprised us in a bunch of dungeons, playing better than we thought they would. So I do think it can still be a very
아,
close
알게타르
game.
대학이
And on
벤이네요.
top of that, we have Noku defensive first, which Thunder
아,
just
또 노쿠드의
scratched in
어둠.
their minds, right? They
이
just
순서만
even though
바뀌고
it
또
went wrong for them here and there. That's, I mean, the perfect opportunity to fix those mistakes the second time around that they're playing this dungeon.
아, 썬더드 알게타르 대학 벤한 거는
Played no
너무
defensive at all
아, 근데
this
이거는
weekend. In fact, they even
그렇긴
banned
하네.
it
그러니까
against
이번
Monk.
경기가
So
그
either they just wanted to keep it a secret, or
파이널
they weren't too sure
진출
about their
결정전이거든요.
defensive. So I think that first
노쿠드는 첫 경기라 벤이 안 돼요.
And I wonder, you know,
Yep.
having just completed that Naka defensive, do you think we actually even have a little bit of an advantage for Thundered going right back into it, like right afterwards? Because while the dungeon didn't look overall that clean, they actually were pretty solid under Sanguine management. Remember, this is the dungeon that Thundered played against Monkey yesterday, and they had something like 24 million Sanguine healing, which ended up costing them.
알게타르 대학을 썬더드 쪽에서 벤한 거는 프레그넌스의 악사가 좀 무섭지
So I
않았나?
wonder if just the extra practices help them out. Makes looking at the map pool here. where do you think the
프레그넌스가
advantage
알게타르
actually
대학
lies?
나는 악사야 시전했으니까.
Well, that's really hard to say, right? I hope we're gonna see Court of Stars because we haven't seen that dungeon at all in the entire weekend. And I really want to see it. But
노쿠드 약간 두 판 연속 보는 거는 조금
know what to work on now.
그러긴
As you
하네요.
said, they definitely improved their Sanguine healing. They need to improve some other stuff going into that dungeon, though. There were a lot of oopsies. I think their general routing.
별궁은
is really
택틱이
good in that
택틱
Nugget.
보는 맛이
But
있어서
of course,
재밌긴
with
해요.
Cheese, we never really know what we get. We gotta have a
거기
command
짧고
from them.
짧으면서
We gotta
택틱적인
warm
면이
up from
들어가니까
them.
괜찮더라고요 보기에는.
They're giving us treats, so I'm curious if we're gonna see one more, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Both teams
치즈가
are running
노쿠드가 첫 판인 것
exactly the
같은데.
same comp. Nagura, it is going to be that pre-voker.
네? 야, 그
barrel,
노쿠드도 풀링이 뭐
unholy
특별한 게
and
없네요.
Shadow Priest going into the key, and both teams doing the pull that we've now seen a couple of times into Bloodlust right from the get-go.
Yeah, just using everything here in that first pool. You can see the
조합도
Shadow
양팀
Priest also
동일하고.
baiting those bleeds as well. They also try to interrupt as many of those War Spear charges as they can with all of the tools.
치즈가 풀링이 조금 늦긴
Now we do see
했는데
the kiting as well from both of the teams, making sure that Sanguine doesn't heal as much. But a little bit of Sanguine healing.
피용을
coming
살짝
out on
먹어서
Cheese's
살짝
side. You see
끌렸네요.
2.16
그러니까
million
마지막 졸이
kills.
저렇게 피용을 먹으면 안
They
돼요.
still did manage to finish out the pool, and they're going a little bit of a different direction, it looks like, compared to Thundered. But both of them pulling another Lance Master here. And yeah, I mean, of course, still really close. Nothing really going wrong for either of those teams.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to
다음
hear
시즌에 또
after
던전이
that
바뀌니까
previous queue,
일단
right?
뭐 그런
I
기대는
think that
있네요.
was a lot,
일단 저가 던전이
going wrong
나오면은
for
저가
a while.
던전들이 확실히 대해보는 맛은 있거든요.
Easy
그러니까
breezy
어떤
pulling
던전이
that
나와도.
Lance Master should be going down, and I think both teams are going to take a little bit of trash into Granith as well.
그러니까 제가
and
격아로
that should
시작했던
be it
유저라서
for now as they are making way. Now, one thing I'm always looking for on Granith with
약간 그 기억 왜곡이 있을 수는
especially
있는데
like with Tyrannical, there's so many of these saboteurs that spawn.
그러니까 보랄로스, 톨다고르 이런 데 다 그 대회로 보는 맛이 있는 던전들이거든요. 뭐 보랄로스 그 폭탄으로 쫄 잡는 거나 톨다고르 그 대포로 잡는다거나
Yeah, it's definitely really cool. You're gaining so much single target damage if you don't have to worry.
톨다고르 진짜 온갖 쫄 다 몰아가지고 대포로 잡고 이런 거 좀 재밌거든요. 보랄로스도 마찬가지고.
Handle it in just a second, but they have to finish up the third Lance Master. You can see both of them now engaging them, and it also looks like neither of the teams did pull anything additionally here outside of that first patrol that they pulled onto the first Lance Master. So Thunder now done, and they might be pulling the boss first here. As the boss
왕한
is
경화는
respawning in
진짜.
just a second, they are now engaging the patrol with the plane
왕한 폭군도 머리 아파요. 왕한은.
Yeah, she's a little bit
썬더드가
slower
좀 더
there,
빠르네요.
having a little bit more sanguine healing and also just executing the pulls a little bit less fast compared to Thunder.
양팀 뭐 딜은 비슷한 것 같고.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Now we are going to see Frag's army being ready in just a few seconds. You can see him.
그러니까 첫 플링에 피운 끌린 만큼 지금 치즈가 약간 밀리고 있는 것 같아요.
Ready, but PI has already been used by Ricky. I would think it's on Frag. Yeah, it is. Okay, and then army should be coming in a few seconds. A little bit of an early PI, and
그러니까 군단 하셨던 분들은 삼두정 얘기를 되게 많이 하네요. 전 삼두정이 어떤 던전인지를 아예 몰라가지고.
I guess we're waiting for more cooldowns, but then why didn't we send the PI? Did it not go? In fact, he looked like he had it.
Fragrance I saw him cast the puzzle, the Algathar Academy.
I mean that makes
썬더드가
sense.
딜도 조금 더 세네요 지금.
So maybe he was just waiting for that.
But why didn't we delay the PI? Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Both teams are moving on. Here we can see Incarn being used by Subchris as well. They're sending their cooldowns into the boss, and both teams are trying to make way. But like you said, Thunder having a little bit of a lead
진짜 썬더드가 올라가나?
in this boss fight, and I mean, no sanguine healing so far. There is one plane stomper on both sides that they're just slowly cleaving down, but seems like the saboteurs are all under control for the teams.
치즈가 뭔가 약간 순위에 비해서 딜량이 좀 안 나오는 느낌이 있네요.
Of course, the tanks are making sure they're dragging it out. We see a control mind come out of Maskin here as well on Thunder's side. You can see the saboteur just chilling there. They don't really do anything whenever they are mind controlled by the priests. They just chill there and kind of do nothing. Sometimes they even walk to the bazookas and channel the ability anyway. But of course, since they're friendly, they're not actually disabling them. And I've heard some priests say that it freaks out some people whenever you're pugging and you use that ability. The healers think that it's gonna be.
썬더드 아마 이번 화살 던지면서 네임드 마무리 될 것
Either
같고.
way, yeah, as he said, Thunder just because they pulled the boss earlier, they seem to be finishing it off earlier as well. Percentage perfectly even. They pulled the exact same amount of trash. So Thunder in the lead. Not too far though. It's just gonna be a couple of seconds.
방금 약간 미세하게 암사 무빙이 나왔는데 저게 화살당 데미지가 5%거든요. 그러니까 지금 딜이 보시면은 썬더드는 마지막 화살 쏘면서 램드가 마무리가 됐는데 치즈는 마지막 화살 쏘고 나서 5%를 더 쳤어요. 이거는 그냥 딜이 5% 빠르다는 얘기거든요. 썬더드 쪽이.
And it's really not a very easy pull. You'll see all of the cooldowns being used right away, making sure they have
그러니까 램드 플링이 늦었던 거와는 별개로 그냥 딜이 썬더드가 좀 더 세네요.
So much damage here, but now everything is up, and that is going to be PI, that is going to be Army, that is going to be Incarn. They're sending everything they have into this pull, trying to make way as fast as they can.
체급이 미세하게 썬더드가 앞선다는 거니까 약간 플링에서 그러니까 전판 같은 미스만 안 나면은 1경기는 좀 썬더드가 무난하게 가져갈 수도 있겠어요. 치즈 지금 1데스 나왔고.
Definitely not great, but it looked like Ricky hadn't used any cooldowns.
치즈가 첫 플링이 조금 많은 것 같긴 한데.
So not too big of a damage loss, of course. The 5 seconds death penalty is going to be there, but PI, VE, and all the other cooldowns have been used after the death, so they are going to be alright.
제가 봤을 때 노프드에서 플링이 어차피 플링 횟수는 정해져 있거든요. 그냥 그 오브젝트 플링 횟수로 끝? 이nem군 암사 또 죽었네요. 짤이 조금 많이 안 되고 있는 것 같죠? 지금 피우
yeah, this costing them so much time, unfortunately, presumably because of the death early on from the Shadow Priest, not finishing off this trash pack as fast as they wanted to.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, and you can just see how much time.
지금 방패 쓰는 쫄이 탱커가 굉장히 아파요. 근데 그거 감안해도 폭군인데
Thundered has chewed through that pole.
너무 드리블을 많이 한 것 같은데?
And is on to the Kodo. They're making way for the boss. Cheese now finally also finished.
지금 썬더드 세 번째 풀링 하고 있는데 치즈 이제 첫 번째 풀링 끝났어요.
Could be what it all comes down to in the end. We saw Satsi just drink, make sure he has mana ready for the next pull.
일단은 썬더드가 많이 앞서가요. 많이 앞서가 이거.
And I just hope they have a little bit more coordination now and get this pull under control and hopefully no more deaths. That's really unfortunate for Cheese, but Thunder looking good, making way. They will have their Bloodlust ready in just a bit, and I think after this pull we might have one more pull at the totem and then Tempest, right?
썬더드 이번에 마무리되면 네임드 팝업이거든요.
Into this totem here on Thundered side, they pulled the Thunder.
하나 남았구나. 잘못 봤네.
So a little bit of a difference in routing.
풀링 두 개 차이가 아니고 하나 차이네요. 하나 차이.
Side after the waterfall, looking at the waterfall, and Thunder went to the left with that patrol. Cheese now still has a patrol left and that other pack that Thunder already did.
치즈는 이제 세 번째 풀링이고 썬더드는 네 번째 풀링 한 반 정도 했거든요.
Teams don't even do that pack at all and just play the boss without killing the Thunder Beast. It becomes a little bit more dangerous because during the boss you need to make sure you're not ninja pulling it, but usually not that big of a problem for these MDI teams.
Yeah, I think Cheese still has to do the
치즈 양쪽 붙인 것 같은데요 지금?
Right now as well, if I'm not completely mistaken,
맞나?
we're gonna see they are making way for those gusts they have.
그냥 로머만 붙였네, 로머만
So they're
붙였네요.
going really big here, trying to make up time, but Thunder
암사가 토템피 관리하는 것 같고.
Tempest, and there is one more ad that was about to die, but we can see Bazook making sure that does not happen, knocks it back. Make sure the Sanguine Puddle does not go into this elemental because you cannot move the Raging Tempest.
근데 그거랑 상관없이 치즈 지금 토템 하나 더 잡아야 되는데
Really like that. And she's still trying to get there. But let's
차이가 좀 많이 나요.
Something I like about the Raging Tempest is how
힐러 다이.
those buffs. And right now
전부
you
하나
can see
있고.
that the DPS are actually stacking up on orbs, and Bazook doesn't even have a single one.
탱 다이. 이거 치즈 끝났네요. 전부 없어요. 전부 없어. 그래 쫄이 마무리가 됐네.
Time dilation that has been cast before Satsi went down, but they only have the totem left, so they are alright. They can just use a normal rest on Fem whenever they are done with this totem. Yeah, just more time losses for Cheese there on that last trash.
치즈 시간 너무 끌리는데요.
Already on 70% on that Raging Tempest and popping the Bloodlust now. You can see most of their damage dealers do have high stacks. 10 on the Unholy DK, that's the most important one because the army has been popped, the PI has been used as well. So baby is going to be doing
이거는 거의 풀링 이제 2개 정도 차이가 나죠.
Working on their last totem, but yeah, so many problems for Cheese, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean, even though it is just
1렘 구간에서 미세하게 끌렸는데
they're really good at recovering these types of oopsies, it is going to cost them time, like you said, and that time is not going anywhere for Thunder. They're just passing through this boss, they're just passing through this dungeon.
썬더드 힐러 쿨기가 없어도 흡선하고 흡선 들어갔고 자경 들어갈 거거든요. 설마? 네.
But it was pretty close, so we'll see how it looks. Maskin taking so
지금
much
자경
damage
들어갔고요.
here.
흡선 켜져
Is
있고.
going to survive, and Pyrrhic and
네,
Blaze
흡선
pop
자경으로
off as
막았어요.
well, making sure everything is up here for him. Does not
이게
want to go
MDI에서는
down.
힐러
Won't
쿨기만
go
보는 게
down.
아니고
See if they
이
can
암사
refresh their
흡선하고
buffs here.
자경도
There's
봐야
actually
돼요.
all damage dealers. Looks like Maskin's running out, DK1 running out as well, and Feral 1 running out too. So they lost all of their 10 stack buffs here.
저는 그래도
Which is gonna be a little bit of a
힐러 쿨기 없어도 살릴 거라고 생각을 했는데 흡선하고 자경 없었으면은 전멸하긴 했겠네요.
Yeah, as you said, it looked like the last
좀 위험하긴 했어요.
lightning storm did a little bit more damage to them than they maybe anticipated, and we can also see the mana on Bazook is really low. Just seeing an evoker being low on mana like that definitely meant they had a little hard time, but not above. Let's go down.
It does, and Thunder moves on with
썬더도 지금 네임드 끝나고 다음 3렘 구간 날아가고 있는데 치즈 이제 네임드피 70%니까
which allows them to have a little bit more single target priority over baby, but I'm not sure that's going to make up for
이거는 썬더드 아까처럼 탱 한번 죽으면서 전멸해도
they will, however, try, and that is of course something we hope they
치즈가 앞서 그 썬더드 쪽이 앞설 것 같아요.
now going into the next pull, and they're taking a double pack here right from the get-go, which I really like.
Yeah, this is the pull they actually almost swept to.
아 이게 지금 썬더드가 양쪽을 붙었네요.
We just saw that earlier, but it looks like Alex is okay for it now. Did use last stand and one
네임드
step of
팝업
shield
조를 지금 양쪽을 붙인 것 같아요.
survives that initial gathering of
이래서 좀
trash,
힘들었구나.
which can be the most dangerous when you try to gather them all up, and maybe some of them are hitting you in the back. You have casts going off left and right. Now that they're all gathered, they should be okay. They still have to worry about Sanguine.
예, 아무래도 날아가 지금 이거 약간 피웅 안 먹으면 안 되는 쫄 두 마리가 피웅을 먹었거든요. 이러면은 아 피웅을 저렇게 먹으면은 이거는 나눠 간 거랑 시간이 아마 비슷하긴 할 거예요.
I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to, right? That's what happened.
피웅 힐
in their first run,
530만.
That's what happened in their second run. It's just a little bit of, oh, this poll is getting out of control, and suddenly there's Sanguine everywhere. You can see that, like you said, that Death Speaker is completely healed up. The corruptor
영혼 붕괴가 두 번 들어오죠.
they are trying to make it up. They're pulling the next pack into that to make sure that they're not just doing DPS on one single mob, which I technically like, but still, I would have liked it even more if that 6-7 million Sanguine healing didn't happen in the first place.
Yeah, definitely don't like to see
이 풀링에서 피용 관리가 너무 안 되긴 하네요.
Now, they can carry them up forward if they want to, and the ones that got healed. But yeah, this area in general is so difficult with Sanguine because these Death Speakers, they just stand still and cast their chant, and it's actually not possible to displace them. You cannot use Typhoon, you cannot use any of those knocks that they have plenty of available to them. So what you want to do to make sure that Sanguine doesn't heal is grip them up so that you can actually displace away from them before they die. But that can be a bit tricky sometimes, especially when the tank is kiting.
3렘 구간 램드 팝업줄 두 무리는 썬더드가 처음 한 것 같긴 한데 아닌가? 여기도 붙이려나? 그렇죠. 보통은 이렇게 다 따로 갔었거든요. 치즈는 한 무리만.
But yeah, looking at the second boss split, 2 minutes in favor of Thunder.
어쨌든 이 풀링을 성공을 해서 그러니까 썬더드 쪽은 그러니까 피용 뭐 몇백만 먹었어도 어쨌든 따로따로 가는 것보단 빨랐던 것 같아요. 많이 빠르진 않고 뭐 한 10초?
and pull bigger in some way. We saw them pull the first pack by itself, and it seems like
피용이 아니었으면 많이 빨랐을 텐데 조금 아쉽긴 하네요.
This one on top of the hill here by itself. On one hand, I like it because it avoids the Sanguine situation, but on the other side, you're going to move pretty slowly through the dungeon, right?
I think they should pull some trash onto the boss.
Please, Nagura. Please, don't do that to me. I've been through a lot today already. I was so excited for that Thunderdome, and now my fifis are a little bit hurt. But we will not be pulling anything onto the boss. That is now banned by me personally. So therefore, teams must oblige. We're gonna see it.
이러면은 이 경기 때 썬더드를 응원을 해야겠는데. 별로 약간 3경기 보고 싶지 않거든요 지금.
Well, Thunder is still working on that third one, and you can see they're actually just moving on.
빨리 몽카 하는 거 보고 꿀잠 자고 싶은데.
But changed his mind halfway through. Now pulling that Beastmaster, Beastcaller, while Basook is deep breathing all the way over to the.
썬더드 지금 풀링 끝났어요. 램드 팝업 되면 아마 램드 붙여서 바로 갈 것 같고. 아까처럼 피웅 사고만 안 나면은.
But it's only going to be one Sanguine pool, and that should be.
그리고 혹시 피웅 사고가 나서 램드 리셋이 되더라도
I'm not allowing it. They will
그래도
finish the
썬더드가
beast collar
빠를
on the
것 같긴
side.
해요.
It is not
Okay.
not happening. On the other hand, they do have enough trash count after finishing this beast collar to just move on. So that's exactly what they're going to do. They'll finish this beast collar here on the side. Nice and easy, making sure Sanguine doesn't cause any problems, which we love.
Come on.
And then
치즈가 시간이 끌리긴 했는데 뭐 냄드 전멸 사고 난 것도 아니고 그냥 탱 죽었다.
I just looked over there
전부
and he's
없고
dead. Come
남아있는
on.
쪽이 조금
I
많아요.
want to praise them, but stuff continues to go wrong. This is not
그래도
ideal.
남아있는
They have one more
쪽이
corruptor.
테스터
Maybe
쪽이라서
they can
그나마
actually
다행이네.
just kite it out, frag tanking it, trying to make sure that they can finish this pull and just rest Fem up.
치즈가
Save a
기다리는
little
동안
bit
힘이
of flying time,
빠졌나?
and that is going to be successful. Thundering helping as well as the team clears it up, and Fem is rest up, but that's another death for Cheese.
Yeah, definitely not great. And at this point, Thundered only has this boss and the last boss left. Of course, they have to pull the 2 mini bosses as well. And we also know that Thundered had issues on the last boss just the match before, right? So there's definitely still things that can go wrong for Thundered, but we are at the point where
뭔가 이거는 썬더드가 많이 잘한다기보다는
Thundered to make
치즈가
mistakes
너무
to have something
못한다.
go wrong. Because if Thundered does the rest of the dungeon cleanly, then it's going to be incredibly hard for Cheese to make up that difference that they already accumulated with all of those deaths, plus the Sanguine heal going off, and plus just issues all around. But yeah, Cheese, of course, recovering now, got Fem.
23단 폭군 쫄 잡는데 탱이 터지는 거는
before they can do the boss. Thundered, on the other hand, had no Sanguine go off on the boss. They are
거의
fine.
90% 이상 탱 미스라고 보면 되거든요.
They're splitting up for the
뭐 생존기 분배
arrows as well.
문제라거나.
You see the melee are stacking with the tank, and Maskin is stacking with Bazook there for those tornadoes to come out. So looking really clean by them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 41% to go, 40% to go, and you can see them.
아니면 노쿠드가 연습이 많이 안 돼 있나?
The air splitter is going to appear. That's always of a tough situation, as you need to run so much, but the teams are managing to get through. They're thundering once more coming in, allowing them to have a little bit of extra damage. Little DK trick. You can actually stand in the fear here with AMS, and then also with Lichborn, you're going to be able to just tank it if you wanted to do that ever. I do that sometimes. I don't think my healers like it, because you still take a little bit of damage, but you don't get feared, so you can get a little bit more of melee uptime. But Cheese now on to Tira and Maruk and Nagura. If I'm seeing correctly, they're doing something that I didn't allow. There's a beast collar on the boss. That just might save them some time.
Yeah, this is an absolutely illegal move being done by Cheese.
이게 너무 빠른 타이밍에 경기가 끝나가지고 이거는.
There we go. The knock comes out, plus the Stormbolt by Fem. Doesn't look like they're finished it off just yet. There we go.
썬더드는 막내막 중보를 따로 가도 시간이 남거든요 지금.
It's okay. It's okay. We're on the safe side for Cheese. Yeah, Subchris going down.
기가 지금 야드가 인터넷 아니네요.
Oh, they're just okay. They're normal resting. That's also okay. So
야드가 부활받고 바로 안 일어난 거 봐서는 약간 인터넷 이슈가 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 이거는 뭐 실수로 죽을 만한 그게 없어서. 썬더드 야드 잠깐 인터넷 이슈로 보여요.
Cheese, however, saving some time with that beast collar into the boss and also getting through the area, but still they have to deal with half of Tira and Maruk's HP, and then kind of be 25 seconds or 20 seconds rather faster than Thundered still to make up for that penalty that they have.
Yeah, Thundered. I wonder if they okay.
그래도 냄드는 붙여서 가네요. 이거 따로 갔어도 괜찮았을 것 같은데.
By themselves, not necessarily have to risk pulling them onto the boss. But I guess the first phase of Belakar Khan is really like it's the easiest phase, right? Division phase, there's so much damage coming out. The last
중보 스킬은 바카르가 던지는 저 바닥 스킬, 저 창 던지면서 바닥 꼽히는 스킬만 피하면 되거든요. 그러니까 전방에 쓰는 뭐 돌진이라든지 아니면은 그러니까 범위 바닥 깔리는 저 스킬은 거의 데미지가 없어요.
But yeah, they have to be a little bit careful. Maybe they want to focus down those mini bosses before they push Balakar Khan into that intermission phase, making sure they're playing as safe as possible, considering that they're so far ahead. If anything
이번
goes wrong
대회도
here
인터넷
and they
이슈가
run out of
조금
Valoras's or get
있더라고요.
twisted the boss, they will still lose. Say, I want them to
근데
play
뭐
as safe as
방금
possible
경기에서도
here.
보였지만 뭐 특별히 재경기를 한다거나 그러진 않기
Yeah,
때문에
absolutely, and we're gonna see if that happens. I think the last time they did this key, they still
방금
kept a
돌진 유도가 한번
lot
제대로
around
안 됐네요.
going into that intermission. This time, looking like the mini bosses are getting a little bit more loving, getting a little bit more damage focus from the rest of the team, trying to get them down, like you said, before we enter that intermission. But Cheese is making way. They also have racked up enough trash count to actually engage Balar Khan and either the trash pack or Balara attack, but I think it's going to be the mini bosses as well for them.
지금
as they
힐러
finish
쪽에서 조금
off
안전하게
the boss here,
가려고
and then
똘을
we see them
살짝
flying over
찍어줬던 것
as well.
같아요.
Both teams notably have that bloodlust
똘피가 안
available.
맞았었는데
We
지금
know Thunder is planning on
사이페
sending
전에
it
쫄이 마무리가
after
됐죠.
the phase here is over.
아무래도
But in that phase,
전판에
they will
그러니까
go in a
중보를
few
달고 간
seconds
상태로
time.
사이페에
Finish
들어가다
the mini
보니까
bosses
부담이
really
좀
nicely. Had
있었어서
them laying outside of Balaka Khan. You can see Sanguine didn't really do anything here in this fight, which is what you always want it to do.
They actually gave me a little bit of a heart attack there for a second because one of the mini bosses went down and Balakar
지금
Khan
썬더드
was
용일
standing
사이페
and
데뷔용으로
casting a
정지장
spear, standing in the
저장해뒀고
pool there, but there's a little bit of a like there's a second or two before the
사이페
second
블러드는 안
starts to
주네요.
win, and they managed to get
그냥
the boss
써서
back
블러드
out.
쓰고
So
안전하게
no
가는 것도
healing has
나쁘지
been
않을 것
done by
같은데
Sanguine, but now they are in that intermission phase, so you can see just how much damage the space does on a 23 Tyrannical. Everyone dropping incredibly low. They use all of their defensives. VE coming out of the Shadow Priest, plus the Nature's Vigil from the Feral as well to make sure that they help out the healer as much as possible. There we go. This is the phase that they
썬더드
actually struggled with
이
last
패시
time around.
오프닝에 블러드 켜졌고 이거는 쿨기를 조금 기다렸던 것
This time
같네요.
around, no issues for them. Bloodlust is still running. They actually used it for safety in that intermission phase. Really like to see that. And now all they have to do is get through that last phase. They have to spell reflect to do the extra damage to the boss. They do have defenses
블러드
available
키면서
to
구주 쿨기
heal
올라갔고
static spear.
마주
They
들어갔고
even have a Shadow Melt in 30 seconds as well. In case it does go on the Feral, they can completely remove the spear. Yeah, it's looking really good for Thunder, playing so clean.
Absolutely right. That bloodlust is still going, albeit it will run out in a few seconds. 20% to go. And like you said, all of the danger zones have been avoided on the side of Thundered. They're only needing to do a single target damage to Balakar Khan. Incarn will come up in
1경기에서 치즈 팀이 실수가 그렇게 크지 않았는데도 격차가 이 정도 벌어진 거 봐서는 만약에 에코나 본카였으면은 요 정도 뭐 오데스 정도 나는 잠깐의 실수가 있었다고 하더라도 이겼을 거거든요.
That looks super good here with their first win in this series.
Who'd have thunk it? After coming out of the Thunder,
그냥 사소하게 그러니까 딜적인 문제에서도 그러니까 딜도 이제 그냥 썬더드가 좀 앞서는 것 같아요. 제가 노크드만 봤을 때는.
They did really well. Only a couple spot deaths here and there. You have to, going back to the discussion we were having before the dungeon. You think that they actually benefited from playing the dungeon literally 30 minutes ago? It seems like it had, because that dungeon was great for them. Let's take a look at some of the problems that we saw for Cheese here. Most of the problems for them weren't necessarily Sanguine related, which is what we've seen for the most part this weekend in this dungeon. Usually when a team is significantly behind, it's because they had a massive amount of Sanguine healing. They did have a decent amount here and there, but it tended to just be the most random of spot deaths. Fim going down at the end of that pull there, costing them a little bit of time. There were a lot of random deaths earlier on in the dungeon here. And I wouldn't say that Cheese played this dungeon bad in any particular way. It's just that Thunder generally looked better throughout the course of the entire dungeon. And, remember, we win this series, you make it to Global Finals instantly. You lose this series, you have to battle it out in the Last Stand tournament next weekend. You really want to be the winner of this series if you're these two teams. There's a lot at stake here. Thunder's showing up, playing great.
야드 왜 죽었는지 보고 싶었는데 왜 죽었는지가 안 나오네요.
Like you said, it is going to be the ticket for the globals on the line, and Cheese was unified amongst all the casters the team that everybody said was going to be the one that moves on, gets that second slot to the finals, looking like Thunder might actually take it.
사고가 좀 많이 나서 그랬나? 탱커 힐러 쪽이 썬더드가 훨씬 더 셌네요. 그러니까 딜러들은 치즈 쪽이 좀 앞섰던 것 같은데 탱커 힐러 쪽에서 딜 차이가 많이 나네요. 각각 15K, 8K.
Yeah, that would be so cool.
I'm excited.
So we're all rooting for a cheese win now, right?
Yeah. Wait, we can't do that. Makes. Whoa.
오프닝 빼고는
Sorry, I
계속
just want to see Court of Stars.
썬더드
okay?
쪽
I didn't
딜이
really
더
like
높네요.
It would be our first time seeing it this weekend. It's been something that's been banned out a lot. Do you think there's any particular reason for that? If I'm not mistaken, the affixes aren't necessarily too bad, right? Looking at Court of Stars, it's a 21, so on the lower end of things. Tyrannical, Spiteful, Quaking. Do you think it's being banned out because teams just aren't comfortable playing it? Or do you think it's because the affixes are bad, or if it's
뭔가 좀
potentially teams just trying to
이상하다.
hide tracks for global finals?
치즈가 많이 앞설 거라고 생각을 했는데.
Sorry about that.
It looked like you had a full-on conversation to yourself. Yeah, Nagura's unfortunately a little bit on a visual delay, of course, in communications. She's right here with us. But coming back to your question, Zyro, I think the court ban is actually the opposite. I don't think teams are intimidated by it. I think teams want to keep a secret, because the one team that has banned that Court of Stars every single time is Monka, and they're the clear favorite in this weekend, actually a favorite for the global finals overall, and I think they probably have some tech that they're trying to hide.
Yeah, you're probably right, but we have to, table the conversation on Court of Stars for just a little bit. We have to talk about this next map coming up, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, which we do have times for both of the teams in this weekend right now. Looking at our handy spreadsheet that Nagura's put together, I know you have one too, Mix, but I'm used to Nagura's. We have a 15:09 time from Cheese. That was against Thunderstruck that they beat them on. And then we also have a 15:30 from Thundered. So actually pretty close times, but just slightly faster for Cheese. Do we think that we could actually use that to extrapolate out? Could we potentially see a Court of Stars here? What do you think, Mix?
I mean, I think that is well among the things that are realistic. You said it. It is a little bit more of a cheese favorite dungeons here in this matchup in the SPG. They looked really good the last time we saw them, but I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch. That's one saying I learned. We have seen a lot of wiping on Bonema and even on Nerzul. So towards the end of the dungeon is where things can go really wrong, and because it is a dungeon where you have to walk quite a bit depending on what point in time you die, it can go either way really fast and can swing back and forth.
결국은
So,
보통
in my opinion,
21단이면은 램드까지 한 번에 가는 것도 가능해요. 첫 블링에.
The Shadow Moon Burial Ground first to see whether or not
첫 주에는 그런 식으로 하는 팀들이 있었거든요.
And notably, neither of the teams are playing the Fire Mage in this dungeon. Both of them opting to go for a.
근데 뭐 이넴 구간 같은 경우는 어쩔 수 없이 중보 팝업이 제한이 돼 있으니까 중보 팝업 하면서 이제 중보 3마리 잡는 동안 쫄이 다 정리가 되죠.
If there is any chance that one of the teams could have picked up the Fire Mage between
별국이 좀 볼 게 있어요. 그래서
faster strategy, right? You get a lot more prio boss damage on 3 of the bosses in the dungeon. But we also have seen teams that decide to play the Fire Mage without
중보 잡을 때 한국 쫄 데려다가 같이 잡는 팀도
They don't
있었고.
have as much boss damage. So, well, no Fire Mage here, but go ahead and take it away.
여기는 양 팀 다 화법이
No
없네요.
fire mages to be seen, unfortunately. We do see the difference in healers, though. The Rest Shaman of Thundered and the Provoker from Cheese.
어둠 달은 첫 주 같은 경우는 이제 양쪽 찢어지는 게 조금 신선했는데 이제 너무 많이 봐가지고
One of the most difficult pulls of this dungeon is gonna.
어둠 달 던전 설계 자체가 저는 개인적으로 이번 시즌 제일 재미없는 던전이 어둠 달이라고 생각을 하거든요. 던전이 너무 단순해서 네임드도 패턴이 뭐 특별한 게 없고.
And then we'll see all of this trash being gathered, the rest of this trash onto the first boss. And the one thing you want to watch out for here is, of course, the damage the players do. You always want to look at the damage meter.
첫 주에는 이렇게 양쪽으로 찢어져서 가는 게 굉장히 신선했는데
because they're taking so much damage from these void slashes that these ads are casting here.
Absolutely right, and you can see that Cheese just has a little bit of head in making it here faster. Fem pulled the boss just a little bit before Thunder was able to. Both teams will now have the trash coming in, and you can see the markers being
약간
applied
계속
on the
보던 플레이.
Bowmender
치유사 한
that is
마리는
getting
사제가 정배했을 거고.
dominant mind casted. It is coming in for Team Thunder here, and that could cause some trouble. I think it broke the dominate mind on the side of Cheese. The caster is still safe and sound under that orange mark, standing next to Fem, just hanging around, making sure he's with the gang, you know, and Bloodlust is pumping for both. Look at that beautiful unholy damage. That is Bloodlust for you, that is PI for you, that is Army.
탱커들도 많이 연습이 돼서 그런지 이번 주부터는 1렘 플링 할 때 죽는 탱커들이 없네요.
Fem had to start kiting pretty early on. As he was running out of defensives completely. There's still one Ritual Bones alive that is actually enraged too. So Fem cannot get hit by any of those void slashes from that mob. They already
그래도 23단 경화라 쫄들은 확실히 아프니까 탱커가 그래도 꾸준히 드리블을 해주네요.
Void slash scared me because there was no defensives available anymore, and I feared for Fem's life.
그리고 역시나 딜은 썬더드가 빠르네요.
That last cast went off.
썬더드가 딜이 치즈 사고 났어요.
Actually going down as the cast wasn't interrupted. Drenico and Ricky going down. They only have one battle rest available, and they're getting.
이거 전부 하나밖에 없어서
This is a big channels for them. Thunder on the other hand.
이거는 1렘에서 격차가 좀 많이 벌어지겠는데요. 가뜩이나 지금 네임드 딜도 썬더드가 빠른데.
Kiting as early as Cheese either, and now again Thunder's in the lead.
어제 어떤 분이 썬더드하고 몽카가 올라갈 것 같다 뭐 그런 얘기를 하셨는데 저는 그래도 치즈가 올라갈 줄 알았거든요. 썬더드가 또 지금 연습이 돼서 정배도 좀 일찍 풀었어요. 이러면은 아무래도 네임드 다음 플링 진행하는 속도가 좀 더 빠르겠죠.
Cheese now once more needing to catch back up. They also still have that Bender alive, Bone Mender Bender, and Sedana still alive, and it is going to take them just so much more time because they're down 1 DPS. You can see how much the fight is elongating just by having that one player down, and notably. They also have Zazi going down. That's terrible. I don't think Fem can lose.
이거 랜드피 13%라 패턴 한 번 더 보면은 치즈 1렘 전멸이거든요. 아 이거 지금 딜러 이거 쫄 먹을 것 같아요. 쫄 먹을 것 같아. 쫄 먹었어 이거. 아 세졌어요. 이거 노답인데? 패턴 흡선이라 그래도 일단 넘겼어요. 한 번은 넘겼는데 아 이거 램드피 15% 마무리하기 어려울 것 같아. 아 이거 월식에 다 죽을 거예요. 약간 뭐 생존기 있나? 일단 살긴 했는데 다음 패턴에 살기 암사 죽었어요.
Which does an insane amount of damage. Didn't have dwarf race, of course. As an evoker, you cannot be dwarf, but they actually managed to finish up the boss after.
일단
There we go. Cheese managed to do it.
근데 이거 뛰어야 돼요. 부활할 수 있는 방법이 없는데.
Alive, but oh my god, that almost would have been a disaster there for Cheese. That was just so unfortunate.
아 지금 치즈 탱커 표정 안 좋아요.
No battle rest available anymore. Having the ads heal the boss. And they still managed
아 이거는 지금 구세주가 깔려있던 것 같아요.
able to make the best of it, but still they're 130 behind in the first boss split now, of course, with all of those issues.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Thunder. They have been running ahead in that dungeon. They're on to Nalash. They're in the soul steal phase.
기공 그 물품 중에 구세주라는 게 있는데 저게 이제 전투가 끝나기 전에 던져두면은 전투가 끝나고 나서 죽었던 사람들이 저렇게 딸피로 다 부활을 하거든요. 방금 구세주 활용해줬던 것 같아요.
Into this little buffed phase while the dominators and the exhumers are not really doing anything, making sure that that they can finish them off. And Nalish is taking so much damage here. They're already down to 33%.
저 썬더드 힐러 죽었는데.
Goes down. They do have the battle res.
잠깐, 야드 죽었어요. 진짜 전부 하나? 랜드피 25%라 이거는 네, 딜러를 부활하고 힐러는 유네.
That's exactly what's happening. Careful, don't quake him. He just came back to life. But the team seems
큰 사고는
to be
아니에요.
able to get
이거는
this
뭐
one
쿨기
back
쓰고
and
죽은 것도
salvage it.
아니고 전부 하나의 윤회로 좀 그래도 잘 막았네요.
The rest was actually, I think it was what happened was that Basuk went down.
근데 이게 썬더드가 실수하는 거는 이해를 하거든요, 저는. 그러니까 썬더드 같은 경우는 지금 치지도 못한 상태로 지금 4경기째 연속으로 하고 있는 거예요. 이게 좀 아무래도 대회라서 부담이 좀 있으니까 저 정도 실수는 나올 수 있죠. 근데 치즈가 무너진 거는 잘 모르겠네요.
They did manage to recover. Now they're moving on. This is another area that we have seen some issues with, because sometimes teams pull these spiders further down onto the bridge worms, and then sometimes
제가 봤을 때 치즈 1렙에서 힐러 죽기 전에 쪼를 한 마리 먹었던 것 같아요. 네임드가 살짝 커 보였거든요. 그래서 두 번째 쪼를 먹으면서 그러니까 공격력 40% 증가되면서 약간 무너지지 않았나. 아까도 설명드렸지만 1렘 같은 경우 쫄 처리가 안 되면은 잠깐 썬더 잘 샜는데 잘 막았어요. 그래도 썬더드 지금 이대로 올라가면 한 경기 더 해야 돼요. 그러니까 뭐 올라가는 게 좋긴 하겠지만 지금 짤 또 샜어요. 그러니까 이 복술 파티가 이렇게 짤이 세면 안 되거든요, 범위가. 치즈는 탱커가 좀 무너진 것 같아요. 그러니까 치즈 탱커 지금 표정이 너무 안 좋고 멘탈이 조금 갈리지 않았나.
If they can get the buff, time it right, and just blast this boss here, they might just be able to finish Nalish without having a tank. Frag is now back with the group. Nalish is now being interrupted.
표정 안 좋은 거가 너무
damage onto it, making sure that they can actually finish.
좀 안타깝네요.
Wow.
It's a miracle that Cheese manages to finish off these bosses here with so many things going wrong for them on both of the bosses.
저도 이번 시즌에 쐐기 돌면서 좀 멘탈이 많이 갈리긴 하거든요.
So much time because of all of these deaths, because the players are down, because they have to use all of their defensives to make sure they can somehow stay alive with all of these either healers that or
첫 번째 판에 너무 힘들었나 봐요. 첫 번째 판이 좀 힘들었던 것 같아요.
They finished off all of the spiders and the bats from the earlier pool.
생다이가 너무 많이 나왔어가지고.
Second set of bats that they just pulled into that worm as well. And we know that after this carrion worm, they can still pull the spiders over the wall. They do have a druid that could jump over, and it does look like that's exactly what they're doing.
네, 어둠달 이nem은 진짜 아무것도 없어요. 아무것도 없어.
Subchris not managing to wild charge, so they have to try again.
Come on, Subchris. We all believe in you. You can do it. There we go.
지금 나구라 누나하고 믹스 누나 왜 웃고 있지? 야드 또 혹시 야도 실패했나요?
I'm not really sure what happened. I think he might have gotten aggro or spit on by the bats. They are moving towards Bonema as well with the ability to recover all of those pulls.
썬더드 또 이플링 하는데 떨어졌어요.
To maybe take this map back if something should happen to Thunder. Now Thunder are doing a pull that is not super easy. Remember, we're on a 23 tyrannical.
지금 떨어지는 거는 그렇게 크진 않지.
And so these bats
어둠 땅 1시즌 기억하시는 분들이 있을지 모르겠는데 어둠 땅 1시즌 때 그 티르너 사이드에서 1렘 잡고 뒷구간에 야드가 보드가 날개짓으로 플링해야 되는 그게 있었어요. 그러니까 오른쪽, 그러니까 미로의 오른쪽 미로 오른쪽을 보통 조드가 이제 날개짓으로 이렇게 플링을 하거든요.
definitely do, but
저희도 이제 마페가 그걸 잘 못해가지고 그거 연습시킨다고 고생을 좀 했었는데
and managed to
뭐
dispel
약간
it at the
그런
very last
상황이겠죠.
second before he went down, thankfully. But Basuk jumping, falling down again, thankfully not dying. So
썬더도 지금 조금 위험해요. 그러니까 전부 하나밖에 없고 웬만하면 쪼를 다 잡아주는 편이.
I'm not really sure. I don't think it's tech, but going twice in a row, you know, you have to
잠깐
calculate
공간이
it at
나오나
some
저기.
point. Now the team needs to be a little bit careful. Those
썬더는
slams,
지금
they
살짝
can
억까
hurt,
당할 뻔했죠.
but Bonma has so much HP. They're gonna be here for a while. Bloodlust will be ready now, but I assume they're gonna hold on to it for Nerdsoul. She's on the other side. You can see
야드피.
Satsi in the background has a little moon marker, is running away to pull the spiders already. As the team finishes off the worm, you can see him come back now.
사제 뒤운
in
때문에
his
지금
hoppity hop across the platform he goes, and the spiders.
저 지렁이 한 마리 남겨놨는데
Cheese is not going to give up here. They're
이게
trying
힐러
to
입장에서
recover
살짝
this
부담이
run,
많이
but
돼요.
they have 20 seconds on the timer against them. That Thunder is just leading by default, and they have already chewed through so much of this boss here.
Yeah, they're doing an absolutely amazing job of finishing off Bone Maw. They do have their Bloodlust available, but we do know that they actually like saving it for that last boss for Nerdsoul. The last time it took them quite a long time to finish off the 2 blueberries.
사제 듀운스라고
That took so long because they were holding
지렁이
on to all
살려놨더니
of
사제
their
떨어지고 아주.
defensive cooldowns. We'll see if they do it differently this time around. It looks like Subchris is holding onto Incarn here, not using it on Bone Maw anymore. So maybe Subchris is going to be using it on those 2 blueberries. Yeah, she's now on Bone Maw as well. And yes, of course, Cheese is behind, right? But there's definitely still a possibility for them to catch up if anything happens for Thunder.
시즈 탱커 와접하지
Yeah,
않았으면
you're
좋겠네요.
absolutely right. Thunder
너무 많이 떨어진다. 그러니까 썬더도 지금 잔실수가 좀 많네요. 썬더드도 잔실수가 많아.
The lock-in point. If you die, you will be able to spawn here and just run up. But the blueberries, as Tettles likes to call them, are coming up. Ricky goes down for Cheese. One more death on the timer for this team as they try and get through Bone Maw. But Thunder making
썬더드가
way
다음
for the
경기에서 좀
right
무너질
spawns.
수도
And like
있겠는데요.
you said, they're not easy. We have
그러니까
everything
다음
available.
경기
Are we going
그
to send it? Is the
몽카랑
question.
붙을 때
Will it be put into this? We see PI going out, we see Incarn going out, Unholy Assault has also been used, but it seems like Baby might be holding on to that army, trying to save it for Nezol, make the most out of that bloodlust that is waiting for them. Void eruptions are coming.
썬더드는 뭐 2데스밖에 안 했으니까 뭐 사실 엄청 막 그러진 않았어요. 뭐 3렙에서 물로 떨어진 사람들이 좀 많긴 했는데
Okay, so there's a big problem for Cheese. If you look at the trash percentage, they're missing trash. And what they're missing is the Scholar Mark
어제부터
spider.
그렇게 경기를 많이 했을 거예요. 그러니까 어제 저 같은 경우는 그냥 2경기 보고 잤지만 썬더드는 그거 끝까지 했을 거란 말이거든요. 6경기 거의 끝나려면 거의 아침 9시, 10시 됐을 텐데 그렇게 진짜 7시간 동안 컴퓨터 앞에 앉아서 대기만 한다고 생각을 해보세요. 얼마나 힘들었겠어. 이기고 올라간 사람들은 뭐 그런 게 없는데 그러니까 저 갖고 떨어진 팀들은 힘들죠. 체력이 아무래도.
They're waiting for their offensive cooldowns to come back up. We see Army already being ready, but the PI is what they want to wait for in combination with the Army. Plus, of course, that incarnation as well by Subchris. And yeah, it's looking so good for Thunder.
몽카랑 할 때 좀 그러니까 뭐 기록 차이는 나더라도 실수 없이 잘 했으면 좋겠네요. 좀 응원하게 되네. 많이 힘들 거예요 지금. 시즌은 그냥 안타깝고 그냥 안타까울 뿐이고 썬더드는 좀 뭔가 응원하고 싶다. different names with a little bit of different combinations, but they know this game. 이 상황에서 썬더드 못한다고 깐다? 이거는 진짜 좀 양심 없는 거예요 지금.
A lot of practice in, and it is paying off for them. Although the runs are maybe not on Monka timer.
일정이 지옥인 거야 그냥.
They are looking incredibly promising here. Now, of course, on the side of Cheese, there was also a lot going not ideal, but still I think Thunder are doing really, really great, and you can see Bloodlust now being popped, like you said, with the army, with the Incarnates all going in there, puzzle box on top of it, PI getting everything, and you just need to dodge everything now, have a little bit of happy
이게 본선 2일차에 패자조로 떨어졌던 팀들이 이렇게 올라오는 게 그냥 체력적으로도 쉽지 않아요.
But it should all go well as they get through Nurzul. 14% to go in what seems like an incredible
이게 그거
underdog
되기만 하는 게 아니고
overthrow
연습도
from
계속
Thunder.
했을
They
거잖아요.
will be the
얘네들.
one that takes the 2-0 inner lower finals and guarantees themselves the ticket to the global finals, and we will see them one more time against
아,
Monka
썬더드
today in our upper finals. which
썬더드
is
예선
something I'm
몇이었지?
definitely looking forward to. Congratulations.
Wow.
와, 예선 11위 팀이 글로벌 파이널로 갑니다.
Oh, sweep over cheese and punching their ticket to the grand finals.
박수 이거는.
Imagine the swing of emotions for this team coming from that knockout
예선
match
11위
where they
팀.
3-man to the final boss. In an hour and a half later, you qualified for the global finals. They must be on cloud 9 right now. It's hard to imagine feeling that kind of way. But let's take a look at what happened in this Shadow Moon Battlegrounds. And I kind of want to
그것도 2대0 2대0으로.
what a different scenario playing MDI style keys is compared to just
이거는 뭐
because I'm sure there's a lot of
상대팀이 자멸했다고 볼 수도
wondering,
있지만
why is it so hard for these teams to execute in a 23 dungeon? I pug 23s. I do 23s with my team. What's going
구세주
on?
나왔죠.
And
구세주.
when you
이게
go for these
구세주예요, 이게.
insane strategies where you're pulling massive amounts of trash, even with BIS gear, having to perform in the moment is just on an entire extra level. So even though Cheese had a terrible time in this dungeon, this is definitely a team that can come back next weekend in the last stand tournament.
윤회 쓰자마자 전율로 죽일 뻔했어요, 야드가.
This team and their pedigree is
와, 진짜 이거 전율로 복수를 죽였으면 야드 진짜 역적이다.
Playing clean in 2 dungeons, having a great time of it too. It's just really impressive to see where these guys have come from. You know, I believed them all the way. I definitely did not think that Thunderstruck was the team that was the wild card this weekend.
all right, Zero.
그 와중에 시즌은 3렘도 4명이서 잡았나 보네요.
I'm feeling pretty happy with myself, although we all got clowned a little bit on the runner-up.
아, 썬더드 3명이 배팅을 했었네.
Thundered and Monka moving to those global finals. Looking at the overall here, I'm always so impressed when the rest.
기록 차이는 많이 나요. 아까 15분 때였는데
Because I feel like Provoker in a whole different category in terms of healer.
지치긴 했어. 지친 상태로 이제 몽카랑 붙어야 되는데.
Actually doing so much DPS.
Yeah, I mean the running meme is that the rest of Shaman is just brought for a decurse, right? But
아마 한 세트도 이기긴 힘들 거예요. 한 세트도 이기긴 힘들 텐데.
more known, as you know, we've been told by several of the teams now that it's great at doing pure single target damage, but the fact that it's committing and doing more than Evoker on overall is really, really impressive.
좀 몽카나 치즈처럼 승자조에 올라갔던 팀들은 그래도 둘째 날에 좀 쉴 수 있었을 텐데 와 썬더드는 지금 진짜 힘들 거라.
It's hard to kind of extrapolate any of the data from the graph here.
아 썬더드는 또 어제 마지막 경기였네요, 진짜.
Thunder
와.
ahead at that 8-minute mark around the second boss, right, and right afterwards. They really turned the gas.
썬더드 어제 첫 경기하고
with only 2 deaths. We haven't really seen
마지막 경기까지 했어요, 어제.
This is about as
제가
close
어제
as
일정을 제가 지금 잠깐 보고 있는데
the highest that we offer. So finishing it off in style this way.
와 이러면 진짜 1경기하고 6경기 하는 건데 그 중간에 그냥 대기 타야 되거든요. 뭐 못하고.
And of course, both teams already have
그러니까 뭐 연습을 한다거나 뭐 그때 쉴 수 있긴 하겠지만 그러니까 세트가 뭐 2대 0으로 다 끝나는 게 아니고 2대 0이 될지 2대 1이 될지 그걸 예측할 수가 없으니까 2일자 일정에 1경기 6경기를 했단 말이죠. 그리고 오늘 지금 스트레이트로 2, 3, 4경기를 해야 돼.
Yeah, absolutely right. Last stand will be also something coming up. You can mark your calendars for it. But first, we're gonna have a look
아
at
뭔가
our
좀
finals here, and I think Monka, they've been waiting
그쵸.
all evening to get that one going. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, I think
여기 보시면은 썬더드 요때 경기했죠. 둘째 날 첫 경기. 그리고 둘째 날 마지막 경기란 말이에요 이게.
So hopefully they leave it open. Maybe mode. I think mode's been watching So if you hear
그리고
this
지금
note, can you please show us a chord of
2경기,
stars?
3경기,
The
4경기.
casters would really appreciate it, and I'm sure if chat
Yes,
just all
please.
spam hearts right
아 진짜
now,
불굴의 팀이에요.
Monka will
불굴의
just
팀.
feel pressured to do it. So just everybody spam hearts. Maybe you can tag
여기서
Monka too.
여기서
I'm
이기고
sure
여기까지 올라온 거예요
that
지금.
would give us a chord of stars.
What is the
Yes,
missing
please.
done?
몽카는
We
지금
haven't seen
1경기
balls
하고
We
before
only want to
today.
see
적당히
chords. We
쉬다가 지금
don't
막
care
경기만
about
하면
the
끝나는데.
rest.
Oh, you mean the
Okay.
missing
There's no
dungeon from the last
temple in the
series?
finals.
Oh,
There's no
yeah.
temple in the finals. Yeah.
No temple. Okay, got it. Interesting. Okay.
이거는 네 맞아 진짜
Pretty sure that
중복마다
Chrono's gonna
이거는
be betting court. What do you think?
DRX다
I
DRX.
think Thundered Band's out here.
Academy.
Against-
They've banned it 5
It's Academy?
times.
Yeah, they're gonna go academy.
거기 예선
back.
11위 팀.
No doubties here. So I think we're gonna see Halls and then maybe Knockut. Although I would really like
심지어
to
그
see
다이아
that
올브즈도
before,
예선
so
12팀이었거든요.
Same.
Please.
다이아 올브즈보다
Mr.
예선
Moon,
순위가 낮은
please no
팀이에요.
banning of
지금.
that. I beg. I
I'm
actually
just gonna-
really do want to see a court.
I'm just gonna say it. If Monka bans court, then to me, the winner of the hearts is gonna be Thundered, okay? No matter what happens in the final.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, with that, I think we have our break ready. We're gonna go there. Don't go anywhere. Global.
응원해주죠.
Well, not global finals, but finals of Cup C are coming up, and we will be right back after.
좀 처절했다 이번 판은. 썬더드랑 그 썬더스트럭 붙었을 때는 양팀 다 좀 치열했는데 노쿠드에서 뭐 버그도 있었고 어떻게 보면 진짜 티라 버그까지 감안하면은 하늘이 도왔다고 볼 수 있나? 신의 가호를 받은 느낌. 여기 또 대기 타임 거의 뭐 한 3분 정도면은 앞뒤로 해서 한 10분 정도 쉬고 바로 해야 되는 건데 또 어우 여기 보시면 네임드가 강화 먹은 것 마냥 좀 커져 있죠. 그 와중에 또 야드가 죽어있네. 힐러 죽었다고 바로 톡탄 터지는 것도 웃기네.
welcome back to the MDI, and I'm here with Dratnos and Tettles. Now, both of you had a little bit of a break as Thundered actually won this map against Cheese. Now, how are you feeling about the map that is approaching us, Tettles? It's going to be Monka, which was everyone's favorite for this weekend, against Thundered, who's kind of like a wild card.
Well, I did pick them as my wild card, so I feel pretty good about that. We did see Monka play that Halls of Valor earlier today, and I think that wolf pull in the Fenrir area that they do all of the wolves on top of Fenrir on Sanguine is actually quite impressive, and I think that is like a pretty big pull. I don't know if Thunder is going to be able to match Monka's time in Halls of Valor. I'm really concerned after seeing just the route that Monka was able to put up. It was something that, like, I just don't know how you're going to be able to match that without like significant either innovation or just a mistake from Monka's front. Thunder has been the most consistent team Thunder and Monka have been the most consistent team that we've seen all weekend, though. So I think that does play to Thunder's advantage a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think their Halls of Valor was sub 20 minutes by like 4 seconds. And I really like that huge pull that they did leading up to Herja. Dratnos, I think you were casting that match. How do you feel about, I mean, come on.
또 놓고도 봐야 돼. 미치겠다.
Didn't work out. We're not gonna see
맵 진짜. 결국 밴하지 말지.
But first, Dratnos, Halls of Valor. How do you feel about that matchup?
님들
I think that the
봤던 거 또 봐야 돼.
the way they do the
미치겠네.
Herja part of the dungeon is definitely cool.
어우.
I think the big time save though is that Fenrir wolf pull with all the
별궁 밴
I mean,
좀
it's impossible to lose
슬프다.
time. If that pull goes cleanly, I think Monka just have maybe a minute faster than anybody else in this dungeon. That being said, Thundered, like Tettles was saying, that's a consistent team, right? If Monka make a mistake on that pull, which I don't know, but I suspect
약간
it's
이제는
quite a dangerous pull.
제가 보통 그래도 보시라고 하거든요.
Of course, you have all the boss mechanics going on as well during that.
뭐 출근해야 되고 그래도 마지막 경기니까 보셔라 할 텐데 이거 약간 봤던 거 또 보는 그런 느낌이라 내일 뭐 일정이 있으신 분들은 주무셔도 되지 않나? 용맹 뭐 첫 경기에서 나왔고 노크도 특별한 거 없고 어둠달도 아까 뭐 특별한 거 없었고.
Let's look. 11th seed overall for time trials. And so like they had to
노쿠드에서 화법을 또 쓸지 그건 궁금하긴 하네요. 약간 그 정도?
Played 4 maps in a row where they 2-0'd both.
몽카가 노쿠드에서 뭐 특별히 보여줄 게 있을까요?
It was them just being so consistent, right? I think that they had like one mistake in the knockhood, but beyond that, they really haven't had any like major mistakes, and they played fairly solid. And I think that consistency is something that is a big shining spot for this Thunder team.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm still a little bit sour about
이번 주가 맵
I'm gonna have harsh words with Moat later.
맵 셀렉션이 너무 안 좋네요.
Monka and Thunder, like you said, are very different in time
파이널에서
how they approach keys. Of course, Monka has played at the very top of
너무 약간 지루하게 배치가 됐다. 그러니까 첫 경기 맵이라도 계속 바꿔줬으면 좋았을 텐데. 야, 뭐 물론 이제 연습하는 팀 입장에서는 부담스러울 수 있겠지만.
I'm really curious how much they can actually scale up. They already have their tickets saved. So they're going to put a lot of practice into the time that is between now and the global finals. I'm just so curious what form of Thunder we're going to see from them once that rolls.
거의 3대0 끝날 것 같아요. 이거는
I expect that Mage to come back. I expect that Disc to
한
come
세트
back
이기기도
on
정말
the
힘들 것
side of
같아요.
Monka with a comp you love so much, Dratnos, the DK.
그러니까 어둠달을 썬더드가 이제 2판 했는데 2판 뭐 15분 때, 16분 때 이랬거든요. 몽카는 한 판 했는데 13분 때였어요. 그러니까 미스 없이 돌았을 때 15분, 13분이면은 2분 차이는 좀 크죠? 그러니까 체급차가 너무 많이 나요. 거기에 썬더드는 좀 지쳐있어요. 양팀 조합 동일해요. 근데 약간 재미는 주네요. 야, 썬더드 우리도 화법이랑 수사할 수 있다.
First off, it's going to be all of this onto boss. This is a Sanguine dungeon, so what we're going to be looking for here is good Sanguine management and good damage onto boss and mostly boss, right? Stormdrake doesn't matter too much with these.
아니에요, 대세가 아니에요. 그러니까 계속 복술이 대세였어요. 그러니까 지난주까지는. 잠깐, 이거 사고 커요.
In both sanguine situations and bolstering situations, as they're able to get mobs killed off.
이거 바로 다 못 털고 죽은 것 같거든요. 아, 이거 인터넷 문제네. 아닌가? 아, 잠깐, 힐러 죽었다. 잠깐만, 이거 4경기 가나요?
Oh, he doesn't have spell.
He can live this.
We don't have spell reflect.
Well, we don't necessarily.
이거 그러니까 네임드피 40%면은 잠깐만요. 이게 힐 되는 클래스가 드루밖에 없어서 죽기는 자생이 돼요. 죽기는 자생이 돼. 법사는 일단 얼방 시돌까지 2사이클은 막을 수 있거든요. 아, 이거 될 것 같아요. 될 것 같아. 될 것 같아요. 핵만 안 죽으면 돼. 법사 얼방 시돌이면은 2번 더 막을 수 있어요. 탱커만. 그쵸? 법사 얼방으로 막았죠. 법사 다음에 시돌 쓰면은 할 수 있고 램드피 15%고 죽기는 죽격치면 돼요.
They are losing healer damage as well, but you know what? Not a wipe. Not a wipe. We're fine. We are behind though.
근데 웃긴 거는 이렇게 2데스가 있는데도 킬 타임은 비슷하거든요.
So 3 seconds of time and 10 seconds of death timer, plus however long it takes mode to run back here and set up this next
pull. Look at the meters real quick. Look at the meters real quick. The reason that boss died for the exact same time for both of these teams is
지금 그 사비터가 안 와서 진행을 못 하고 있어요. 뭔가 사비터가 빨리 와야지. 네, 사비터 왔어요.
Significantly earlier than Monka because of having to single res mode, just taking a little bit of time. You have to wait for that patrol to be in a good spot. I wonder how bad this kills their vibe Dratnus, because whenever these teams have been doing MDI, they've been mapping out their thundering timings perfectly. They've been mapping out patrols perfectly for their strategies on like where mobs should.
이거는 약간 몬카 풀링이라고 해도 될 것 같아요.
Do you think that this death on mode is really going to cost them in the long run? Do you think this is something that, okay, yeah, sure, it may have cost them 15 or 20 seconds. This is going to end up costing them another 20 seconds.
이 지금 몬카가 시간이 살짝 끌린 상태라서 여기에 솔스텐이나 신성화 정도 붙어도
maybe their thundering times got a little messed up. Although when they were waiting after the boss, they actually weren't in combat, right? So thundering timer was paused. So they would have only lost a little bit of their thundering time. Wow.
Thunder had a little bit of a sanguine ichor incident on
몬카가 작지 않은 사고가 났는데
Shield Maiden is dying and a lot of mobs are now running through that sanguine. That's okay though.
그래도 네임드킬 타임이 비슷한 거 보면은
Yeah, Maskin's just gonna he's gonna invis the jump on him from that Valjar aspirant, but that aspirant has full healed in the sanguine puddle there for Thundered. Very big time loss. Meanwhile, on the side of Monka, they kill the aspirant first.
몬카가 시간이 좀 끌려서 혹시 솔스텐이나 신성화 쪽을 붙여주나 했는데 뭐 그렇게 무리하진 않네요. 피용 너무 많이 먹었다 그때.
I think Thundered has some voodoo against every single team they play. They just make every team that they play against play slightly worse and have a little bit more mistakes. Is that going to work against Monka? We've seen a couple of deaths. They don't have a battle res here on Herja. Now, is it going to work?
Yeah, again? No battle res could be relevant. I mean, this is scary boss. It's a scary mini boss section as well for Monka. They are still doing fine here in terms of time, though. They got a big pull together. They've got a nice enemy forces count advantage now. When you factor in the 10 seconds of death timer, I suspect they probably have maybe 20 seconds of a lead.
비용 때문에 시간이 끌려서 그런지 썬더드가 지금 두 풀링 한 거거든요. 두 풀링 하고 지금 그 보스 팝업돌 잡고 있는 건데 속도가 막 잠깐 몬카 또 사고 났어요. 전부 없어요 지금. 이거 뛰어오는 게 빠를 것 같은데.
You can click release spirit, but the problem with that is you spawn really far back at the start of the dungeon.
Does Mode meld res here? Is that the play?
Yeah, that's what you could do. Mode could go, he could go get far away, meld, and then res. It looks like that's what they're setting up to do.
이게 그냥 부활 받는 게 빠르다고 생각한 건가? 아, 전투가 나이트 엘프잖아요. 전투 중에 나이트 엘프 그 숨으로 전투를 풀고 그냥 부활을 해줬어요.
Beautiful little maneuver there. Yeah, I get their friends.
확실히 와, 센스가.
Thundered, on the other hand, Bazooka is going to go down to the AoE.
전부가 없어도 뛰는 거보다는 부활해주는 게 빠르지, 저렇게 하면은.
Interesting.
I wonder if it was polyed off to the side. I think it had to be polymorphed, right?
아, 그 숨으로 저렇게 부활할 생각을 하네.
Now they get to do that while they're waiting on boss RP here. Thundered have had another death here.
아, 천정술사 한 마리를 정배해서 붙였구나. 잠깐만, 이거 왜 꺼졌냐?
Cool attack. Now they get to do that while they're waiting on boss RP here. Thundered have had another death here. Their first was a battle res. Their second is going to be an out of combat res here while they wait.
이게 한 마리 정배했다 풀면서 이렇게 데미지를 들어가면은 비운도 유지할 수 있고.
Okay.
Monka trying to set up the no. Herja is being
어쨌든 역버프예요. 몽카 지금 역버프.
Oh,
that's
비축출이 조금 아프긴 한데.
It's not a wipe. People see this and they think, oh, we're dead. It's a wipe. It's actually not that bad. So what happened is, okay, Herja cast Sanctify. What we need to do is bring
힐러는 이게 좋아. 힐러는 이게 더 좋아.
Because now she's going to cast Eye of the Storm next, and we do not want that buffed by the lightning buff. The problem is the Expel Light Orbs now have so many stacks. Each of these Expel Light explosions, you can see on Crims here, when that expires, it will do a huge amount of damage if you don't pop a lot of defensives and have a big barrier and power word shield up, which he did to try and survive it. Now there's going to be one
양팀 지금 폭풍 나오고 있으니까 양팀 다 역버프네요.
It's going to land in a little bit here for Monka. That's going to be the scariest moment of the fight with this overlap system. Out comes the Expel Light, and it's on RX here.
그러니까 지금 이 타이밍 비축술이 조금 아프거든요. 그러니까 역버프가 완벽하게 된 건 아니라서. 지금 야드 피 빠지는 거 좀 괴랄했죠. 이 타이밍만 넘기면 이제 비축술 데미지가 동일해지거든요.
Now the boss is stable, right? Now the boss is in the lightning side, only has lightning stacks, but is about to cast Sanctify. That is the goal of this strategy, but you still get there. If you have the boss getting channeled by both beams in the beginning, you do still eventually get to a safe version of the boss fight where it's casting the wrong abilities on each side.
이러면은 폭풍 한 번 보고 끝나네요. 병화라서.
Involves some expel lights that are supercharged, and that is the challenge, especially if you're doing this at a higher key level.
Okay, so Monka able to kill Herja around the 15-second mark.
뭔가 이번 판 잔실수가 많긴 한데.
As they down that boss as well, they make their way out of this area. Looks like Monka are setting up for a pull. Skylark is double pulling this pack, and they're doing a line of sight strategy to try to make sure that all of the Thundercallers, all of the Mystics, all of those marksmen make their way all the way in. And Maystein drops a great Ursul's Vortex as well to make sure those marksmen aren't going to disengage themselves out of the pack, and you're able to deploy as much AoE damage as possible without the marksman being desynced. This is going to be kind of difficult with Sanguine on the marksman, but if the pack dies even, hey, it should be great for Monka.
Yeah, absolutely here. Monka moving in towards the portal here. Have to be careful to not accidentally take the portal as well, so they have a... It's important, especially with Sanguine kiting, that you don't run in there, right? You see there's a lot of mobs on that portal. They can't actually go right on top
퍼센트가
of them
높기는 한데
Maystein walking
그렇게
very close
크게
to
의미
it, does
없어요.
manage to avoid accidentally walking in there. Not that I've ever seen that happen before.
어차피 남은 쫄플링 2번이에요.
Gripping mobs as well that are about to get sanguined. Monka's looking absolutely phenomenal with their sanguine management there. As you do see Mode taking that portal into the Fenrir area, and this is where things start to
팝업
get
해주고
really
애도 안 나게
spicy for Monka with some of the
패스해주고.
pulls that they're able to deploy in this area. On the right side of your screen, we have Thundered. Pretty hot on their heels. They're going to be downing the last Shield Maiden and also make their way through this portal. I'm really interested.
방금 몽카에서 그 용 팝업하고 패스하는 거 보여줬죠? 약간 빼꼼하고 뒤로 빠져 있는 다음에 삭제 한 다음에 오른쪽으로 돌아가면 돼요.
The amount of pulls that happen in this area.
I think it just means they don't need to do as big of a bear pull.
1레벨 황소 하나 플러스 덧
or something, but I suspect
덧사냥
they're
분무리.
mostly the same enemies. Yeah, but the bulls onto the bears, for instance, is something that Monka does, and
첫
maybe you don't have to do
번째도야
as many of those bulls.
드루가
if
그
you are
숨으로
Thunder.
씹었네요.
Looks like they're going to start with Fenrir, and Alex is now walking towards the Valor Jar. Channels a Grief Torch
They're doing
first.
Maybe they
They
don't
could just be doing Fenrir by itself. No, okay, he's
they're
going
pulling
over
it
there. So they're just waiting for
썬더드
the first
도약 한 번
Ravenous
보고
Leaps to go off.
붙여주네요.
And I respect that. Looks like no bulls are coming into this poll, though, so maybe that is where the count is going to equalize between the teams. And the question now is, are Thunder going to do wolves onto Fenrir? If they can do that, they can stay even with Monka here. They can stay in range to win this one.
방금은
If not,
사제가
it's gonna be
구숨으로
Monka
씹었죠.
pulling ahead if Monka can execute that cleanly.
1패 때 구숨을 다 빼는 것 같아요. 그냥 1패가 워낙 빡세니까 이게 힐러 해보신 분들은 알겠지만 이게 펜리르가 2패 때보다 1패가 그냥 더 빡세거든요. 아무래도 광 데미지가 좀 자주 와서 패턴이.
Because there's no eligible targets or like there's no path available for those wolves to lead. That's fine. What happens if Crims or Mode get targeted with the Fenrir like fixate? I really want to see what happens in that situation if they get targeted with the fixate. Does the boss like snap into the spot? Can Skylark intervene and the boss will like melee them? Like what is realistically going to happen there? Because we didn't see it happen last time, but I do want to see like what is the
안 때리면 협업이 안 되는 건가?
happens if that is something that is going to be a problem for Monka.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, you could invis and meld, but in practice, meld is on cooldown here for
혹시
Mode,
지금
so
몽카 하는 거 처음
we'll see what
보시면은
happens if that happens. RX gets targeted by the first Ravenous Leap, runs out and shadow melds it. These wargs are
야,
gonna
저
beat
바위
them down
위에도
now, and
그
they only
늑대가 안
have
뛰는
12
자리거든요.
Blood is gonna go on
거기
RX.
원딜 두 명이
And RX
올라가서
actually
냄새
here is
붙였어요
just gonna
그냥.
face tank it. Very easy. He's got some plate armor. He is going to kite a couple of the autos a little bit, but it does have Death Strike as well. Actually, he was just not kiting the autos. He was kiting for Sanguine.
Mode and Crims are out of the spot now as well. So like this is fine.
이제 늑대 마무리 되면서 지금 나머지
Really
내려왔고.
worried about is just like what exactly happens. Oh, look on the right side of your screen.
Look at
썬더드도 보고 하네요.
Yeah.
They are going for. Oh, they're going for a different. So look at this.
잠깐만,
is out.
지금 법사가 안 올라왔거든요.
Baiting aside.
그러니까 법사 와서 땡겨주면 될 것 같은데.
He is dealing with the volcanic, but Maskin's like, you know what?
법사는 그냥 피한다.
Then get knocked up by volcanic. So I'm just gonna.
그러니까 썬더드 법사가 안 올라간 것도 나름 의미가 있어요. 화산에서 딜하는 것보다 그냥 무빙하면서 딜하겠다는 얘기거든요, 이거. 네, 죽었죠.
There's a reason why we don't see people do that as often as go on the spot.
아, 전부 받자마자 또 죽었어요.
Oh.
And it's the old res into death combo by Maskin there. Now this, yeah, the problem is as soon as you res, that wolf is off CD. It's ready to jump, right? It is immediately going to jump at you.
야, 썬더드 법사가 저
They are going to be able to still get this boss taken down, but
바위 기둥 위에 안 올라가는 게 이유는 있었어요. 그러니까 화산에 영향받지 않는 딜을 하겠다 이거였는데 빡세죠 아무래도 몇 마리가 뛰는데.
If he has to keep moving the whole time, maybe it's the same. I'm not sure.
썬더드도 아마 상대가 몽카가 아니었으면은, 그러니까 몽카가 아니고 그러니까 비슷비슷한 팀이었으면 안 했을 거예요.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they vortexed at the very beginning, right? That was the big thing, and one of the biggest reasons that Maskin was able to do that is because it's like vortex 1, and then 2 we run and dodge, but which is a possibility. It's just, you know, if it goes wrong, then it goes.
뭐 이유가 있는 무빙이긴 했지만.
Monka able to get all of their bulls and bears finished off. They have 83.7% enemy forces, which is enough to go up to that King's area. On the right side of your screen here, we have Thundered finishing off the last little bit of trash that they.
This is not even. Is this even count for Thundered? I don't see that many Grizzlies here.
막내줄 팝업하는 거는
83.7 is the max.
가서 할 때 설명해 드릴게요.
Yes.
I'm not
하는
sure
거
this is enough
보면서.
Grizzlies.
Is this 10%? I don't know. I don't think it is either.
I think this is going to bring them to like 81.5 or something. We'll see.
Oh God. Okay, if they have to do bulls on top of this, this is quite bad. There is a world where if this is count, they run up to the Skovald area.
Okay, no, yeah, I think
somehow
this is count.
아 이거
If somehow Monka messes up their 4-king pull,
잠깐만요. 화질 이슈.
that actually loses them a pretty significant amount of time.
No,
okay. Yeah,
it's not. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're good. They're chilling.
자, 술을 세 명한테 던져요. 그리고 맨 끝에 있는 줄은 술을 살짝 늦게 던져야 돼요.
I thought it was fine. I was getting griefed. Co-commentator griefing me on my math. Yeah.
맨
They
오른쪽
usually
돌에
run that
술을
left magic
살짝
number.
늦게
They're
던지죠.
chilling. All right, so here comes
If we
Monka.
말 걸고
Have they gotten
we
all
miss-
of their
일단 순회 공연.
leaders in? All right, we're good.
I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's,
all the
sometimes it
kings are ready.
can- Yeah, sometimes it can mess up though is the problem, right?
Haldor.
순회 공연을
Alright,
하고
alright,
나서
Haldor took a while to activate.
이 쫄이
Now we have to
초록색으로
move.
바뀌잖아요.
Hopefully Bjorn is
Oh,
good. Okay,
Bjorn?
Bjorn's
초록색으로
green.
바뀌면서 돌아가는 때 말을 걸면은
We
팝업이
got
돼요.
Bjorn? Do we get Tor is the question. The answer looks like no. It looks like Tor
그러니까
is
이게
not going to
자기
be
자리로
hostile
도착했을 때
yet.
말을 걸면 말이 안
So this
걸리거든요.
is going to be a time loss for Monka. Their four kings strategy did not quite work out this time. It looked like probably because Haldor just took a while to
그러니까
get
두
in
마리는
combat
동시에
there.
던져도 상관없어요. 그러니까 맨 끝에 있는 쫄이 살짝 늦게.
By the end.
그래야지 도착했을
This
때
is
인식을
also like a
시킬 수가
minute time
있어요.
loss Whenever you mess this up, by the way. So for Thunder here, if they're able to get all
그리고
four
방법이
kings
하나 더
activated
있어요.
at once,
그러니까
this could
풀을
be a
두 개만
situation where they're able
던지고
to catch
두
up
마리만
and
인식시킨
pass
다음에
Monka.
두 마리 좀 멀리
That
빼요.
is a massive time
그럼
loss.
두
So now we have
마리는
to
돌아가는 동안에 말을 걸
practically
수가
single
있고
down that
인식을
last
시키지
king. He's still
않은
not
쫄은
He's literally still
그
not active. He's standing there.
돌아가는 동안에 바로 말을 걸 수가
Yeah, as
있거든요.
soon as
그냥
you kill
초록색
one
되자마자
king, you can go. Oh,
인식
it
못
looks
시킨
like they
쫄을
throw
바로
on
말을
a
걸고
different
나머지 두
king
마리는
than- Oh, I
돌아가는
see.
동안에
Okay.
말을 걸면
Alex is
돼요.
actually standing by one of the neutral ones, and he's going to get life gripped over as well. I love this from Thunder. They are really trying to set this up as quickly as they can, trying to make sure they get combat with all four of these kings.
Come on.
Have they got the fourth one though? No,
Are
where?
we not going for 4?
그러니까 돌아가잖아요.
for
그러니까
three?
돌아가다 말고
Okay.
잠깐 서 있죠.
So
저게
maybe it's
말이
not
걸린 거예요. 한 마리는 말 못
I
걸었네.
think Haldor at least was supposed to come in here for Thunder though, so looks like Thunder have had an even worse King's catastrophe than Monka have. You're right though. That was the way for them to come back into this, right? Was to do four kings.
그래서 말을 잘
You know,
걸어야 돼.
with
그러니까
22,
돌아가는
45, the kings do
타이밍에
hurt, but you can
그러니까
definitely
자기가
do
술
all
던진
four.
쪽에 각자가 그 말 걸라고 클릭을 계속 해줘야 돼요.
You absolutely can do all 4. I don't know. That's tough. But now.
근데 저게 뭐 세 마리만 돼도 충분히 이득이라서.
It's okay, but I think for them to win, if they did
그러니까
all 4, I'm pretty sure.
저게 세 마리만 돼도 저게 순회 공연 하는 동안 한 마리는 계속 패고 있잖아요.
Yeah, it would definitely be
그 패고
really
있던
close
한 마리만
to-
죽어도 나머지 한 마리는 팝업이
They're
돼서
gonna
또 세
finish up
마리가
those last two
되거든요.
kings now. Monka are starting Skovald RP.
세 마리랑 네 마리는 속도 차이가
Their
그렇게
feast
막
down,
크진
everybody's
않아요.
getting their food buffs back. A couple of deaths are on the board, which is actually in Monka's favor. Monka have one fewer death.
두
They have
마리는
five
이제
extra
속도 차이가 나지.
seconds at the end of this. So Thunder need to not only catch up, they need to overtake by 5 seconds. I don't think that's gonna happen here. I think Monka, now with just 2 fortified bosses ahead of them, should be in pretty good shape. Although I've heard that it's possible to die on Skovald several times even.
Shh, hush, hush. Cease speaking immediately.
I know it's a possibility. I've seen video evidence of it happening in the past.
That's the old Skovald. This new one, he's got nothing on the old one.
I see.
He's
I
less
see.
verbose.
I see. That was the problem.
Yeah, he talks a lot less too.
I see. All right. Well, Skovald
right.
is going to be at almost 50% here before Thunder can even start the RP to summon him.
어차피 뭐 이제
Monka
볼
are
거
just
없으니까.
making such short work of this boss, and Odin is going to fall so quickly to them as well. They're going to have army.
Yeah.
They're actually, are they going to have army? Maybe they're not going to have army. I think
No,
they will.
they're not gonna have
I think they'll
army.
get back to army.
6 minutes?
It says 6 minutes, but you get 5 seconds of cooldown reduction.
코발트
Yeah.
팝업
It's
줄
like a 3-minute CD, isn't it?
Yeah, effectively. It does
활성화
depend on
조건.
what's going on, but I think they might get
Yeah,
back
that's
to
true.
it for that first runic brand. We'll see.
I guess we'll see. They don't have Lust, which it could be a problem, but I think on 22 Fortified, more often than not, one phasing Odin, especially with like the composition that Monka is running, shouldn't be too much of a problem. If they have
한
deaths,
마리만 남아 있을 때.
they would have to have multiple deaths for them to start to really
Yeah.
be in deep trouble.
The thing is as well, like even the triple spears aren't in one-shot
먹고.
territory at 22 fortified, right? So they
We're not
they
reaching
aren't
them,
gonna
right?
need. Yeah, they
녹색으로
well even if they have a couple people die, they can still get over the finish line.
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Even
Mode has
if
to die
it's-
multiple
'cause
times.
게임 변환
It's
후
like the
Yeah.
edge
다리로
case where Monka loses from this position.
돌아가기
So
전.
it's just a
이렇게 두
they need to
가지예요.
make sure that Mode needs to make sure he doesn't die. Skylark also can't die, I guess technically, but
그러니까
kind of hard to die on this fight as a tank.
초록색으로 네임 변환 후 자리로 돌아가기 전에 두 마리한테 말
I know
걸고
there are ways to see. Of
한
course, I've never
마리만
seen it happen
남아있을
in
때,
my run.
그러니까 한 마리만 남아있을 때 얘한테 먼저 말을
It's
걸고
possible.
나머지
There's
두
that big
마리를
circle
네임
that-
변환으로
There is
자리로
the big
돌아가기
circle
전에 말
everywhere. Now,
걸고
I don't.
이렇게
I'm
하면은
not gonna say exactly how I
그러니까
know, but I
술을
will
두
say
마리만
playing
술을
Brewmaster
두 개만
on that
던지고도
fight,
네 마리 팝업이 되긴 해요.
Celestial Brew plus Dampen Harm
근데
plus Fort
술을 세
Brew
마리를
is not
먹이면은
enough to stand in that.
세 마리 다 2번 조건이 되는 상태니까
Can you spell block it though?
팝업이 좀 더 쉬운 거죠.
Spellblock
세 개
probably
던졌을
is.
때는.
Probably that's probably enough. If you
Spellblock
added
it.
Diffuse
maybe
or
die.
Zenmed to the set that I talked about earlier, that would be enough. All right, well, Thundered are gonna have Baby going down. Yeah, like you said, they're gonna land the battle res, but now they are out of battle reses. This is not gonna really change their win condition, right? Their win condition is pretty much still a Monka wipe at this point. Monka are getting really close to that first Runic Brand. They have to deal with this first run out. Kill that Stormforged Obliterator. And once they do that, they should be in good shape here if they can get to the middle of the room and
그래서
cleanly get to
같은
their
조건으로
Runic Brands. Their
술을
Thunderblade is
하나만
gonna
들고
proc
왔을
at a somewhat
때도 세 마리
inopportune
팝업이
time. They
가능해요.
actually probably want to
Yeah.
clear here before the Runic Brand comes out.
그러니까 급할 때는 그냥 술 하나만 들고 가서
We got the second B
세 마리
too, even.
팝업하고 잡아도 괜찮은.
We'd have to have a lot
근데
of
조금
that.
어렵지. 술 두 개 있을
Yeah,
때보다.
Rapture pop by mode to just keep everybody super safe during that. And here comes the
comes
damage
Monka.
from Monka.
Oh look, the army. It's up now.
Army's
Put it on
up. Here it
CD.
is. Algathar puzzle box. All of the cooldowns being used here.
We got Lust in 15 as well.
Yeah, I mean, so presumably they'll just hit Lust
Them
when
on
it comes up
CD.
because this boss, they are going to
Yeah.
fall out of their Valkyr form, but they are still going to be able to kill this boss before the next Runic Brands. They are in triple spear territory, which means Mode does need to have everybody pretty close to top tier. It looks like there was maybe a
Ooh, does he
commit
die?
call being
Does he
made.
die?
Oh! RX actually dies. Mode made it out, but RX committed. He stayed in the circle. He was like, you know what? It
이거
dies or I die.
보니까 죽기는 그냥
All right. Where's Makes?
In our final.
네 그냥 신화 가도 돼요. 그리고 아니면은 저
Yeah,
유튜브에
you're good.
용맹 최근에 돈 영상들은
Fantastic.
저도 막 말을
Okay, so
걸거든요.
Monka
그거
takes
보셔도
that
돼요.
first win in the series here, getting
그러니까 최근에
that
용맹
ball
올린 게
from
있나?
down and
있으면 아마 그
kinda
했을 거예요. 제가 말 거는 거.
Monka to do really
그러니까 사람들
well
실수할까봐
here.
저도
But
말
there's a lot
걸거든요.
going on that I didn't really expect, to be honest. Like at the very first poll, and that's actually a poll that I talked to Mode about. He was saying that this is super scary of a poll.
근데
Just because
용맹이
of how much there's going on that you
그러니까
can't
그냥
necessarily see.
신화로 가면은
You have
아마
to dodge
쫄들이
all the
막 한 방에
PAs,
죽을
you have
거라서
to take care of
연습이
all of
쉽지는
the
않을 듯.
interrupts. There's so many in this pack, and sometimes it's just very unfortunate how things hit, and that's exactly what
어쨌든
happened.
하려면은
Sadly,
1,
the
1,
team that's
2렘
here in
막
the
잡고
beginning, they
막
then
그래야
managed to
되니까
actually finish off this boss
귀찮을 것
fight here
같은데.
without their healer present, which I think is a feat. However, they had to wait for Mode to walk all the way back to them.
그냥 이게
So they
이론으로
lost a
이해가
little bit of time here
되면은
in this pathing.
방법은
But
쉬워요.
Thunder going a little bit more tame.
그냥 말만 잘
came to
걸면 돼요.
these polls here, which I think is for me the biggest kicker in the Monka route. I mean, I love the wolves as well. Don't get me wrong. We've seen that before. I love this poll. They're just taking everything and more, and they're adding it on to Solston and to Olmir. It's just, to me, that's crazy, and I love that they get
아,
away
그거는
with it,
모든
actually make it work now.
딜러,
There's a
힐러,
little
탱커
bit
상관없이 다
happening
끼고
here as
있어요.
well. I'm not sure if it's just
그게 그러니까 라이브
it's not
서버에서는
the
템랩이
different
낮은데
qualified, so
대회
they're
서버에서는
taking
템랩이
over the show with
421이거든요.
a death on the side
그래서
of
2셋
Monka
유연 효과
here. These
보려고
orbs,
다 끼고
unfortunately,
하더라고요.
I believe it was one of the orbs that clipped Maysteen. Then
라이브 서버에선
Mode
적용 안 되는
actually running
템이에요.
all
그래서
the way out, trying to get away far as way as possible from the Sanctify, and you can see him cast that Resurrection. He was only able to cast that because he used his Shadow Meld, being able to get out fight here and get Maysteen back.
그러니까
into the
얘네들 끼고
fight.
있는
I thought that
템이
was really cool. And then
그러니까
during the
무지막지하게
fight,
템랩이
there is
높다고
more
생각하시면
going
돼요.
on, but on the side of Thundered, Olmir and Solson were also a little bit mean. Bazook going down here for them, and yeah, so both teams having a little bit of trouble with these mini bosses here. It was a little bit of an overlap that maybe
아,
not
이거
necessarily something you want to
방금
happen.
술
But
맞고
they
죽은 거는
managed to kill it, and then here Team Monka actually having
아, 용맹
Urza
본 거
take
있을
both
거예요,
beams,
유튜브에.
which is not something I believe we've seen in the MDI before. I like that they
아마
then
24단 이상이면
prioritized the
무조건
Sanctify
그거 한
side,
거.
because obviously you can dodge that damage, but both teams deciding to go for this
용맹 올린 지가 좀
huge wall. And I
오래됐네.
love how Moat set that one up because it's not that easy. He's using
그런 용맹
phase
올려놓은
to
게
get
없네.
back up on that stone here. Both priests are, and although that's not
그러네,
the
용맹
easiest
올려놓은 게
task,
없네.
then
없다,
Moat
없다.
rips off his mage, but Machine actually staying out here, not trying to take any of the stones.
없네,
benefits.
없어. 없다,
Not
없다.
working out, unfortunately. He does take a few wolves to the face, takes a few deaths, and Monka moves on while Thundered loses a little bit of time. There was a moment to come back for Thundered because this king here that you can see marked did not want to activate. They did not get all 4 kings, so lost a little bit of extra time. But Monka in the end was able to get that win and bring it home with a little bit of a commit call here. Not everybody made it out alive, but they did get that win.
혹시나 돌게 되면은 올려드릴게요. 근데 이거 별로 안 어려워요.
Did Thunder not go for the four
세네 마리
kings strat? Was
팝업하는
that
거.
like intentional? It looked like they didn't beer the far right mob at all. Like it looked like they were intentionally going for 3, not 4. Is that what was going on?
Maybe. I'm honestly not too sure. I just looked at the Monka
So
route
weird.
for the most part back
Yeah,
then, but it might
We'll
have
have to ask
been
them if
that
we can.
they.
Yeah.
Maybe we can. We'll have a look.
Yeah, or,
So
I'm curious
wait,
as well because
I'm
it
checking.
seems like well, so they wanted at least 3 and they only got 2. I just wonder if they wanted 4 because 4 is a lot better than 3 if you can live it, but you know it's 22 fortified, right? That is sketchy. So okay, we have our top investigators on the case, so we'll find out what the plan was.
Very
there.
good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Maybe they missed
Okay,
a
so,
brew or something. I don't know.
That could also have been
저는
it. There were-
잠깐
there were
화장실에 좀
or
갔다
somebody
올게요.
accidentally got
Yeah,
combat.
they missed
Okay.
a
Mailed
brew.
off
So
combat.
we got word. Bazook got in combat. They lost that beer because you can't use it when you're in combat, and then they just didn't click the other
Yeah.
one to kind of make up for it.
That's the problem.
Awesome.
Whenever you're skipping a lot of the mobs in the middle area of the dungeon, right, is that you have a bunch of things that will put you in combat. Even if you meld off combat, you drop your beer when you get in combat. So, yeah, I mean, nasty time losses for both teams there. And we saw almost a 22-minute run. That's almost 2 minutes slower for Monka than their previous run. And that's definitely slower than a perfect run out of Thundered would have been. So Monka, I think, got a little bit lucky there that they weren't up against a perfect run out of Thundered because Thundered have been very consistent. Worth noting, though, that Thundered have just upset 2 other teams already to even get to this point. So they've been gaming a lot. They're probably just delighted to be here as well. So maybe they're a little bit less ready for Halls of Valor in particular, right, for some of these maps. That's going to change, though, if we go into this Nocked offensive. Because Nocked is something that they played
The
in
third
both
time's
of
the
their
charm.
previous series. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is something that they are warmed up on Nocked offensive.
I
Absolutely
have word
right.
from
I
production
mean-
as well. Apparently, they do every single time they zone in a knockout offensive. They actually fly to one of those towns and they perform a séance to curse the other team to inflict as much sanguine
come
healing as
on.
possible. Well, I mean,
Lies,
I'm just relaying the
deceit,
information from production.
heresy. Live on broadcast from Tettles. You heard it here first. But
Here's a live
are-
look at them doing that ritual right now.
you're
You
literally
can
just
see
standing
it's Alex
there.
walking around
Look,
in a
Alex
circle.
is having
No, that's
fun.
it's a ritual circle that he's doing there.
뭐 좀
Casting a
이슈가 또
curse
있나
on
보네요.
Ritual Monka.
circle.
It is. That's what he was
No,
doing.
Lies. No.
The next thing you know, Tira and Maruk are going to be
Here's-
healed by
oh.
sanguine.
Here he is flying over.
Stop it. You need to be stopped.
Ooh.
아무튼
Somebody's
몽카가
this
그
man.
노프드가 처음이긴 해요
Going to
지금.
be healed.
Okay,
Alright,
it's a knockout
off
offensive
we
again.
go.
Let's watch. Oh, did anybody take off early there? Get their extra global into the
Dude.
thing there? It didn't look like it. It looked like everybody
프림스
waited for
간만에
some
암사.
barrier to come down.
They're all noob flyers.
Yeah, minus 2 seconds. All right. Here they go into their first pull. Alex is going to grab 5 into the patrol. Same with Monka. This is a nasty pull here for both teams. It is the Bloodlust, though. Sanguine healing is going to be the big thing we're looking for. There are a lot of casters in this pull. A lot of longbows in particular, so even worse than casters, archers, the worst mob for dealing with Sanguine. At least they are knockable. You can see that's being used over by Thundering there. Bazook
계속
gonna fire
계속
out that
피웅 얘기를
information
하죠.
to help
생균.
control these longbows best as he can. But there's also explosive for them to be looking at. Oh, Typhoon comes out from Subchris, but unfortunately, it's going to land one of the longbows into a puddle. Looks like they've done a pretty good job, though, have Thundered, but Monka already finished with that pull into the next one. 2 million Sanguine healing for Thundered. Not bad.
Perfect Sanguine management for Monka on that first pull. Just making sure that they were able to get out pretty much unscathed. And then Skylark,
확실히
I thought his positioning was also
일본
great. So
1렘
he was already running
무리에서는
to that next pull
다
right
따로
as
가긴 하네요.
the previous
뭔가
pack
좀
was dying. And so that allowed
다른
him to,
방법이
finish
안
off
나왔나
a
보네.
couple of longbows and then just join him on top of this pack. The second pull is going to be down so fast for the side of Monka. Again, they're just making sure to grip the mobs. Sanguine management's the name of the game in this first area. Trying to make sure that you don't have those mobs die underneath, particularly the longbows, as those are the hardest ones to move.
야두뿐 아니라 그냥
The
전체적으로
other downside is the Lance Masters or the Plane Stompers, which are not, they don't respect knockback effects, right? So if they're war stomping in the middle of one of those, then that could also be
사격병들이
a fail
진짜
case.
죽기 아니면 붙이기가
It's a little
힘들어요.
bit easier to manage, and those mobs often are the prio target anyways.
As I say, it looked like Thunder was about to tag that patrolling pack and do a little bit of a different route, but instead they're playing both of these teams are playing virtually the exact same route.
아,
and they're
몽카도
going to be
노쿠드가
taking
두 판째구나.
the patrolling pack that's underneath Granith into the boss. Now that opens them up to a little bit of extra potential for Sanguine healing, particularly on the boss, which we know is really bad. 5% HP ticks on the boss.
뭐 딜 차이도 일단 딜 차이도 있겠지만 진짜 몽카는 피용을 하나도 안 먹는 것 같은데 느낌이.
When are the teams going to let the ballistas get dismantled? When are we going to start CCing with things like Dominant Mind? When are we going to root? Are we going to kill zero of these ads? But it looks like for Monka, they're just stunning that Saboteur in the middle of this pack while they're cleaving down all of the trash.
Yeah, it can be hard to avoid dotting up the Saboteur, that's the first one anyways, and you're in your cooldown, so it usually can just die. What you want to avoid is situations where you have to swap to the Saboteur, right? If you're swapping damage onto a Saboteur, that's usually pretty inefficient if you can instead just keep it CC'd for a while. So Monka are letting these first couple of Saboteurs just get stunned under boss while they're AoEing anyways, but once they're down to just single target, we see them instead swap to a CC-oriented plan. They have Dominate Mind from Crims, they have Entangling Roots, they have probably Mass Root as well, and then they just have, you know, bullying slows and stuff for the later ones to just stop them from reaching their Ballista once.
Okay, look at that. Thunder on the right-hand side of your screen. Maskin is already dominate minding that Saboteur, where Monka killed that second Saboteur. I think that Thunder... Okay, and then there's also one that's off to the side that's being rooted by Subchris. Subchris is also deploying that Mass Root strategy, which we talked about in the Thunderdome series, the difference between the Mass Root and the Ursul's Vortex, just like CC-wise.
Yeah, it's a different choice that Druids are making in here. In this one,
지금 봤는데
it's
저
actually going to
그
be Ursul's by Maystein as well.
1렘 구간 그 중보라고 해야 되나? 그 발구르기 스킬 이름이 그거네요. 워스톰프네요. 워스톰프. 워스톰프가 워크래프트 3에서 그 파오렌 칩튼이라는 히어로가 쓰는 스킬이거든요. 스킬명이 똑같아서 생각났네.
Thunder still have the Plane Stomper alive, bro. I think that both the Granth should die for Thunder.
약간 그 마운틴 킹이 쓰는 썬더크랩 같은 그런 스킬인데 주변에 약간 스턴 주면서 딜 들어가는.
Kind of weird that it's still alive. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to die until the boss dies, right? If you think about it.
That's true.
Yeah. Looks like Maystein is actually a full-on disciple of the Yoda build in here as well. Maystein is not just running the Vortex like Yoda did earlier. He's also playing that Ashamane's Guidance Incarnation proc talent for these tyrannical bosses. So very cool little Feral Druid difference.
그런 거 보면은 진짜 워크래프트가 한글 번역을 너무 잘했어요. 네.
Build differences to potentially highlight.
뭐 데스코일 이런 거.
Doing MDI or TGP or anything was rank 1 Feral Druid on Warcraft logs by like a lot, right? He has always done infinite damage as Feral Druid.
얘네가 스톤볼트 쓰는구나.
Feral has ever really been meta, and he's on his effectively main spec, main class. So this is something that Maystein's theory
M 신공 좀 하셨나요?
always something that other Ferals should probably be looking at. in regards to what they are going to be doing. Talent.
데몬 헌터로 만화본 좀 하셨나요,
in
그럼?
particular, that guy is very, very good, very smart as well.
그 키퍼로 인탱글
Yeah,
해놓고
Maystein playing Ashbane's Guidance. Maystein and Yoda both playing it definitely makes me want to use that in high tyrannical keys as well. This seems like a good move. Other than that, most players are playing pretty similar builds to each other between these two teams.
그
There's
메타몰포시스
Grief Torches on both tanks, Desperate Invokers Codex on both healers, and yeah, some slightly different evoker talents. For instance,
네, 토템은
Mode
점사하지
has,
않아요.
move while casting Emerald Communion, whereas Bazook has Emerald Communion
Sure.
giving him increased max HP. So little slight differences like that, but other than that, the two teams
토템은 살려두면은 일단 짤을 덜 봐도 돼요. 그러니까 중간에 그 토템 뭐 폭발인가 뭐 그런 스킬 쓰잖아요. 그런 스킬 때문에 짤을 좀 덜 봐도 되고요. 토템이 살아있으면 이제 구슬들이 나오는데 그걸 먹으면 약간 버프기도 하고 그래서 토템은 약간 비슷하게 잡거나 늦게 죽는 게 이득이에요. 토템 과부하.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because the Gale Arrow damage is actually not reduced by stuff like Zephyr or Feint or Avoidance as well, right? So there's a lot of tools that some classes use to survive mechanics like that don't work against it because it's not AOE damage. So
그러니까 번역이 진짜 막 그 와우 초기에는 이게 워스리 하던 사람들이 다 어색해가지고 워스리 스킬 이름으로 막 얘기를 했잖아요. 롤에서도 막 닌탑 뭐 이런 얘기 하는 것처럼. 근데 지금 뭐 몇 년 지나고 이러다 보니까 다들 한글 스킬 이름으로 얘기를 하는 거 보면은 그 당시만 해도 이제 모든 영어 스킬 이름들을 한글로 번역을 한다는 게 좀 뭔가 혁신적이긴 했어요.
On top of that, like the arc blades arcing strike can also be potentially very, very dangerous.
그러니까 체인 라이트닝을 연쇄 번개로 이렇게 번역할 생각을 한다는 게 대단한 거죠, 사실. 스톰 실드, 폭풍 방패 막 이런 거.
Something that I don't know if I've ever seen before on live, and it's certainly an MDI only kind of pull. Thunder also making it look pretty easy. I love to see it from these MDI teams. It's very difficult sometimes to be able to describe just how challenging some of these pulls are without having done them before. But it's just crazy.
차라리 지금 막 번역을 이상하게 하는 게 많아가지고.
Whenever they're like, oh my
yeah,
God,
pulls like
if you
that.
pull this on live, you wipe.
야, 와우 초창기에 비하면 지금은 좀
oh, we didn't kick one cast.
신경을 덜 쓰긴 하는데.
Oh, our tank got hit for 300% of their health over 5 seconds, right? And it's like, oh yeah, the MDI teams, they have a way to survive that, right? Like they've planned out for this. They've got a time dilation that's assigned there. They're using cooldowns. But yeah, on live, that sort of stuff is just, it's so volatile as Monka heading into the raging.
약간 그런 느낌이에요, 맞아요. 그때는 사람 썼고 지금 팝하고 쓰는 것 같아.
They are so fast in getting to this boss.
저도 와우 초창기 번역 처음엔 이상했는데 볼수록 좀 괜찮았던 것 같아요. 처음엔 이상했지. 그냥 탈퇴 말고 메타몰포시스라고 부르고 싶었잖아요, 다들.
We've seen from other teams and from Monka themselves that that 22-minute mark is about the time that we're looking for in this dungeon, and so you get like a bonus lust, and so this raging tempest.
만화번, 만화 연소 이런 거 좀.
It's normally been like the focus point for that second lust, right as other CDs come available for them. Army should be up as well on that lust, but right now we're just making sure that we get through the raging tempest. We should be fine.
불공 이랬으면은 잘못된 번역이죠. 그러니까 그게 파파고 번역이고, 약간 화염구 이런 게 사람이 한 번역이고. 불공.
Yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that the entire group is standing such that you can all get hit by the dream breath.
진짜 불공 이렇게 번역했으면은.
You all want to be in range of your 30-yard healer. But that's not usually too bad, especially in a group like this, right?
Yeah.
Mode just needs to make sure he stands near Crims and aims at the melee, and usually he'll be able to hit everybody that way.
Yeah, it's tough whenever people aren't always stacked, but then, like you said, once you start to get grouped up.
그렇죠. 만화 태우기.
Do you know that apparently you can have five
그러니까 만화 번이니까 만화 태우기거든요, 사실. 그러니까 그 파파고 번역이면은.
Oh wow, that is that sounds like something you would learn if you were playing with a Holy Paladin or a Mistweaver. Yeah, you just
I was
trying to
playing
make
with
sure
Holy
that
Paladin
everybody
last
gets.
night.
Yeah.
Was playing with the Holy Paladin last night, so everybody can clump up well. You just have to be super diligent.
그러니까 PVP 할 때 맞으면 기분 나쁜 스킬 거의 탑 1 안에 들어가는데 만화 연소 마연 맞으면 진짜 개빡치거든요. 그 투기장 할 때.
Yeah, this one not too bad here. Zephyr's gonna expire, but everybody's still.
진짜 우리 편 딜러가 짤이 있는데 마연을 내가 두 번 이상 맞잖아요. 그러면은 그때는 저도 욕할 수도 있어요. 투기장 할 때 제일 빡치는 상황이고.
Trying and grabbing an orb right as they spawn here. It's not gonna work out for anybody though. Maybe
차라리 내가 죽는 거보다 마연 당하는 게 더 빡쳐.
Misses it by a millisecond there. It's okay. Boss is already dead though. Not a huge time loss at all. And that one, it's really hard to refresh on that one in particular.
Yeah. Typically, you only get one person that'll refresh there. It's like you have to be as close to the boss as possible, but not in his hitbox. Otherwise,
보면은 아까 썬더드도 무사고로 갔을 때 아까 뭐
Let's see if Mask can get a refresh on his side.
뭐라 그래야 되지?
And it looks like it's going to be a no for Thunder as well.
썬더스트럭? 그 팀보다 훨씬 빨랐잖아요. 그러니까 동일하게 무사고로 갔을 때. 근데 양 팀 다 무사고인데 그냥 몽카가 많이 빨라.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a count there. The best way to know this is going to be.
썬더드 약간 따라갈 구석 생겼어요. 지금 몽카 이거 따로 가는데 썬더드가 이거 두물이 가거든요. 지금 이넴 구간 셔플링.
That is the lead that Monka have here. So 40 seconds.
약간 따라갈 여지 하나. 저플링 좀 깔끔하게 하면은 썬더드가 살짝 따라갈 수 있긴 해요 지금.
Exact same count, identical count from both teams. 0 death runs from both teams as well, but Monka just a little bit faster.
I think that Thunder is the team. I do think that Thunder is also the team that does the double mound pull here. Let's look on the right side of our screen and see what Alex is doing and how he's setting up this pull. It looks like they're going with like the donuts pull that we saw last weekend in Group B, where they were able to.
썬더드 지금 2풀링.
Monka are doing these mounds one at a time. This is much slower.
알렉스 계속 죽었던 2풀링.
Something that we commonly seen from Monka. If Thunder are able to do this, I don't want to say that they'll
여지 없죠?
but they will certainly claw some time back as Bazooka goes down.
여지 없네요.
Subchris dies to an explosive going off. Are we going to deploy another battle res maybe?
그래도 전부 하나 쓰고.
Just anything that can go wrong is just catastrophic.
Yeah, Bazook died, and then nobody else in the group could target an explosive, of course. So while he was dead, that explosive just went off and ended up killing another player.
몽카도 피용 사고가 좀 났네요.
They were able to use 2 battle reses now, though, and they're back in it.
몽카 지금 풀링 하나 끝난 거 같거든요.
And yeah, they should be okay here. Now, with 2 deaths in this, if they can
이데스가 있긴 한데
is this still a time save relative to what Monka
그냥 이 풀링 끝나면 그냥 같아지는 거예요 지금.
Yeah, it is a time save. It's a pretty significant time save. Probably somewhere in the order of like 15 to 25 seconds, assuming that there's.
이러면 썬더드가 이득 본 거죠, 확실히.
But it's very challenging.
몽카가 피용으로 끌렸으니까.
I don't know if I would have taken the deaths over it though.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't factor in the safety of the battle reses, 10 seconds of death timer, the time of the battle reses.
죽었다 근데. 이러면 손해지.
Now for Thunderdom, that is going to be deadly for them. Baby is going to die as well, and Alex is now in the unenviable position of trying to survive.
공중에서 애드된 새 대처가 안 됐네.
And do damage, and avoid pulling extra stuff, and kill explosives. Can he do it? He is playing a warrior.
네, 전부가 다 빠져가지고.
There are some explosives in the back here. He's looking okay.
Oh, we had to pick up
Seems like Thunder are maybe stabilizing. But Monka certainly are in the lead now. They get this pull together.
That's why that pull is so dangerous. That's the pull that they wiped to in the Thunderstruck series, by the way. That was that pull that Alex died on in the Thunderstruck series.
Yeah, that pull is I mean, it's big. I respect it out of Thundered. I like to see them go for it. I think it's really cool. They were really close to surviving it as well. But yeah, with a little bit of death there, they are going to lose the time that they would have gained from it. You can see on the enemy forces percent that they are indeed quite a bit behind now compared to Monka, who are nearly done with their dungeon. Monka now, once they do this last Beast Caller, which is a bit of a cooldown recovery pull, while they wait for RP to finish.
언제 다 잡았지?
They will be at 94%, and 94%
속도가 확실히
that lets you go to the last area and kill the 2 mini bosses and be at 100.
So we don't Sanguine Tira. That is priority number one here is
커플링에서 피용 사고가 그렇게 났는데도
Sanguine healing needs to land on an even
아
number
확실히
of
진짜
bosses.
체급이
Yeah. 0 or 2.
0 ideally.
One is very bad.
We are
Okay.
waiting.
이제는 정확하게 한 플링 차이가 나네요. 그러니까 두물이
We will
더
not
갔는데도
take this boss.
Dude, how troll would it be if Tira just immediately turned and looked at the
중간에
Sanguine
두물이
funnel
한번
and
샜나,
jumped right into
몽카도?
it? Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, she jumped the other way.
I don't know if cool is
That
how
would
I
be
would
so funny
describe
though.
that.
네 확실히 체급인 것
A
같아요.
play. I'm not
That
sure.
would be
cool
fun.
is
I
the
wonder if
word
that's a
I would use.
possibility. I wonder if you're just if that's a risk you're running there.
It
Maybe
is
you
a
can kill it in the
possibility,
spot
I'm
where she
sure.
doesn't
진짜
jump.
롤 서브리그 동부리그 정도 차이 나는데?
Right. Things are looking great for Monka here, though. 0 deaths. They have all of their battle reses available to them. They're on to Tira and Maruk with offensive CDs. This is a fairly... I mean, this is just... If you've played live, you've done the boss the exact same way that Monka is doing it right here. They have... You do see that they're 94.23% enemy forces. The either final 5-pack of the dungeon or the final
뭔가 농심이나 광동 프린스가 이번 시즌 안에 SKT를 T1을 한 판도 못 이길 것 같은 그런 느낌이 들잖아요. 네, 그 정도 차이 같아요.
stopping Monka from winning this series, or not this series, but winning this map? You think, Dratnos? Is it that pull into Balakar Khan? Is that how dangerous do you think that is with 2 battle reses?
I mean, it's not as dangerous. It's maybe in the top 5 most dangerous things in this dungeon, but it's not top 3, I don't think. I think some of the pulls in here earlier probably a little bit higher lethality. Although we have seen teams struggle against Balakar Khan before. Thundered, notably, one such team, so it is a scary fight.
썬더드 아직 네임드 풀링도 안 했는데
I mean, that came down to like Sanguine management because
램드가 죽어가요, 몽카.
They run a pretty risky strategy of taking the 2 mini bosses into Balakar Khan, and that increased the opportunity for Sanguine to heal the boss. In addition to that, if you're only focusing down the boss on, I know this is true on Fortified, and it's also maybe true on Tyrannical. If you're only hitting the boss and you're only letting Incidental Cleave hit those ads will live for most of, if not pretty much all of the fight. Now on Tyran, you're probably just gonna had them cleaved down right as the boss phases into that 60% window, but if they weren't focusing them at all and instead playing the most optimal way of doing the boss, which is, again, just hitting the boss and letting incidental cleave hit those ads, that could potentially open them up for...
그래도 광동도 그렇고 농심도 그렇고 한 세트씩은 그래도 꾸준히 이기고 있으니까 그 정도도 진짜 잘하는 것 같다는 느낌이 들긴 해요, 이번 시즌.
Plus 20 seconds of death timer for Monka.
Yep.
That is a very big advantage for the favorite here in Monka. And this is going to be really hard for Thunder to overcome without a wipe from Monka.
그러니까 캐릭이랑 템이 그냥 완전히 똑같다고 봐도 돼요.
If Monka win this map as well, it is a best of 5 rather than a best of 3 this in the finals. So this will not be
아니에요.
over
그러니까
just
툴
yet.
한 물이
That is still Balakar Khan as well, standing between
썬더드도 1렙에서 한 물이
Monka and
붙였어요. 그거
Knocked
똑같이.
here. They fly towards that final area of the dungeon. And we'll see how they decide to handle this. I suspect it is going to be 2 mini bosses into the boss.
풀링 횟수가 풀링 횟수만 따지면 오히려 썬더드가 한 풀링 적거든요. 그 3렘 구간에서 한 풀링을 줄이니까.
Knock it on hold. Look at all that.
그러니까 뭐 거기서 물론 사고가 나고 그러긴 했는데 몽카도 뭐 역시 거기서 사고가 좀 났단 말이에요. 그러니까 피웅 때문에 첫 풀링에서.
Going to be bringing it into these 2 mini bosses. They're likely to pull this up against the wall to make sure that all of the dashes are aimed in a good spot. You also don't want to aim Balakar Khan in a bad spot if you don't have like meld available or the circle that goes
그러니까
with
약간
shattering spear. So they're gonna take those bosses and the mini bosses up against the wall.
그러니까 몽카 지금 막냄 하고 있잖아요. 여기서 돌진이 더 이제 울타리 쪽으로만 되는지 저거를 보면은 좀 디테일이 보이겠죠?
Yeah, that is a useful piece of Night Elf tech in here. A lot of solid racials you can play in this dungeon as well, right? Dwarf racial also very good in here. You can see Crims has opted for that instead. You look over inside of Thundered as well. They have a couple more dwarves than Night Elves, but Monka have elected to play that Night Elf on Mace
럭키님 말씀하신 게
and also on RX. So they
저도
have
그
a lot
부분이 좀
more
아쉬워요.
dodges of that mechanic.
어차피 연습할 시간 많았으니까 맵을 좀 다양하게 보여줬으면 좋았을 텐데 특히 상위 팀들은
this season of MDI. It's like something where in like Ruby Life Pools in particular, I think we actually end up seeing a lot of Blood Elves
보시면 몽카가 탱커는 그러니까 돌진을 계속 벽 쪽으로 유도해주면서 계속 몹들이 다 붙어 있잖아요.
We've seen some regular Tauren out of feral druids and a lot of keys as well, just for Warstomp. A lot of these.
그러니까 오늘 나왔던 노프드 경기에서 저렇게 막냄 붙일 때 저렇게 돌진 유도 잘해주는 탱커가 없었거든요. 저건 뭐 딜러도 약간 신경 써줘야 되는 부분이긴 한데.
They got a nose for trouble.
I don't know. They played that darn rat.
Yeah, they did indeed. Here's the intermission for Monka now. Their Lust is available, but they're going to hold it for P2. Oppressive Roar comes out to increase the length of the next CC on these mobs. Sick. That's cool. Yeah, a little wombo combo.
Oppressive Roar. Okay. Preservation Evokers on live very infrequently use.
지금 몽카 블러도 안 끼고 급기 쿨이 와 있는데 이제 야드 광폭화 화신 기다리는 것 같아. 사군 키면서 이제 광폭화 거의 왔으니까 블러도 켜주고. 뭐 시간이 늦었으니까 바닥 맞고 죽을 수도 있죠.
I think so. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but often that's it. Mode gonna come back alive though. They still have 2 battle reses.
근데 지금 변수 하나 생겼어요. 지금 모아드가 급하게 일어나면서 용비들이 빠졌거든요. 혹시 첫 타겟 용 걸리면 한 번 더 죽을 수도 있겠는데. 다행이네, 야드가 걸렸네. 이거 용 걸렸으면은 대마지 아니면 죽거든요. 잠깐만. 빨리 잘 피해야지.
Now, luckily, Scarlet had spell reflect. There's just no way. There's no way they could wipe at 5% on Balakar Khan. Manic Grief Torch, thank you for resetting my Manic Grief Torch, says Skylark here. Gets another one in just seconds after his previous one. This time he doesn't have reflect for the conductive strike, but it's not gonna matter. He is gonna die. He's gonna die.
Kill Oh my god.
잠깐만, 전멸 아니지.
All right, well, a Pyrrhic victory, but a victory nonetheless. Monka are gonna take down Balakar Khan, and that's gonna lead them to a 2-0
대형 사고 날 뻔했네.
lead in this series.
I was going to open
뭔가 역전할
my
뻔했어요, 방금.
by saying Monka just had an incredibly clean run, but they really had to go there and do that, right?
집중력 터졌네,
I
막판에.
don't know what happened there towards the end. It's just a lot of oopsie daisies, I will guess, but let's start at the beginning, shall we? At the very beginning of this dungeon, we saw Monka actually just not really CCing that first Saboteur, even gripping it back in by RX, making sure they're just gonna DPS.
기공전부 같은 거 쓸 수 있어요. 근데 기공전부를 쓰려면은 템랩이 낮은 부위를 껴야 되거든요. 그래서 아마 안 낄 거예요. 이미 전부가 2명이 있는데 사실 기공전부 부위까지 끼는 거는 팩에서 너무 로스라서.
And everybody in the group, I mean Skylark, okay, but everybody that's big DPS damage or healer is getting a reset on that orb. It's those little things that it comes down to when teams are.
만약에 제가 대회 참가를 한다면 저는 안 낄 듯. 얘네들도 아마 생각 비슷하지 않을까요? 일단 뭐 내 스펙 올리는 게 이득이지.
I've seen this poll. I love this route, but just look at what happens. It's so volatile.
네.
It's so dangerous. There's so much going on. It doesn't always work out. Unfortunately,
죽어도 하필 죽기 하다가 죽어가지고.
Killing off these mini bosses here before going into phase 2. Which I think is just very nice little tech, making sure you don't have to deal with Sanguine, you don't have to deal with them charging around, you have it under control, you're finished with it. And then towards the end, yeah, I mean, first it was Mode, I think it was Lightning, and then I don't know what the rest was. Skylark just taking so much damage, and then they killed the boss.
랜드가 거의 다 죽어가지고 용일이 해제를 안 해줬대요.
Sanguine looking pretty good, a little bit more on the side of Thunder.
적어도 힐러 입장에서는 가능한 판단이라고 생각은 해.
Both of these teams.
Oh man, I mean, I think that Thunder's route. Okay, I think that Monka. I'm surprised that Monka weren't doing that double pull in the Tyr and Maruk area. But I think that Thunder, having 2 out of 3 times that they pulled it, having either a wipe or a partial wipe to it, it makes sense as to why Monka was like, maybe that's a bit too ambitious for us. We're gonna play something a bit safer in this Tyr and Maruk area. But I mean, that pull is absolutely phenomenal. Both these teams. did a pretty good job with Sanguine Healing though.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
7 million for Thunder, 4.9 for Monka. That is crazy low amounts of set. We saw more Sanguine Healing on a single poll from some teams yesterday. Like the first poll of the dungeon, we saw 9 million yesterday. This is crazily well handled. A very slowing affix if you play it wrong, but these two teams really showing why they're in the finals here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to look at our graph here. And once again, of course, Thunder falling a little bit behind right after Grenis, right? You can see it in the graph. But overall, those spikes are looking so similar. They have a very similar route despite the wipe, well, not a full wipe, but the deaths on that double pull.
근데 만약에 이거 몬카 타고 나서 썬더드가 이겼으면은 재밌을 뻔하긴 했네. 진짜 어디까지 신의 가호를 받을지.
And the fact that Thunder is keeping up for the most, I'm just so impressed. But of course, Monka doing exactly what we expect of them, and that is dominating.
몬카가 이번 판은 진짜 미스가 많았는데 그래도 압도적이네요.
And that third dungeon is going to be Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
실수 한두 개로는 어떻게 뒤집을 수 있는 그런 격차가 아니네요.
Pretty volatile. I mean, some dungeons are more volatile than others, and Shadow Moon in particular is one of the ones that, like, the first pull of the dungeon, there's always a 25% chance that a team wipes to it. It's not set in stone. It seems like teams are starting to get a little bit more consistent, but on a 23 Raging Fortified, it's just a part, like, so much tank damage is realistically going out just on all of the players. They're using, like, Dominate Mind to make sure that it goes well, but it's still just not going to be consistent. I mean, we just have to watch out for that first pull and how the teams are able to navigate it. Watching, like, perfect tank defensive rotation, I think, is a really key point there, like rotating between spell block and then when you're going to get like dilation and stuff like that.
Yeah, look at that bar on that pull right below the prop warrior. When we get to that first pull, look at those defensives, right? And
근데
see how they're
이거는
staggering them out. The big one is going to be the 20 seconds that spell block is up.
거의 뭐
That is
10시간
big
동안
safety margin that the
둘째 날
prop
같은
warriors are gonna
경우는
have in
거의
here.
뭐
Once that is down,
7,
they're gonna
8시간
need
가까이 해야
multiple
되는데
things to survive multiple void slashes. So
대택해야죠
it's gonna be
저거는.
sketchy. It's also fortified raging, so look for good timing on the soothe effects. If we see the preservation evoker out of these teams as well, look for that AoE soothe on the overawe talent on the oppressive roar. Although, is this a dungeon where
이게 어차피 A조나 C조 같은
If so,
경우는
they won't have that AoE soothe.
I mean,
어차피 A조나 C조 같은 경우는 격차가 크니까
Leonard has been playing the restoration.
맵이라도 좀 봐야 되는데 이게 맵이 너무
Yeah, they have. They were playing Resto Shaman on Bazook.
어둠 달은 혹시나 썬더드가 이겨도 다음 경기도 루비예요. 루비도 많이 봤잖아요.
Off of, say, the Druid. I don't know. We'll see what compositions our teams bring to bear here.
Bring to bear? I mean, a beer tank
Well, probably not
would
the
be
bear.
very fun.
Yeah.
But
please
that's
don't
not
bring the bear.
something.
어둠 달도 뭐 없어요 이제 다 나왔어요.
You could.
Yeah,
well,
You'd make a lot of people happy. I just don't think it's realistic.
1렘 잡고 혹시
I don't know.
뒷물이
You
패스하는 정도?
would make some people happy. I don't know. I think the word a lot is maybe stretching it a bit.
You would make at least
Alright,
5 people very happy on the other team.
Exactly.
여기서 수사의 법사 쓰는 거?
Their community Dratnos. Anyhow, teams are getting ready for the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We have seen both teams in that dungeon before. Monka with
루트에 대한 얘기는 제가 얘기를 한번 했었는데 이게 어둠 땅 던전들, 그러니까 어둠 땅이래. 용군단 던전들이 맵에 있는 모든 쪽을 다 찍어도 퍼센트가 한 120% 이 정도밖에 안 나와요. 그러니까 변화를 준다고 해도 그 20% 쪽 사이에서 뭐 어느 정도 변화를 주는 거거든요. 거의 다 일자 루트란 얘기예요, 보면.
Yeah, so it is indeed no evoker gaming. They're going to deal with the raging AoE fortified mobs using just their defensives here and one soothe from their feral druids.
그러니까 던전들이 거의 다 일자 던전, 그러니까 일자 진행 던전이다 보니까
into the shackle skip here.
변화를 줄 게 별로 없는 거죠. 그냥 일자로 쭉 달려서 다 잡고 쭉 달려서 다 잡고.
Here, by the way, is gonna be super sick. We saw a Thunderstruck. They ran the mage, but they ran the mage without the Death Knight, and we were looking at the numbers back on the just the lack of the DK. It seemed like both in combination with one another were gonna be so sick. Obviously, that forces you to.
그러니까 어둠 땅은 일자 던전이었어도 뭐 심지어 심연 같은데 일자 던전이잖아요. PP 심연 이런데. 근데 그런데도 이제 모든 맵을 다 더하면은 그러니까 일자 던전이야도 패스를 어느 정도 해야지 100%가 나왔잖아요. 쪼리.
Around the same point of one another. I think that Monka maybe pulled it 2 seconds earlier, but no notable difference between the two teams as to when that first boss gets pulled. And now
다음 시즌은 조금 그래도 넬타루스나 또 어디 있지? 울다만? 아 울다만은 좀 일자 던전이고.
He's got 2 wall charges next. It's going to be last stand and wall for Skylark here. Just wall up now for Alex. These mobs are going to start raging now. We've got the AoE stun from Bazooka. One raging slash nearly ends Alex's
위배 전당은 조금
life
심심하겠다. 그것도 너무 일자 던전이네.
Blinding Sleet now is the next one, and it looks like Thundered are relying on stops against some of these ritual
담쟁이
zones
같은 데가 조금
fast.
다양하겠죠. 담쟁이나 넬타루스나 넬타루스는 조금 루트 다양할 것 같고.
To be able to get all of the mobs dealt with on a 23 fortified, even through raging.
개인적으로 담쟁이랑 넬타루스 세기로 돌고 싶지, 내가 돌고 싶진 않은데 남이 도는 건 재밌을 것 같아.
Because they have slightly less AoE damage, then Alex has to walk away from the mobs and spread them out a little bit longer. In addition to that, Monka on the left side of your screen, very importantly, look at that Dark Communion cast. They're going to be able to kill the boss before that Dark Communion finishes. On the right side of your screen, Thundered are going to have to dump around 3 million damage into this Defiled Spirit to be able to get it killed off, which means that that's 3 million damage that can't go to Nisadana Blood Fury. Very unfortunate on the side of Thundered. It's going to be probably somewhere in the order of a 25-second time loss, I would have to wager, just based on
a little bit more here.
Slightly worse damage.
썬더드 타고.
Chris is going to die for Thundered as well. Do they send the battle res here? If they don't, they might not be able to beat the next spirit, so they are going to hit the res. They're into the Dark Eclipse here, but now they have a Raging Bone Mender. Bazooks needs to insta-dispel the debuff. If that debuff gets one
담쟁이는
tick
일단
while
질병
it's
해제가
raging,
들어가야
they'll be
되니까.
They are gonna be
신기
okay, though. They get
하재.
through the boss and the ad, and it's going to be a 41 second difference plus 5 from Death Timer is
한 명이
46
죽기는
seconds in favor
했는데
of Monka.
아무리
Just on the
그래도
opening exchange,
41초,
I think
42초
it is that
차이는
combo.
조금.
Mage and DK so well combined in this dungeon.
I mean, it's just the killing power, right? You're able to get that pack dealt with so fast to where Skylark is then able to not have to kite the pack. We've seen tanks this weekend have to kite that mob so often. Monka are a bit slow and they miss a cycle on this Exhumer, man. They have to sit here waiting for for probably like 15 seconds because they were 2 seconds too slow.
해제 때문에 그 던전별로 힐러 그 셀렉션이 있는 게 저는 별로거든요.
1 or 2 seconds ahead. That would actually be a pretty big time loss for Monka, but it looks like Thunder is not going to be able to take advantage of that as Monka pull Nalish here. They're going to be pulling trash into it in just a couple of seconds as well.
Yeah, here comes that Nalish pull for Monka. They're just taking the one side into Nalish. They're not interested in that double pull that we've seen some teams go with. It is a very
아마 글로벌에선 던전별로 힐러가 갈리겠죠. 지금도 뭐 알게타르 대학 같은데 독해제 없는 힐러는 좀 가기 힘들잖아요. 글로벌에서는.
But you can use AoE CC effects on them, and then once Nalish reaches this Soul Seal phase, all of those ads get stunned for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Becomes
그래
quite
저도
easy to take them
복술로
out.
대학
This is
이번
also
주에
a
처음
bit of discrete
가봤어요.
special. Do you know those possessed souls? They take 50% extra nature or holy damage, which most healers actually have a good way of doing nature and holy damage. So, but Disc in particular can just dump some holy damage into them and get them out of there real quick.
So importantly as well, these ads, they kind of evade for like 2 to 3 seconds whenever you come out of this phase, which
뭔가 그러니까 양팀 이넴에 붙이는 거는 그러니까 이넴 방 들어가기 전에 쫄 2마리가 있잖아요. 걔네를 안 잡으면은 뒷문이 열려 있어요. 그래서 붙일 수 있는 거예요.
For that burn. Kind of unfortunate for him CD timing wise. I wonder if they're going to beat the next Soul Sever cast from Nalish. It doesn't look like
surely they will here. It's Void Blast into... Actually, you know what? Maybe they'll just be running during the while they're downstairs. But it
어둠
doesn't
땅
matter,
레이즈
right?
3렘이 아니고 넬주를 말씀하시는 거죠?
Into Vortex,
그
into Soul
이 시즌
Steal here,
4렘.
and they're gonna beat the whole thing by quite a bit here. Yeah, they're good.
데모 2개 때문에 사제 2명 데리고 가는 거
There's
좀
gonna be
빡세긴
the
했지.
Mind Soothe on the Exhumer as they run past. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Stampeding Roar also helping the team just zip past. Where is our Death Knight? Our Death Knight is there, but behind. Wearing a beautiful dress, not in Worgen form though currently.
This is a 5 spider pull, I think, for Monka. This is actually quite dangerous. This means that we're not gonna have enough kicks, especially with the Disc Priest. A lot of healers have access to kick this expansion. Disc Priest not one of them, and doing 5 spiders here can actually be very dangerous because you're going to have some of those necrotic bursts going off. Now I wonder if maybe Monka is not going to like to do 5 spiders all at once.
Yeah, 5 is a lot of spiders, right? Like you said, that's one too many kicks. Now you do have AoE interrupt on Skylar that can be used against those spiders, but it does look like Monka are not interested in that.
3.
They're just gonna go into
이거를
the
보통
worm
다른
here with
팀들은
3
살짝
spiders,
치고
2
나서
bats.
붙여도 바로
And the
붙이네.
Disc Priest, even though they don't have a kick, they do have a disease dispel. So against the bats, that's actually pretty nice. But against the spiders, it's an AoE disease. They don't have an AoE disease dispel, so a little bit more dangerous potentially.
그래서 이렇게 여태까지 진행, 그러니까 A조에서 A조부터 C조까지 경기 다 보면은
move speed slow as well. So it can be
그냥 몽카랑 에코만한 팀이 없어요. 근데 이번 시즌에 몽카는
On the right side of the screen here,
살짝
we know that
빠지는
Blizzard actually
느낌이긴
does
하네요.
spiders into this worm at some point. They slow chain this, but we know that they're going to be grabbing that, and that's kind of off the back of this having this restoration.
좀 그런 것도 있는 것 같아요. 이게 몽카 같은 경우는 루트를 약간 과한 루트로 쇼부 보는 느낌이 있었거든요. 근데 이번 시즌 던전들이 루트를 좀 과하게 가져갈 게 별로 없어. 약간 창의적인 플링, 창의적인 게 썬덕지가 별로 안 보여요.
On the left side of your screen, though, Monka is still continuing to maintain that 40 to 50 second lead that they had coming out of the second boss.
Thundered actually used dwarf against the against that disease. Love it out of them.
Love it.
Nice way of handling that. Yeah.
Priest dispel.
Yeah, I think Priest dispel on sub.
썬더드 지금 짜릿했는데.
Okay. So
드워프가 4명이라 다 석화로 풀었다 그런 얘기를 하네요. 드워프.
After Bone Maw. That's going to be their count. They're going to take this onto boss once they have the pull started. You have to be a little bit careful. You want to make sure you're not getting affected by the first 2 spider casts that happen on the other side of that wall. They're going to go right into a barrier here from mode.
그러니까 재밌는 던전들이 한두 개 정도 있긴 해요. 뭐 용맹이라든지 대학이라든지 별궁? 그나마 별궁. 근데 그게 다인 것 같아요.
But then outside of that, the bats can get their casts off if you don't assign AoE CCs perfectly. We saw the first one was going to be that AoE fear from Skylar.
약간 내가 세게 돌 때는 재밌는 던전들이거든요, 사실.
It's not as dangerous right now, but especially
이번 시즌 세기가 마음에 안 드는 건 아닌데 어둠달 빼고는. 근데 이게 대회로 이렇게 나오니까 좀 그러네요.
That's a spot where we're in deep trouble if we're on the side of Monka.
약간 일자 던전들. 근데 그렇다고 그거를 그러니까 MDI를 고려해서 이게 던전을 선정하고 그러진 않는단 말이죠.
Yeah, you want to try and avoid the water as much as you can in this dungeon.
Cats can't swim, man. It's tough.
Yeah, that's not good. They do not like that one bit. 43% on Bone Maw here after they come out.
어둠달 3렘 피용 영향 안 받을 것 같은데요. 근데 뭐 저라고 해서 어둠달 3렘에 쪼를 갖다 붙여본 적이 있는 게 아니라서.
Maystein actually on top of the meters though on that kitten. Probably a lot of extra AoE at the start of this pull as well.
Yeah. I have a question. Does RX have his pet kick on autocast?
네, 용맹 결국 과거 던전이긴 한데 저는 처음이었어요.
Okay, look at it. Whenever the boss goes away, it's going to immediately cast the kick again. Yeah, look at that.
약간 그 군단 시던 나왔을 때도 저는 별궁은 그 뭐야 반지 먹으러 안 다녔었거든요. 그래서 그 당시에도 잘 몰랐어요 던전.
It's good micro. I mean, it's something that lets you get an extra spider kick as well, right? So Having it not autocast.
노문단 던전이 던전 자체는 나쁘지 않은데
DK things, one thing
대회로 보는 거는 조금 심심하다.
is that RX is playing Summon Gargoyle for a little bit more single target as well. We haven't seen a lot of that in the series so far.
똘이 조금 더 많고
Usually both DKs have instead
똘이 많아서 이제 루트가 다양해질 수 있는
get a little bit of extra,
그런 게 조금 필요하지 않나. 그러니까 대회를 위해서라면.
extra damage, but yeah, RX has gone and pathed over towards Gargoyle instead. You have to take it's kind of a 2-point investment to get to it, but pretty nice to have that single target damage.
Okay, multiple people for Thunder are in the water now.
That's not good. Want to try and avoid that whenever possible. They are going to
재미없는 던전은 사실 어둠달. 어둠달은 그냥 재미없어요.
Even on just one death for Thundered,
도대체 어둠달이
how well they're doing their pulls.
왜 픽이 됐는지 모르겠네. 두분 던전들 다 재미없는 것 같아요. 그러니까 선착장도 그랬고 정비소도 그랬고 저는 별로 재미없었거든요.
Mode is supporting with a power infusion and doing a lot of damage in his own right. And then of course Skylark doing some
분단
insane
던전은
take
그나마
damage
괜찮은 것 같고
This is effectively a perfect run for them. I bet whenever they do practice
차라리
runs,
옹룡사는
that
조금
was a good
재밌어요.
one.
그러니까 옹룡사는 던전 자체가
This is one
재밌기는
of
해.
those runs. If you look at it, it's 0 deaths. I don't think they've messed up their thundering timing. They haven't missed any kicks. They are playing perfectly here. And now the only thing that separates them
그 어둠달이 그러니까 물론 클리어하기 편하고 그런 건 있죠. 근데 이제 전전 재미로 봤을 때
and they will potentially be able to take this down 3-0, not dropping a map this weekend.
어둠땅 때도 뭐 죽상 이런 데 쉬웠잖아요. 차라리 죽상 같은 건 재밌죠. 어둠달보다는. 님들 어둠달 갈래요? 죽상 갈래요? 나 같으면 죽상 가겠다.
One nice thing about their comp One nice thing about their comp is that Crims is the only eligible target of the Omen of Deaths while he's alive, right? It's always going to prefer to target him as long as he is alive, so they know exactly where those are going. Everybody else in the team gets to play under boss and be pretty safe. If Crims dies, it'll instead target mode, so he's got to be ready for that eventuality. Thundered on the other side, on the other hand, have a similar thing going on, but whenever you have two ranged DPS, it can start to get annoying because they can both be eligible targets. Thundered
분도
get a
터졌다.
raging void pulse, taking out several members of their group here. This doesn't
이게
change
달래기
their
사고가
modes, but they're
났네요.
still in good shape.
달래기가
Monka
하나라서.
wipe, but they need Monka to wipe at this point.
Yeah, I mean they needed Monka to wipe for because they're still like probably what 50 seconds behind. A minute behind?
Oh, yeah, maybe at this point it's like a minute and a half, so it's not good for Thundered, but they are still in position to. I mean, they're going to be on the
달래기가
boss at the
두루
same time as
하나라서
Monka, right? They're going to get
두 마리가 동시에 분노가 된 것 같아요. 그때 생존기가 들어갔어야 되는데 그런 쪽에서 약간 미스가 났는데.
We've seen teams wipe on this boss before. It's not easy. It's a 23 key. You have quaking, complicating things as well, as you can see here.
근데 아까도 얘기했지만 썬더드는 일정이 너무 가혹해.
What Monka just did there is absolutely disgusting. So they popped Lust, and it was right as the wall went out.
그러니까 몽카도 아까 어둠달 13분 40초인가 그랬는데 아까보다 좀 기록이 안 나왔거든요. 조금 지쳐있지 않나? 다들.
Big smiles
on his face.
빅 스마일.
Oh my god, that's a winner.
베이스틴의 빅 스마일.
There it is, Monka 3-0, gonna win the series. Wow, that was impressive. Sub 14 minutes as well in this Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Yeah, I mean the only buddy that could beat Monka's time apparently.
루비는 몽카가 많이 돌았어요. 두 바퀴 돌았어가지고. 그러니까 전날 경기 보시면 좀 있을 거예요. 루비 동기.
Except for how amazingly clean they got through this one. There wasn't even any moment where it felt.
아예 안 보셨으면은 거기도 수사 화법으로 돌아서 그러니까 첫날 첫 경기 동계 되게 괜찮았거든요. 몽카는. 첫날 첫 경기 루비가 몽카가 되게 완벽했어요. 어둠달이 30몇 분 던전인데.
That's Maystine on a class he has been maining forever. He is the feral OG in Mythic Plus, and honestly, it's so great to see that. I love that for him. And the entire evening I've been looking at like player cams, He's just so happy to be like with this group pumping on Feral, and
어둠 딸은 3렘이 너무 쉽게 나왔어.
and just great. Now on the side of Thunder, they were close,
네,
but then
루비 이넴 이글거리는 강타 기원사가 지워줄 수 있어요.
For them, they only brought the
그래서
they don't have an AOE soothe. So Subchris ended up
이글거리는 강타가 1분 주기로 오거든요. 아니 30초 주기로 오거든요. 그래서 소작 한 번, 10행 한 번, 소작 한 번, 10행 한 번.
Of course, Monka in the end getting that win here in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
그래서 루비에서는 탱커들이 용일 되게 좋아해요.
I'm just so happy that we're
소작은 보통 2중첩이나 3중첩 때 써주시면 되고 10행은 그냥 던져주시면 되고.
14-minute Shadow Moon. My God, that was a wild one. Missing top damage too. That's so sick.
That is, I mean, that's kind of the Feral, right? He is the Feral.
어둠달 이넴이야 뭐 그냥 힐 자체가 좀 아프긴 한 던전이라.
Yeah, insane. Although, yeah, we'll have to investigate how much of that was funnel and how much of that was pad, because you know maybe there are a couple of suspicious extra primal wrath casts in there on mobs that didn't need it. I don't know. We'll dig through the logs and get to the bottom of this.
No. Maesting just does the most damage.
Rude.
Eats at the chillest restaurants. Hangs out with the hottest fire mages.
Yeah, and does nearly 10k HPS as well. Nearly 10k HPS on that Feral
Druid. It's the first time in a long
Druid.
time we are looking at much higher spikes on one team. Like, just comparing that very first one, Monka going, and it doesn't look like much, but it's over like 500,000?
네, 어떤 걸로도 풀 수 없어요. 이제 뭐 씹을 수는 있죠. 뭐 죽기 대마보나 기사 주축 무적.
How much DPS teams can put out, and the fact that there's even like more ceiling to that apparently.
그리고 그거는 이제 치유 흡수를 푸는 거라서 혹시나 전탱 중에서 그거 맞기 전에 최저 키시는 분 있으면은 맞고 나서 최저를 켜야 되거든요. 맞고 나서 최저를 켜야지 이제 피통의 30% 치유하는 그걸로 금방 풀 수 있어요.
It also, on top of that, allows Skylark just a bit more damage because he doesn't have to kite.
맞고 나서
you saw, like Alex on the side of Thunder, he has to like leap away from the pack at the last second to not get melee down by the mobs at 5% HP. And so I think that that's just like a slight compositional difference.
전탱도 최저 타이밍에는 최저 플러스
Yeah, especially when you factor in that you then have to do one less ad as well.
피 채우는 거 그거 두 개면 거의 풀 수 있을 것 같은데.
Like 30 seconds faster, which that was huge. That was probably one of the biggest things up until the deaths on the blueberries that actually went Monka's favor over Thundered, because otherwise Thundered were looking really good in there too. Right?
네, 연전연승 맞아. 최저 연전연승.
Until the blueberries at the end as well.
Mostly, yeah. There was just in general, it was the same as in the other two.
그래서 연전연승을 두 번에 한 번 쓸 수 있으니까 연전연승, 방벽, 연전연승, 최저 뭐 이런 식으로 로테를 돌리면 되지 않을까. 주반도 두 번에 한 번이고. 센 생존기는 이제 방벽에 무기 그 주문막기 있으니까 그것도 롯데로 주시고.
From Group A, we have Echo and Sloth. From Group B, it's going to be Donuts and Perplexed. Now Group C has ended Monka and Thundered moving on. Now next weekend, we do have the Last Stand tournament ready for you, but you can mark your calendars already for the global finals that are coming up on March 31st. Here's our Last Stand tournament format. Talos, why don't you give us a rundown of how that's going to work for the team?
수드랑은
Dude, the Last Stand is going to be so stacked. So basically how this
많이는 안 해봤는데 해보긴 해봤어요.
Like a TGP style format where over 3 days
수드 힐하기 빡세요.
each team gets like 5 hours a day to play. And then they get 6 keys that are assigned to them like that Friday, right? So like the day of the competition, they get assigned like the affix and stuff like that. And then the fastest 2 teams from that will then go to the global finals. And then you just like you start off with like 4 dungeons on day 1, and then 1 gets added on Saturday and 1 gets added on Sunday as well. And so there's some little bit of meta strategy.
지금 탱커로 영상을 모으고 있는데
go down with just that Last Stand format. And of course it's like cumulative time.
탱커로 20단 좀 모든 던전 클리어하면은
that tournament's going to be so stacked. We have some of the teams that didn't make it into the global finals are going to be returning. I heard there was a rumor of like a bald man and 4 DPS potentially going to make an appearance. And there's going to be a lot of competition. It's going to be so sick.
Look at them here. So if
뭐
you've
일리
been
있네.
watching the
신기 같은
last
경우는
3 weeks, these
공룡격
teams
한번
might
무적
even
도발해서
be
먹어줄 수 있긴
IQ.
해요.
Out of
신기도 뭐
today, of
약간
course,
비슷하게
starting on
가능.
the right side, we have
뭐
Cheese
신기뿐
and
아니라
Thunderstruck
뭐
that are probably
딜죽이나
going to come back. We have
다
Imperium and
가능하겠네요.
Direwolves from Group
씹는
E.
스킬
Honestly,
있으면.
I'm so excited for the Direwolves to return. And Group A is going to bring us Team Sui and
악딜은 뭘로
Legendary.
먹어줄
So
순 없고 뭐
I'm really
황천?
excited for those teams. I think
뭐
that's
황천
going to
도발을
be
하더라도
super,
일단
super fun to
악사도
see
피를
them all
채워주긴
again
해야
and
돼서.
see who gets that final ticket to the global final in Stratnos.
뭐 굳이
Yeah, and there are
도발을
some teams even
해준다면은
like Tettles mentioned that are
뭐
not in this
징기나
list and didn't compete in the MDI
탱기나
group stages that are
딜죽
signing
요
up and are
정도가
trying to
도발해주면
compete
좋긴
in the
하겠네요.
last stand. So we'll see. 6 teams are going to make it out of the time trials that are happening soon for that, and then we will see how those 6 teams do in the actual last stand itself. Those 2 teams will round out our global finals, and like you said, that global finals is coming March 31st through April 2nd. First, though, it is next weekend. Next weekend is Last Stand Tournament. It is one of my favorite tournament formats as well. It combines the static key level, the speed run nature of the MDI with the TGP format that except the key
다음
level doesn't go up,
주에
right? It just stays the same.
라스트
You try and run the
그
same
패자
key
발전 바로
faster and
하네요.
faster and faster.
전 아마 이거는 안 볼
Really
것
cool. You
같아요.
get to see all that innovation, all of that
패자
crap
발전은 뭐
development
굳이
that happens normally off camera during time trials. We basically just get to see that live in a tournament setting, and it's so exciting.
Yeah, and if you really can't wait to see that kind of content, sorry, Tuttles, then you can check out the player streams that are probably going to be happening Monday to Wednesday, because that's when time trials are. So that's the first time teams are going to approach those keys, and we assume some of them will be streaming, so make sure you keep your eyes open for that. But Tuttles, yeah.
Yeah, also a little bit low key. Both of the times that we've ran Last Stand so far, the team has gotten 4th and 3rd place, respectively, in the final 2 times that we ran Last Stand. So the Last Stand teams normally come in a bit hot for global finals. Kind of show up with
라스트
a lot to
스탠드는
prove,
아마
because it was like Sloth that was Last Stand champion last time,
그
right?
탈락한 팀들끼리 또 예선을 다시 해서 뭐 맵 2개 정해놓고 기록을 쭉 산정한 다음에 그 다음에 아마
Yeah, I mean,
상위
like
8개
you
팀?
said,
뭐
those
그 정도
are the
할래나?
teams that play amongst the best, and we are looking forward to see them again. But
네,
for
대회가
now,
엄청
we
길어요,
have
일정이.
our 6 teams
그렇게
locked
라스트
in for the
스탠드까지
global
끝나고
finals.
나서
Like I said, keep your
이제
eyes
뭐 한 달
open
정도
for
뒤에
that time
글로벌
trial
파이널
action
할
that
거예요,
should be
아마.
happening soon. And then find us here again on Friday next week for the Last Stand tournament itself. We're going to all be there, I think. Maybe minus Nagura? We'll see.
그러니까 뭐 이번 대회에 계속 같은 맵이 나오는 느낌이 있는 게 던전들이 아무래도 대회는 조금 지루한 면이 있어서 그런 것도 좀 큰 것 같아요.
I was thinking. Okay, so 1 minute ago.
야, 루트들이 다 뻔하니까.
About to ask me. Oh wait, Doa's not here. I don't have to think of something I learned.
Doa's
You're
here
doing this
in
to
our
me.
spirit.
Oh wow.
파이널 때 한번 또
Okay, well.
뭐 색다른 게 있지 않을까 기대를 해봐야 될 것
I've learned
같네요.
that wolves on Defender is a possibility. To me, that's the.
그리고 파이널 때는 그 단수가 조금 높거든요. 아마 24단까지 나올 거예요. 항상 그 평균 단수가 파이널 때는 한두 단 정도 높여서 나왔었기 때문에.
Disc Priest Fire Mage Unholy combo that Monka used here, and I think that them at their best is going to be extremely competitive with Echo once we get to global finals.
아마 21에서 24단이거나 22단에서 25단이거나 25단은 사실 살짝 MDI로 하기에는 무리가 있는 단수 같고.
You can take one. You can take one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna take the Fire Mage thing. So I talked about last weekend with Doa about how we were gonna like Warlock. I thought was gonna be super popular moving forward, but now it's like, oh yeah, both Warlock and Fire Mage are good in specific situations, and it seems like every single weekend we continue to go forward.
저는 방송은 여기까지
Not every
하고
team is running the exact same DPS compositions. Not everybody has the exact same meta read for all of the dungeons, and I think that it's going to continue to evolve
가보겠습니다.
into Last Stand,
다들
into the global finals.
좋은
I
하루
don't think
되시고
this is going to be as
출근하시는 분들은 출근 잘 하시고.
sometimes this season of MDI has been electric.
네, 다음에 방송할 때 뵐게요.
It has
빠이.
been electric. In fact, we had the Thunderdome and all of the fun as well. Now, chat, thank you